젠지 오늘 장난 아닙니다. 있거든요. 네, 5명이 다수만 치고 있어요. 플레이오프의 젠지, 정규 시즌 젠지.
압도적이죠. 압도적인 대결이죠.
젠지!
다음 상대를 고려하고 있는 젠지입니다.
Welcome everybody around the world here for the semifinals of the LCK broadcast. We got me, Valdez, it's LS today. The two of us back together to cast Gen G up against DRX. It is going to be a massive matchup here, LS. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm really looking forward to this one because I feel like Gen G are just, they have so much momentum behind them, and I think that there's a lot of very big expectations for DRX, but they've been wavering a lot in the most recent weeks. And for them to be the final test before Damwon, I'm not so sure that they're going to actually be able to stand up to Gen G because they just looked so impressive against Afrika. And DRX in a couple of their last series looking very, very, very shaky.
Yeah, it's like a mix of two things, as you're mentioning, right? Like, how heavily do we weight the win against Afrika? Was it Gen G being just that good, or was it Afrika having a weak match, or was it both? And then you think about DRX in recent times, the 2-1 victory that they barely got over Sorewon Prince, who finished the season 1-17 in the LCK. Also took a loss to T1 in a 2-1 matchup, which was kind of close. And you have to wonder, you know, DRX were looking really good. They have some incredibly talented players, but can they show up today against a Gen G who is looking incredibly strong? As you guys can see here on the bracket, whoever does win this best of 5 will be going up against Damwon on Saturday. That is this coming Saturday. And here are the points. So everybody's just trying to make it as far as possible in order to try to make it into Worlds.
Yeah, and I mean, Gen G coming into tonight's series, like you mentioned, against Afrika, if it was just a good matchup, I feel like their matchup against DRX is even more favorable to them. So DRX, with the jungler matchup being the way that it is, with the top side, Rascal's going to have a lot more freedom, and he should have a much easier time against Doron. I feel like there's so much more pressure put onto Chovy and the bottom lane of DRX as well, and I just don't really see them pulling through, not with the types of drafts and type of play that we've been seeing out of them in recent weeks.
Yep, I would have to agree. So guys, we're going to take another look here at the visual, the video match points essentially. Really want to point out that the production team has stepped it up even another leg here for the playoffs. These have been super cool. And we do get to talk over them, but every time I'm like, well, I kind of just want to watch. But you guys can see some of the incredible plays. This is, of course, Chovy coming in with the 4-man Galio taunt. As you were mentioning, they're really going to need him to show up today if they're going to have any chance against Gen G.
Yeah, and I mean, Gen G have fallen to DRX a couple of times, obviously, in the past. But I feel like the momentum they've been riding in the last couple of weeks, I keep really hammering this home. They feel just so solid. They feel like they're an immovable object, and DRX, they're very hit or miss. And a lot of the times that they end up winning is often they find themselves in relatively good draft, and Chovy and Keria are so important to a lot of their wins. Doron, he can just end up bleeding and solo costing them the game. With the way that the meta has sort of been changing as well, with support marksmen sort of coming in, utility and support marksmen, Deft is likely going to have a little bit less influence than he would otherwise like to have in a matchup like this one, because he should have been so important to their victory here if they were going to get it against Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important, and you can see that Gen G, they smacked down Afrika a couple of days ago. If you guys did not see that match, trust me when I say the most one-sided series we had all year. And I'm not saying that lightly. Gen G looked incredible, but we are highlighting some of DRX's moments. I think that TF, of course, is going to be a top priority pick for both of these mid laners here. It is going to be, of course, Chovy versus BDD. And you see a couple of their highlighted picks here. 19-4 so far in the LCK. DRX have heavily been favored against Gen.G so far, but today definitely feels a little bit different.
We'll see what Ruler is going to be able to do here. Also, it's so important that even though the finals come after this against Dom1, this series is so big for both of these teams that you could just see the do or die secret picks, if they have any prepared leading up to this match, come out here today rather than just saving it for Dom1 in the finals. Obviously, this match is probably going to be a pretty big telling of what we can maybe expect for either one of them if they do advance against Dom1, because Dom1 are just looking like they're going to bulldoze through anyone.
Yeah, and it will be pretty cool to see if Gen.G, imagine they get like a sick 3-0, almost as one-sided as we saw a couple of days ago, and then we got them on a huge tear up against Dom1, who have been on a tear all summer. That would be an incredible story going into the finals. And I mean, they've got guys like Ruler to back them up. This guy was #1 damage per minute in all of the LCK. He's been incredibly consistent, never really falling down. His Ashe is unbelievable.
Yep.
Definitely the best in the LCK right now. So we're taking a look at some detailed stats between the two teams. We also have the playoff stats for Gen.G, as they did win their first playoff best of 5 in the LCK, by the way, which was highlighted in that video. Definitely looking good coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G have a lot of good stats here. Obviously, a couple of second and thirds pretty much across the board. Playoff round 1 against Afrika. A lot of those stats are looking very good. That was a decimating 3-0 over Afrika, who took down T1. And if you remember, DRX against some of those teams in the final weeks struggled quite a bit. So DRX's placement in the playoffs here is going to be very telling of how they were able to practice leading up to this, because they've had a lot of time to prepare. And historically, CV Max teams with long breaks always actually started performing worse, if you guys remember. So is that going to affect DRX here against Gen.G today?
Yeah, that's an interesting point, and I think this prediction board kind of tells the story. It seems like you and Wadid are the only ones that went for the 3-0, but every single person went for the Gen.G win. There is not a single analyst here in the LCK that thinks that DRX is going to come in today and win, which is very telling. You know, just based on the way the last couple of weeks have been going for this team. And yeah, I mean, you told me before the broadcast, you said 3-0, and
you said it was going to Game 5.
What? I'm sorry, what is
You said it was going to Game 5.
I was thinking it would. And nobody here, actually no, BitDory is the only person who had 3-2. So,
well,
there's one other person out there that agrees.
Listen, Valdez. My grandmother, the matriarch, she predicted Gen.G. And if you've seen her track record, DRX need to be a little bit worried. That's just how it goes. Well, this is the lineup for today. DRX, no surprises. On the flip side, Gen.G, no surprises likewise. And it's just going to probably be an honest game of League of Legends. Gen.G, they're going to be starting on the red side. And the reason I went for the 3-0 is generally I won't give a 3-1 unless I think the enemy team could win with a draft advantage. I think even if DRX gets a draft advantage, it's probably not going to be meaningful enough to just topple Gen.G. And so that's why I go for the 3-0. It's really, really weird for me to try to imagine in what world do you accurately predict like a 3-2 or 3-1, and what even really goes into that. And I just think that the way these two teams match up, what's likely to happen regarding 55, 60, 40 drafts, things of that nature, I think it's always just favoring Gen.G, even in the 40-60 scenarios. And so that's why my prediction ended up the way that it did. And here we go with key player matchup.
Yeah, I don't blame you, especially the way that things have been going in recent times. And I think that a lot of League of Legends depends on your current form, right? Like, we've seen teams go super pristine in the regular season and then come playoff time, just fall down and not do as well because They just aren't having a good couple of weeks during the time when it matters the most, or they get crushed under the pressure, which definitely does happen. Chovy versus BDD here. You can see that the both of them, of course, some pretty incredible stats. I think that BDD was looking as consistent as ever up against Afrika. He wasn't necessarily the star performer. I think it was a lot of life, a lot of Clid really coming out of the woodwork and doing amazingly alongside of Ruler, who essentially carried every single game. And then, of course, we look at Chovy. Always has been a very strong laner, and of course an incredibly mechanically skilled mid laner. But is he up to the challenge today to try to carry his team? Because they're going to need him a lot coming into this best of 5.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, Chovy is probably the only piece of the puzzle that DRX should be able to rely on. We're getting a look in at the houses. Deft is standing up. Yeah, he's going Super Saiyan for the match.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the reason why I think it might go to 5 games, because they got a couple of Super Saiyans there. Keria also dyeing his hair bleached white, so attempting to use that to power themselves up. But here we go, guys. We're getting into the draft. DRX, they get side selection because they are the higher seed, and they choose blue for game number 1.
Blue is a very interesting choice in this kind of a meta, unless they're just solely intending to try to get a hold of Caitlyn or something. That's really the only instance that I think that Blue should ever really be considered favorable. Gen G, they're just going to actually ban it away. DRX now with a Kalista ban. Renekton already banned away.
The Kalista ban is interesting. I think, obviously Ruler is a fantastic Kalista, but his Ashe has been the star performing champion for him. And I think if you ignore that or just let it go over without getting much in return, you're going to be struggling a little bit here just straight up in this draft. But they're going to go ahead and ban away BDD's Azir on top of everything else.
And Gen G, see what their final ban's going to be. It's going to be set. DRX, what is going to actually be the B1? Obviously, LCK meta very different from the rest of the world.
Yeah, that is true. I think Volibear might be coming in here. I think if you give over a Volibear to Clid, you might be in a little bit of trouble. And it has been one of the top tier picks in the LCK. But we do see the Ashe taken away, so this is what I was talking about in bans. They don't want to give that one over to Ruler.
I'm curious to see how Gen G are going to respond to this one. Obviously, Ezreal's still open. Senna is available as well. And this is the type of marksmen that are just really flourishing right now, and this is why I'm sort of worried for DRX. Because this means that Deft sort of has less influence than he would probably otherwise have in different metas. If you remember the meta from Spring, you have a lot more influence there, with Varus and Aphelios and a much stronger Ezreal. But now everything is centered more towards control. And Gen G, there it is, Volibear.
Yeah. Mr. Electric Bear himself comes out alongside of Senna, which is another pick that you did mention. Now, DRX looking to round this out. Will they go for their jungle pick here? There's a lot of stuff that we've seen picked into Volibear, such as AP junglers. Lilia's still available, Nidalee's still available. It looks like Pioshik, who has been on a bit of a roll with this Lilia, will be picking it up alongside of Lucian here for the side of DRX.
And this Lucian is most likely flexed between mid and top. The Lilia coming out is not really that surprising. She's been getting a lot of priority pretty much everywhere in the world right now. She's likely going to be jungle, but I like the fact that at least DRX has the ability to flex Lilia top lane, keep Lucian mid lane, and do a lot of crazy stuff. Twisted Fate coming out now for Gen G. And DRX, I mean, out the gate with the team comp that they have right now, they're forced to run into their opponents. All of their champions are short range. They do have some pick. They have some poke with their team comp with Lilia and obviously Ashe volleys, but Gen G's team composition, if they just keep drafting Protect and mid-rangey, it's going to be really hard for DRX to play the B4, B5 picks and try to come out ahead. And this is why red side can be a little bit scary. Galio gets banned away.
Yeah, they're trying to take away stuff that can go into the Twisted Fate, so maybe even a Sylas consideration here if they want to take away a couple of the responses we've been seeing to Twisted Fate. Sylas has fallen off a little bit, so they might consider something else. Maybe some kind of support that could go alongside of Ashe, but let's see what they're going to go with 5 seconds left here. They will go with the Karma.
Well, this is brewing up to be pretty interesting. The Akali ban as well. Maybe that's signifying that they want Azir. Or, well, no, Azir's already banned away. I'm not actually sure what the Akali is all about as a ban, then. That is sort of perplexing me. Now, the Nautilus being hovered here on R4 might just get locked in, and so they're not prioritizing bottom lane counter pick. They want to give Rascal whatever matchup he desires up and top.
Ooh, okay. That was a really quick pick with the Ornn coming out here for Doran. And Ornn has been interesting. It's been slowly coming back. It's something that Rascal can play and something that Doran has played a bunch of times as well in the regular season. The Thresh comes out here too, so offering a little bit of extra pick alongside of their, you know, Ashe and Ornn already. As one final pick here for Gen G. Will it be? Nope, it's going to switch to the Nidalee. So we got Volibear actually heading up towards the top side into the Ornn.
Well, Ornn is going to come in, and this makes DRX's team composition extremely hard engaged. And this is what I was mentioning prior to the match starting, that DRX, they draft these types of team compositions, and Gen G, they retain the ability to pivot Volibear top lane, and Volibear does beat Ornn inside of the laning phase. And because of Lilia and Ornn being double magic damage duo, Volibear has a lot easier time itemizing for early and mid game and then transitioning into his armor against Lucian and Ashe. And I feel like he's very well poised to be a pretty good body blocker here, which is all that they really need him to do. And Klid has really, really good lane setups for him on the Nidalee, whereas Pioshik is going to have a very hard time.
Yeah, I think it is going to come down to a little bit of jungle. You know, we'll see if any Diffie in the Jiffy comes out here today, because I love the swap that comes out with the Nidalee going straight into the Lilia, which was a response to the potential Volibear jungle. And you guys can see the entire lineup here. So, LS, you were saying if the draft goes even in the first couple of games, you would be favoring Gen G. So I'm curious to see how it is all going to play out, and if DRX can actually put up a fight against this Gen G that are on a roll like a freight train right now. As we're just about ready to jump into game number 1, guys. So here we go, DRX up against Gen G. The winner of this will move on to the World Championship, which was highlighted a little bit early on when we saw the point values from the playoffs. And here we go.
And that will mean the loser of this match, right, will go on to contend with T1, correct? In the gauntlet?
Well, it also depends
Most
on if...
like, oh yeah, the other, yeah.
If Dom1 win in the finals as well, because I think there is a chance that if Dom1 do go down, then they're going to have to fight through the gauntlet. I think for them it's pretty cut and dry. And also I think they were fans of T1. I'm not sure. I saw a lot of the graphs earlier on today, and I don't, you know...
The graphs are very complex.
Yeah,
they
I don't
are.
have them like imprinted on my mind just yet, but I'm sure we'll get that information as the games do progress here.
Well, so for these two team compositions, DRX, they do have a little bit of insurance policy with the Ornn in the later stages of the game. He has a little bit less scaling because he's taking Grasp here into Volibear rather than just going Spellbook. We see a lot of Ornn players in eastern regions still do this. Not elect for the Spellbook, but a lot of the champions on the side of DRX, they start to taper off after 2.5 items. And Senna cannot really go ignored the longer that this game ends up going with team comps being the way that they are. We got a big trade happening down here.
Yeah, just a little bit of back and forth. Of course, the frost arrows from Deft and the volley that he's able to put out is immense amount of poke alongside of Thresh, who is ranged compared to the Nautilus, who's going to have a little bit of a harder time there. Already mid lane looking pretty good for Jovi, even though it is just level 1, level 2 at the moment. Pioshik, as I mentioned in the draft, on a huge roll right now with the Lilia. He has 4 wins, 0 losses. In fact, the only person who does have a loss on Lilia is Spirit from the best of 5 that we did play on Friday.
Yep. We'll see what he can do here this game on Lilia. He went immediately into Klid's blue side jungle, as Klid was just full clearing his red side camps. So we'll see what ends up happening here. Klid does transition now. He's gonna get the bad news. Not a whole lot that's able to be happening here. Now, Deft and Keria, they have the ability to go for a cheater recall here. They did crash the wave. It was a little bit slower than they would have probably liked. And no, now they're just gonna end up getting locked inside of the lane. And you can see that Pioshik actually comes out with a slight edge here against Klid with the openings. So we'll see how the rest of this game is transitioned out.
There have been a lot of question mark pings around this blue side jungle. You can see that Pioshik, he's not going to check his blue. He's like, okay, I got a little bit of a lead. Let's take it slow here. I see my wolves are still up. Let's go for that. Don't want to face check into Klid right now, because if he ate a spear, that could mean some bad news for him, as Klid will be spotted. And of course, okay, nice little hook down here. Looks like Deft is not really concerned about even hitting the Nautilus. He's like, I want to push this lane. I don't know what you're doing, Keria. Just let me CS in peace.
And it seems like the bot lane, I mean, they're both just sort of going blow for blow. Neither bot laner does have teleport, though, so you do have to keep that in mind. Now, Chovy has cleanse here against TF. It looks like he's trying to trade, but it's totally fine because the wave is coming into him, so it's a bit peculiar why Klid was looking for any sort of a gank there. Oh.
Life is in a rough spot. That was a big mistake, not expecting Pioshik around, and the bowling ball even missed. I mean, it wasn't, you know, too much that came in, but he just got hit by the full combo of Keria plus Ignite, and I mean, with the ticking damage of the Lilia and the Ignite, I'm not sure why he went for the flash either. Just a little bit of a jumpy Nautilus play, I'll say, to start off this game.
Yeah, and that is a pretty good first blood for DRX happening so early on, and also Lilia being the one that gets it, because her jungle clear speeds up so quickly once she gets that Runic Echo. So any kills going her way, pretty ideal. Just 1 assist shared too, so Thresh getting a pretty good value out of it. Tier now already completed for the Senna. And Genji are actually just, they're falling behind pretty much everywhere as it currently stands. So DRX really off to a very good start right here. Deft has a very good hold in front of his tier 1 turret.
나 그래 말해줄게.
I'm gonna go for the grab. They're like, oh,
잡은 거
crap.
같은데? 나이스.
But
프리징 할게.
and they did. And just talking about what they want to do with the lane after that. They seemed a little bit surprised, you know,
Yeah.
the way the tone of their voices. They're like, oh, I think we got him. And just like that, it was a little bit simpler than they expected to take down that kill.
Well, the LCK total score, Senna versus Ashe 2-10, is pretty scary. But stats are not always indicative. They lead you to the questions. They don't answer them for you. What else was going on in those games? Who are the surrounding champions?
Yeah.
Those are always things that you do have to ask. Now, currently in this game, DRX are in a very, very nice position. They're up 900 gold. They should be able to get the first mountain because Lucian has such control over mid lane right now. And Rascal and Boris, I think they're having a little bit of a conversation as they see a Sheen on Volibear.
Yeah. Boris is just such a likable guy. He's very charismatic. It's hard to resist his charm. What can I say?
He is 1v9.
There's a reason why so many people get fooled as life. Ooh, nice little sidestep there. Lilia is in the vicinity, but we do have TF coming down. The flash comes in, but Deft is in a ton of trouble. They're going to give that kill over to Ruler as it just looks like Pyosik was getting to work on the Dragon, so kind of awkward for him, not able to be there to defend on the play, and also they see where he is, so Clid comes in, and they're going to scoop up and say, thanks for the leash, bro, and we'll take that Mountain Drake to start things off, so Gen G do get a little bit of a punch back.
Yeah, and that's a big victory for them against this DRX squad, because Lucian and Ashe are going to be the primary carries in the later stages of the game. That's a really nice cancel by Keria. Doesn't let life recall. But every little bit of armor is super valuable. Volibear will definitely utilize that a lot later. Zanya's Hourglass on Nidalee will probably come in at some point. Same on Twisted Fate. And every little bit of amp really helps out against marksman heavy champion, or team comps. Cloud Dragon coming up second also does indicate that we have a pretty spicy dragon on the way. Ocean and Infernal, both good.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice bit of poke coming out from Chovy. He's been doing a great job. I mean, this is something that Chovy is known for. He tries to dominate the lane as hard as possible, and in this kind of a matchup, he should be expected to, and has been doing a good job of that. About 22 CS ahead right now. The lanes crashing in and even at this moment. And DRX, they do have a nice amount of priority in a lot of the lanes, so they're just going to give this opportunity over to Pyosik. Even though he missed the Dragon, he will be able to pick up this Rift Herald. And there was a ward in that pit, so they knew this was going on, and Gen G just say, well, we're going to have to give that one over. As here's another look at the replay down on the bottom side.
Yeah, so we just see what's happening. Deft getting hit by the dredge line. BDD comes in, gold card, and says, see you later. Kill also going over to Ruler is very nice, and then everyone rotates over and gets the Mountain Drake. So, a bit unfortunate timing for DRX. But like you mentioned, Pyosik, in the meantime, he did get a solo Rift Herald capture, and those are always the best. When you have to pull over teammates to help out, they end up missing lane CS, lane gold and EXP. Feels pretty bad. BDD, not totally sure what he's doing right now. He is going to see Chovy and what Chovy's doing. He's down 23 CS right now, though, in the mid lane. Twisted Fate passive will help out a bit. Chovy does have cleanse, so I can't really see this working. I'm not sure why Clid keeps going for this, but he doesn't have any jungle camps up, so there's not a whole lot to do.
Yeah, just kind of just sticking around, you know, just making sure that BDD isn't going to get ganked or anything like that. He's being a little bit of a human ward. That's a nice little spear straight to the face as Rascal being quite annoying up here in the top side. He's going for it. Here we go. The Ornhorn a little bit late as the flash comes in, and oh man, he was still able to land that one as the flash will be forced by Rascal afterward. He was behind his turret, but he caught the little edge of the goat coming on in and called that Forge God very well indeed. So is able to at least force the flash once again out of Rascal.
Yeah, and so Doran and Rascal are trading really hard against one another. And you can see that Rascal, he ends up recalling. He doesn't quite have Trinity Force yet. He has the dagger as he's trying to power right into the item. And that's going to mean that now both top laners being flashless, Doran has very easy gank set up for Pyosik in the event that his ultimate's up. Rascal's not really going to be able to do anything against that. But then likewise, Destiny Gate from BDD gets very scary. That is also a turret plate that falls without giving over gold. So you got to keep that in mind, which is pretty nice. And also, I really like Chovy's itemization here. He's not sinning out of his mind losing to Boris with Blade of the Ruin King. On Lucian, he's going for more of the scaling build. It's not the Muramana that we've seen out of Nemesis in LEC, Fnatic's mid laner, but it is still a lot more scaling and control that this Lucian's going to be able to offer.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to see, as that was a very casual sidestep from BDD. Not sure if he knew what lie on the other side of that brush, because had that landed, he does not have cleanse, and he might have been in a world of pain. So with those Swifty boots, able to just sidestep. I was thinking maybe he would go Merc Treads, but you know, with all of the auto-attacking from the Lucian and the Ashe, I suppose he wants to go somewhere down the middle with a little bit of a more aggressive / defensive approach. So he's able to avoid ganks, he's able to set them up with this choice.
Yep.
And up here on the top side, you can see once again, still looks like they're very much positioning very aggressively. As the Nautilus on vision, Deft will not be fooled by this one.
And this is going to be Gen G just taking the Cloud Dragon for themselves. Now, it's not a super big ultimate by any means. Most of Gen G's ultimate, or actually all of them, are pretty situational. So it's not like the CDR that you're getting on the ult is ever really going to change the second cast that you would end up using it. So Ocean is going to be the soul of the game, and that is pretty spicy because both of these team comps are very brawlery, but I feel like Gen G are making out pretty well with this. That is a Nightmare Dragon for DRX to try to beat.
Misses the knock-up here, and he's able to hop on over, and now the turnaround. We got Lilting Lullaby coming in. Where is the TF? Why is it taking him so long to come up here? And now under the turret just says, okay, I'm gonna take you down. I'm not sure what happened in the mid side because BDD elected or was forced not to arrive up to the top side.
One of the other things that I really want to point out, so hopefully we'll get a replay of what was happening at BDD. My eyes actually didn't go to the minimap, so I can't really tell if something was going on with Chovy, but Chovy doesn't have a CC on Lucian, so I'm not entirely sure why BDD didn't follow through on Destiny Gate. Hopefully we get a replay, but again, BDD, one thing I want to point out is that this Rod of Ages at 14 minutes, it's very, very late. All right, so let's take a look at the mini-map here. We see what's going out. Rascal obviously leaps, doesn't get hit by the second activation. Destiny Gate is out, but it's a bluff. Twisted Fate's not in range to use the Destiny Gate yet, so I'm not sure why he activated it. That was very surprising. And given that Chovy had just seen him in mid lane, the bluff is never going to work.
Yeah, it's a pretty obvious bluff at that, and we do have to give him the benefit of the doubt by calling it a bluff, right? I mean, he was being forced under turret as, ooh, that was close. The root will land from the Senna, but yeah, I mean, he was being pushed under turret, and there was a little bit of a wave there as well. So BDD wasn't really in, you know, roaming position to be able to get up there, and Chovy just moved up towards the top side on BDD's side of the lane. So being zoned out a little bit there, and nice call by DRX to continue on, even though their 2 health bars were pretty low up in the top side. And DRX just continuing to get some nice little trades here as Doran is going to take down this entire turret, the first one of the game, on top of many plates up there, 2 or 3, I'd imagine.
And this Ornn is going to be very big. He should be able to have his ornaments online for the 4th dragon. Given that Gen G is getting these dragons really early, we're probably going to have a soul point game. And I think that's going to be very scary because DRX is going to be walking razor's edge pretty much against that Ocean Soul, and things can definitely get very scary there. BDD trying to shove in the wave, Clit here trying to absorb a little bit of XP, and honestly, Clit is not having a super ideal game. From the jungle opening, he did manage to get the first Mountain Dragon, but he's so far behind in the XP. He's level 9, and Pioshik is into level 11. Oh, man.
Oh, boy. Here we go. He does have the stopwatch, and actually the turnaround coming in. We got TP as well. Life using his own stopwatch, but Clit immediately is going to get burst down. A massive knockup now from Doran is going to help out as we trade kills, but now it's all DRX looking for extra as they run down the lane. A double kill going to Chovy's Lucian, and Deft, he wasn't even there. He's getting all the XP, the gold down on the bottom side. They didn't even need him, and so the 4v5 in the mid lane is going to go the way of DRX.
Yeah, and that is a very big victory for them right now. It offsets a lot of the control that Gen G are having. Clid gets set even further behind. And let's just take a look at how this all transpired. So really nice Lilia ball to start things off. The sleep demands the Zanyas. Now he does activate it a little bit sooner than I think he would have liked, so he didn't bait Piochik as far in as he could have. Destiny Gate and Chovy with the cleanse. Rascal does manage to trade 1-for-1 against Piochik, and Life barely manages to get out of there, but during all of that, Deft was just down in the bottom side and everything was going fine for them. So 4,500 gold lead here at 17.5 minutes. The issue though is that at this dragon fight, if it is going to take place, the item gap between all the champions is actually not that big. Lucian's very, very close to Infinity Edge, and so the Rod of Ages and the Sheen on Twisted Fate is still somewhat valuable. The base levels, though, inside of the jungle is definitely something that they're going to feel. Ruler also has a level lead over Deft, so this is a super important point inside of this game. If Gen G can get this dragon, they're still in the game.
Well, I think they're hard-pressed to get it. You know, it's not going to be easy as the hook will come in, but the double hook coming out from Keria, the knockup, but it's not enough. Life and Rascal getting too low. Lilting Lullaby now onto Clid. He gets crit down from half health to almost none, and DRX are just going to bully their way in. Doran looking for the snipe. Of course, the Warlock that is Ornn is able to summon the Demon to nearly come out and snipe him from downrange. And DRX now, they also had Shirley pushing bottom lane as this is all going. So DRX using this momentum and looking for more on this map.
Yeah, and right now they're in just such control of the game. They're up almost 6,000 gold, 18.5 minutes. They bought themselves so much time. This guarantees that Ornn is going to be able to bestow ornaments by the next dragon fight, which is going to basically suffocate Gen G that much more, their chances inside of this game. So we see them posturing, they're all pumped up. Nidalee can't really do anything here. She's just so giga far behind. Like, casts his ultimate, but he's really lucky he doesn't lose his life for it in the end. Ornn almost has his ult available. You can see that he's chasing. He finally summons it, but doesn't go for any sort of a Mad Life play or anything, and so Life able to barely skirt away from death. In that moment, Doran might flash away here, actually.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. He is quite tanky, though. We do have tons of wards on top of that lantern. He cannot click that thing. And
Taking a bit, you know? I mean,
he is no bully, I suppose, but nice little catch out there by Gen G. It's just one little thing. They're going to need many more of those, as there's no objective for them to force or no lane really where they have any push potential to do anything or anything like that. So here we go. He cleansed. That was insane. I didn't even see the stun hit him. It's like he just kept walking. So at least Ruler, you know, the Ruler effect has been real here on the side of Gen G, and he's 1-0-2. So if there is one player that you can try to, you know, if you're a Gen G fan, you're looking for something in this game, maybe look down towards Ruler and see what he can do in these later stage fights.
And Ruler in this game, he's positioned to basically be the carrying force in the later stages. I really like how he's itemized as well. Goes for the Yumu's Ghost Blade here, not getting trapped by the Black Cleaver. Doesn't really have any amp to give any of his teammates. He doesn't really need the item. HP pretty irrelevant as well, and you can see right here all the wards going down onto that lantern, and they just jump on top of it like it's a football. And Gen G, they get something for themselves, but they're still down 4,500 gold. And Ornn is about to ding 14. Things are definitely going to get really scary here. 2 minutes until the ocean.
Yeah, it's really rough, and this is what Ornn does offer you once we do get to this stage of the game. And you also mentioned how Lilia is pretty fed. We're going to have some pretty reliable engage that comes out of DRX and fantastic follow-up that comes out of Lilia, Ashe, and Lucian that are just going to jump on whatever target they are able to land any amount of CC onto. So from this lead, DRX definitely in a comfortable spot. We'll see what does go on as everybody's kind of grouping up towards the Baron, but we're only 21 minutes into this game, so it's still relatively early to try to burst down that objective. I suppose for now we'll just go ahead and farm it out.
Yeah, and right now, if you're a DRX fan, you're fine with this happening. And if you're Gen G, you're sort of just getting nervous as this continues on right now. Rod of Ages, it's going to take a while for Clid to finish his stack, and he's only at 3 right now. Really close call right there.
That was Mikhail's, by the way.
Yeah.
Just wanted to point that out. Deft will be saved by Keria in that instance.
And you can see BDD trying to do something up here in top lane, waiting for the wave. This is where freezing could happen, but we're not gonna get that. He's got a hot date. And
He's got places to be.
he does. He's got to be a dragon in 40 seconds. So
Boris is calling his name, you know. He just can't wait to get back to the fountain. Buy some more items. That's the way it goes. I'm curious to see what he will buy. I don't think he's got much gold. So he just goes back.
Fiendish Codex. Yep.
He's just trying to get as much power, I suppose, for this next fight, but not going all out with an elixir or anything like that. He's still going to be looking to build into the next item. And so perhaps Gen G are not going to be looking to go all in on this next fight by any means.
And it's interesting that you bring up the elixir. I think that some people would wonder why an elixir suggestion would come up. I think that if this was sole point, then yes, Amp Tome and Elixir, if you have the gold for it, to get the most power to just try to guarantee the capture of that game-ending objective would be pretty insane.
Oh boy, we found a couple of squishies down here. Look at Gen G looking to pounce BDD in a really awkward spot though. He cleanses and he's getting burst down and they can't do any damage to Doran. Where is the damage coming from Gen G? It's just kind of not there. And Doran incredibly tanky at this moment in time. TF can't really say the same for him as BDD went on a little bit of a walk. And so that will be the free Drake going over to the side of DRX, but it's a 1+1 because they also picked up the TF.
Yeah, and I don't know what Gen G is going to really be able to do inside of this game. DRX should be able to comfortably get Baron in just a little bit. Lucian is out of control right now. He already has the Molten Edge given by Ornn. It's going to be Zanya's Paradox most likely for Pioshik as his second item once Ornn ends up getting his hands onto that for the masterwork. And let's just take a look at this. This Destiny Gate just goes in so deep. And there was no way for Gen G to really follow up on it whatsoever. And you can see BDD was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Chovy able to just follow up and tap BDD into oblivion. And from there, I mean, it's a full-on retreat. And when Gen G's comp is behind like this, it's really, really hard for them to play because the Senna and Twisted Fate just don't have the kind of firing power that they would ideally want at this stage of the game. Everything's not really going Gen G's way here. 5,000 gold deficit, 25 minutes almost.
Yeah, they have a decent amount of burst and pick, but when it's always Dorn in the front line with his, his super tanky Ornn self, they're really not able to do too much. And BDD absolutely was a bit out of control, off the leash, I suppose, there, down in the bottom side. They're looking to pick here onto Chovy. They would love to get the shutdown. As here we go, cleanse will be used, but the knockup comes in, plus the stun. He's gonna flash away. Not sure about that decision. Ruler with another Captain Jack just says, I'm here to play today. And that's really why Ruler is so valuable.
Yeah.
This team always just super consistent, especially when the pressure is on. But nice little pick there from Gen G. Still waiting to see a team fight where they look strong, though, because all of their wins in this game have been, a little kill on the side over here, a little bit of, a Cloud Drake over here. Not really much else.
And it feels like if you're wondering what they can do at this point, well, it's not the Build-A-Bear that is BDD. He has the Fiendish Codex, has the Zeal. Yeah, well, it's Ornn.
Once again, is incredibly tanky, but there is going to be a Lantern that comes out. And so DRX, I suppose, smartly saying, well, we don't have Chovy. He has a lot of our damage and gold right now, so let's just back out of that one.
Very worrying game here. Oh, I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah,
he's gonna flash.
An awkward spot, and now Life might be the one that sacrifices for it. Deft immediately going to be there and eat him up, essentially. Takes that kill down. And, okay, looking for the engage here is Keria, actually. Over the wall comes Jovi. Really nice setup from Keria. And no follow-up. Okay, the stun comes.
Oh!
Looking for the
wild card miss.
They can't quite get him. Where is the damage on a Jovi? They can't do it. And now the 280 carries going head-to-head. Deft is going to win that one just barely. And so what was just the one support kill is now 4 dead for the side of Gen.G, and DRX will absolutely take down this Baron unless Clid is able to pull off a miracle.
Well, I don't think Clid's going to be able to do it. You can say Keria acting as the gatekeeper in the event that Clid would ever try to make his way over towards the Baron Nashor pit. But take a look at this replay from a while ago. Teleport comes in. You can see the cleanse onto Chovy. Ultimate comes out. They end up getting on top of him. And they do bring him down. They gave over the kill to BDD. And then in the follow-up fight, yeah, this is where I'm not sure where BDD was going, or Rascal. I have no clue what he's thinking about or why he's doing that, because you see where all of his teammates are. You know that DRX is in very close proximity. BDD even down in bot lane. And let's take a look at this team fight. Watch the wild cards as well. So Rascal getting caught up. He gets brought down very quickly. There's the gold card, and then the wild cards whip. If they landed, Chovy would have gone down. Absolutely. And that maybe changes some of the ability to just do the Baron as simply as they would have. Def still would have killed Keria. That would not have changed whatsoever if Twisted Fate was alive, but definitely could have been a bit of a different song and dance. A lot of the predictions are instantly wrong, most likely now, Veldis.
That is true, but again, DRX were not looking solid coming into this one, so obviously there was a reason to be a little bit skeptical of DRX, but they have showed up to play. And we knew that this team, they are very skilled, they have the ability. It's just the question of can they do it on the day, as here we go, the hook comes in, they immediately take out BDD, and not much of a follow-up. Nice snipe there from Ruler. He's looking for Deft, gets the 2, but Chovy is just so strong right now. Takes the turret shot. In goes Rascal, though. They're going to take down Chovy. They might be able to stop the offense coming in from DRX as Pioche goes on as he will go down. That's the Quadra. And Ruler says, I'm not going to go down without a fight. I don't care how my team is going to do. They're looking for this pentakill. Should eventually be able to get it. Finally comes in. Ruler will pick up the pentakill in game number 1. Somehow, some way, against so much of the green of the way this game has been going.
They're going to get the Ocean Dragon. They're going to bring this game to Soul Point. And Ruler, now with 5 kills under his belt, he probably just got another core item. The Senna is going to go all the way to almost full item build immediately off this team fight. And DRX, with the DRX special, they charge into the base, and Senna just doing so much value right there. Clid is golden. He buys up so much time for Rascal to come over the wall. Chovy not able to do anything there. And Pioche, who was not long for this world, Doran just not able to quite make it out. You can see he was thinking about if he could land the E onto Ruler, he could maybe go for the Searing Charge and try to trade a kill away. As we come back into live, I would imagine Gen.G got the Ocean Dragon, and they're actually in a pretty okay position. If they get to Ocean Soul, things get dicey. Mortal Reminder needs to come in on Lucian as the next item. Bramble Vest is already there on Ornn. Not really sure about the Ronduins on Doran, but would have been really nice to have a Solari or something at this point in the game to really just asphyxiate Gen.G's chances in a straight-up team fight, given that a lot of that fight is very brawlery. It's very burst-centric. You see the Zanya's Paradox, Molten Edge going to be given over to Def soon. And Keria actually didn't go for an ornament, which is very surprising. He went for the Shurelya's instead.
Yeah, Shurelya's has been an interesting question we've been dealing with. A lot of supports, especially in the LCK, have been really favoring this item alongside of Mikhail's. Those have been the 2 items that have come back in a big way. And I suppose he's just saying, well, I just want to get those, you know, a little bit of a, 5% extra effectiveness on my engage, or I suppose disengage in some rare spots. But I mean, you're absolutely right. This game is now in a really interesting spot where it really could go either way. as I'm being attacked by a rogue Yumi in my house. But we are definitely in an interesting game state now. I mean, this could be either team's game from here on out, which is not the case. Even just 2-3 minutes ago, Clid is still a little bit useless in this game. He's mostly just a heal bot for Ruler.
Yeah.
And BDD hasn't really been looking very effective. A little bit of a soft game one for him. So once again, I've been highlighting Ruler so much coming into these playoffs, and this guy is just insane. And he's looking to do it again potentially here, although here comes the engage. Will be nice onto the two of them, but there's really no follow-up.
Yeah, and DRX, I'm not sure why they're doing what they're doing. They're just all grouping up in mid lane. And this is some of the weaknesses that DRX have shown throughout the split, is their inability to do late game types of macro. They really rely on just pulverizing through their opponents. And it's been one of the main criticisms of the team throughout all of 2020. So at this point in the game, we're reaching 34-35 minute mark. The gold lead at the top starts to become less relevant. It is about those ornaments, and it's the fact that Gen.G's team composition, a lot of their champions are starting to slow down. Clid, not going to be at Zhonya's anytime soon. Rascal's a bit of Build-A-Bear workshop right now, and no item completion for him really dramatically changes Volibear's influence in the game. But Mortal Reminder on Deft, Mortal Reminder on Chovy. These are really big item completions that he could end up getting. Let's see if DRX is going to be able to capture the Baron here, because this will go immediately into Ocean Soul.
Well, they're looking to lock down Doran. The follow-up on the damage a little bit slow as a nice hook comes in, and the flash is late from Clid. He immediately goes down, and now it's 4v5, and Gen.G, they're still here. They're still looking for the fight as Ruler pretty far away looking for that ultimate. In goes Chovy. He's looking for the assassination, and he's going to get it. And without that damage to come in from Ruler, I'm not sure if they've got a chance, but now Gen.G, they're just splitting up. They're trying to run away as fast as possible as DRX are trying to get in there. You see Keria now going to flash in, looking to stop the back of Rascal. Not having that Volibear is going to be incredibly important, but here comes BDD.
Oh!
As the teleports come in, as the damage not quite there onto Pyoshik. Life, he's tanky, but he doesn't do much else as Chovy gets extremely low, but he's still going in the TP, trying to go down from the side of Rascal. He's going to get here, but he's so low. In goes Doran, who gets the assassination on the TF, and I think they might have just done it. DRX, they had one big hiccup in this game, but they just got to focus down this Nexus, and they will take game number 1 away from Gen.G.
And what a game number 1 that ends up going over. I do not know what to really expect for this series now because of the dominant lane phase that DRX ended up having. They had a lot of control pretty much throughout the early and mid game. They did fumble the initial dragon, if you recall, but they managed to end up carrying it through to a victory, and Clid having a very off performance on the Nidalee. Even at the very end there, the fumble was very uncharacteristic, really late on pulling the trigger there, and in a weird way, it sort of did have an impact at the very end of the game, because that was a very close Nexus defense.
Yeah, I think it was closer than we expected it to be, just the way that it went in the early and mid game. And there was, it felt like a lot of uselessness within the comp from behind out of the TF and the Nidalee. And I mean, Clid didn't have a great game, BDD didn't either. I mean, he set up that kill down on the bottom side, but the Lucian was just way too oppressive in the lane. I think Chovy did a really great job of denying a lot of the map control that TF generally has, and the jungle was actually won this game pretty handily by Pyoshik. These are things that we didn't exactly expect, and are definitely part of the reason why the game went the way it did, as we're starting off with Life's little oopsie in these highlights.
And we saw Life's oopsie, Deft, end up getting tagged here inside of this highlight. This was a very big turnaround. This was actually one of the most defining moments of the entire game. BDD uses the Zhonya's a little bit early, and so Pyoshik wasn't as committed as he otherwise could have been. And this is just a massive 4v5 victory for them, because remember, Deft was, meanwhile, he was down in the bottom. This was BDD just going way too ham. into the backline with that Destiny gate. DRX all just collapsed. BDD tries to flash away, but Chovy able to just get in there and tap him on the Lucian. Here, Blue Trinket comes out, cleanse. They got a lot of value here. They got both of his summoners, but didn't really matter. Gen.G, they almost managed to get back into a winning spot inside of this game, but the writing was not on the wall.
Yeah, I think there were some pretty big mistakes in this game out of Gen.G. I also think that DRX fought better in terms of the team fights in the mid game, and when you don't have some of your, your main performers not really performing, if they're not doing very well to start you off, you're not going to have a good time. As Carrion was pretty on point. I liked a lot of his engages. I'm not, it's not my responsibility to do the POG this time. I'll leave that up to you as the analyst of this cast, but would be interesting to think about who would have picked it up this time around.
Well, I think you don't need to ask me who got the player of the
game.
game.
I don't even know why I even...
Yeah,
Obviously, it's Ruler, right?
Well, it's a weird way to say Chovy. You gotta really work on your accent there, I think.
That's true.
Is
struggling with that.
Yeah. Makes sense.
There's only one player who got a pentakill, and that was Ruler, so...
Yep.
But, yeah, of course, DRX, I think as a team, did have a pretty nice game overall. This was a good assassination from Chovy. Sees his moment and says, well, I'm just going to go on in, and that's where really Lucian does find some of his power, is in some of those broken up team fights. If you're just going front to back, he does suffer a little bit, but if he can isolate one target with that crit build, he's going to have a fun time, especially if it's a squishy Senna, as he does do the most damage in the game by far, I'd say. I mean, he's more than 6,000 ahead of even Ruler, who picked up a pentakill, so obviously Chovy doing a fantastic job on the Lucian here in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, he lane kingdomed BDD really hard. He was a very key part in influencing basically everything that was happening around mid. He built well, he didn't lose to Boris. That's always an upside. It's a very difficult thing if you watch League across the world right now, so he's got that going. We'll see if Gen.G can bounce back in Game 2, though.
Yep, that is the question. So, guys, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Game number 2.
레오나 궁 빼앗았고
먹었어, 영원.
이걸 캐년이 먹었네요.
전투! 캐년 진짜 탈출!
근데 레오나 앞라인 잘 버티고 있고
근데
시작했거든요.
얘는 자장가 때문에 그냥 잤어요!
다음에 마크가 어떤 식으로 되는지 봐야죠. 자, 칸나와 너구리 1대1 구도. 그리고
대진이!
밀고 들어오는 구도인데요.
쇼메이커!
미래 잡았어요.
야! 결국
한번 들어갔고요. 시간 어그로 핑퐁. 이거 진이랑 나르가 밀고 나가면 나르! KT! 22분입니다. 완전 초대박!
빠져나갑니다.
파이어 들어갔거든요.
이거 도시였던가요? 일단 배는 잡고.
아니 그리고
다시 한번.
위치를 잡아주는데요. 미스틱이 일단 딜을 하는데 육칼 미스틱이 못 잡는 거 같죠? 이거 아프리카 프린스가
다시 한번 아프리카 프린스
밀고 들어가는데요.
트리플킬 커트콜 몇 명.
와,
전장과
진짜어요. 야, 진짜. 아니 커트 와 에이밍이 진짜 틀어막은 느낌이에요. 사실 뭐 에이밍의 진이
얘 이거 뭐예요?
오!
이거 왜?
누구 건가요?
랜덤 게임.
빵! 와! 에이밍! 에이밍! 들어갈 생각이거든요, KT? KT 들어갈 생각입니다.
먹었어요.
먹었는데. 아니, 자, 한타 봐야 돼요. 한타 봐야 돼요. 한타. 근데 에이밍이 일단 딜하거든요.
플라이가.
자, 그리고
플라이
먼저
생각.
와, 플라이.
야, 대박.
펀치가 이렇게. 와. 드는 타이밍에 탑들끼리 거침없이 들교환을 하더니 나 6렙 그런데 6렙 리치도 침착하게 6렙 맞춰 찍었고 그다음에 친구가
이거 픽업하다 보면 있을 것
친구는
같은데요.
왜 아직도 여기 있는 거야? 뭐 이런 생각도 할 것 같은데요.
그러면 가야죠. 그래도
와,
익수가
아니, 이거
익수 씨 같은 거.
아니 이게 지금 아니 좋아 보이는데요, T1. 안쪽을 노려, 안쪽을 노려, 들어갔어. 와, 그 다음, 네, 그러면 일단은 버티기, 일단은 버티기, 설마. 다시 나가면 지금. 그럼 오른쪽 괴수들, 괴수들 왼쪽에. 토비가 먼저 끊겼고요. 이러면 뿌리디랑 클레오죠. 버텨냈어요. 버텨냈죠. 살았습니다. 대박의 이스. 아칼리가 살았어요.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the LCK semifinals. It is round 2, and it is Gen.G up against DRX. Gen.G, we were expecting to be the favorites coming into this match. Every single analyst predicted them to take the series, but DRX start off with a very strong victory here in game number 1 and are looking better than they have in recent weeks, LS.
Yeah, and I think the way that they ended up doing it was mostly through what we would expect out of DRX if they are going to win. They were lane kingdoming pretty much everything. Pioshik, though, with massive upside inside of the jungle. Clid having a very off game with his pathing. He fell down 2.5 levels at one point on Nidalee versus Lilia. That's obviously very uncharacteristic. They pivoted the Volibear top lane. They lost control of the game, weren't able to force any sort of soul point shenanigans, and then DRX, they almost counter through in DRX fashion, but they still managed to maintain and pull through, and like all things in life, Chovy POG.
Well, he's able to win one POG, at least, so we'll see how many more he can pick up today, but obviously had quite the game on the Lucian. We're only really showing his team highlights, but he also lane kingdom here against BDD, made BDD look pretty useless in this game, and he got so much damage down. All of it was very effective, always in the right place at the right time, and absolutely was that mega damage dealer for DRX in this game.
Yeah, he was doing so much on the Lucian inside of the laning phase to the mid game, to the late game. He was such a driving piece for DRX here. Obviously in the highlight right here, he gets on to Ruler, doesn't allow Ruler to really do too much. And it was 8 out. Okay, so we got one Sinner. I'm going to have to figure out who that was.
So someone voted for Doran on the Ornn. No, I don't.
That guy,
would've been,
you know.
Third or fourth choice, maybe.
It's probably Boris.
He's infiltrated the LCK voting system, apparently. Very strong guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chovy seems to be the pretty obvious winner there. Notice how in that last highlight, he wasn't just playing front to back. He wasn't just hitting only the Volibear. He was looking for that backline, the squishy underside of the Gen.G composition, and the carries of Gen.G, such as BDD and Ruler. He was able to get there in position with Lucian's mobility, and really shows the strength of that pick here as we are going to move into game number 2's draft.
Yeah, and here we go. Gen.G now, they're going to be on the blue side. Lucian being banned away, and I would actually expect this champion as weeks go on, as well as Worlds when it ends up commencing, to have a lot higher priority, because his laning phase oppressiveness now inside of mid, top, he's able to even go bot lane if you need him to, if something's going catastrophically wrong in the draft. Things can definitely be very good for him as a pivot, and I think that it's worrying that Gen.G on blue are actually banning him away so early on. DRX, they're banning away the Renekton, and now Caitlyn getting banned away. I do believe that Ruler has said in an interview he doesn't think that Caitlyn lives up to the hype that she is getting pretty much everywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely one to play more of the Ashe, the Senna, as we've seen, and hasn't gotten his hands onto the Caitlyn as often as some of the other picks. So I think he's following up his statements with results and actions, which is pretty interesting to see. As Kalista and Renekton banned here by DRX, so same first 2 bans on blue side and red side. By the way, Gen.G with side selection for game 2, they do select the blue side. So both teams are going to be favoring this blue side for this best of 5.
Yeah, and it seems like Gen.G, they're just trying to restrict a lot of the control lane dominant champions away from DRX, and we'll see what DRX's last champion is going to be. It's going to be the Akali, and so curious to see what Gen.G are going to prioritize as a B1 pick here. And Set is being hovered. Now obviously the Trinity force of Set, Volibear, and Olaf, all those still exist. And
Yep,
there it is.
And we love them here.
Yeah.
The LCK, that's for sure. That hasn't changed. And Azir is going to be picked up here. So I had Azir on the mind because it didn't get banned this time around. They banned BDD and Rascal's Akali instead. and they elect to pick it. So I was thinking Gen G would select it either B2 or B3, but instead DRX say, well, no, we're going to steal that away alongside of Volibear. Volibear is interesting. Definitely the teams still think it's pretty strong here in the LCK, but we see a lot of set into the Volibear, so maybe a little bit of counter-picking themselves.
Well, we'll see how Gen G try to draft here. Ashe coming out for Ruler. And again, this means that Senna is still up and available, Ezreal as well. Echo, we've seen BDD with the Echo. I mean, obviously, the memory that probably comes to mind for a lot of people was his 5-man Echo stun that he ended up getting. It's probably one of the biggest highlights in LCK. Ooh! The Burger King pick has
Is that him?
made it. I think that the pick has now made its way over to Korea, as Zilean is going to get locked in. Now, this historically is a champion that BDD has liked. He's also played this actually quite a bit in solo queue throughout the year, so another very interesting pick here, as Zilean coming in for Gen G definitely does spice some things up. Now, Set, he's able to retain all of his flex potency here as Senna comes in on R3 for DRX. We're going to move to the second ban phase. And this is a very difficult spot to try to ban things because of that Set. He's able to go top, able to go jungle, able to go support. Zilean is, in theory, able to also go support mid and top. So things are pretty hard to ban away here. So DRX, they're just going to actually ban blanket combos.
Yep.
Rather than try to actually go for anything in specific, because so many things are just wide open.
Exactly. Just like you said, blanket combos. Ashe Pantheon has been a pretty popular one towards the end of summer. Curious what else they're going to consider banning away here alongside of it. We saw Ornn was picked in game number 1. I wonder if they would consider going for that here alongside of their comp. Would offer some insane engage. A lot of stuff would have to be flexed, of course, as they don't think that the Zilean and the Set will be going into the support role too much. I mean, we see Pantheon and the Bard taken away alongside of the Thresh this time around from Keria. I mean, trying to ban out Keria is like trying to, you know, find a needle in a haystack, basically. The guy can play pretty much any champion that is in the meta, or outside of the meta even. As Braum is also going to be taken away. They're just looking to trim it down a little bit, take away some of the more powerful combos, but Keria is just going to go for Nautilus, it seems, anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, Nautilus comes in as a pretty generic support yet again, this time on DRX's side, and so they're retaining the pivot on Volibear to be able to go top lane, as well as keeping him inside of the jungle, and they want to, oh, no, okay, Leona actually going to come in here. And so now, Gen G, I mean, this is a really good Morgana spot if there ever was going to be one. Has so much value against Volibear, so much value against Senna, so much value against the Leona. And it provides so much even for the Set.
Yeah.
And there's Ornn.
They've got a really nice team fighting composition towards the mid to late stages of the game. I really like the Morgana suggestion that you gave. I mean, it's even pretty good into the Azir, all things considered. It offers you a nice amount of pick, but they're considering a jungler actually here for the side of Clid. So that Set looks to be going into the bottom lane alongside of Ashe, with Zilean mid, Ornn top, and Graves into the jungle is what I would imagine will be the selection here for Gen G.
And I feel like this is really dropping the ball, because now they keep all of their champions super short range. Their pick and their poke mostly comes down now to Ashe and Zilean, but they don't have a whole lot of other fodder for it. And they hand control back over to DRX inside of the draft phase. And I think that that is extremely worrisome to do. And Irelia is going to come out as the final pick, and it's going to end up in Doran's hands, which is going to be very interesting. So let's see how Gen G try to juggle this. They have enormous amounts of scaling on their team composition. The thing that worries me most, though, is that Volibear, Senna, and Azir get massive value against this Gen G team comp.
It's definitely worrying for the side of Gen G. Very curious about this Aurelia. Obviously, that is one of the picks that stands out, I suppose, alongside Zillion, who probably stands out the most in this draft. But Doran coming out here and piloting this one is quite interesting. It seems like DRX as a team do have confidence in Doran to play that very mechanically challenging champion into the tanky Ornn. And it seems like both teams are saying, well, we don't want this Ornn to just come out here unpunished. We wanna take stuff into it that will have winning laning phases, or at least can get aggressive. And so we see that once again with the Aurelia up into the top side.
Yeah, and we'll see what Gen G are going to manage to do with this. This is a very worrisome draft, especially if they get lane kingdom in some of these lanes, which they definitely have been set up to maybe do. They do have very big upside, though, for Clid on the Graves against Pioshik's Volibear, but a lot of these lanes are very volatile. So we'll see what ends up happening here in game number 2. This is thematically the type of 2 team comps that I would expect out of these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see that Gen G going back to that kind of scaling up, team fighting oriented composition. But again, they suffered a bit in game number 1. I think they need to prove to a lot of the people, a lot of the fans coming into this series that were predicting them to come out and do well, that they're not just going to get bopped 3 times in a row in laning phases and then take awkward team fights, that they can actually be proactive and try to get some good wins here, as Rascal has just been enjoying himself this series. He was dancing on the Volibear, he's dancing, he's laughing on the Ornn, he's got all the big boys up there in the top side. That's going to be his role today, it seems. That rock up in the top for Gen G.
And I think Gen G are just going to try to play this early game a little bit slow. I'm very surprised by the Doran's ring on BDD here in mid, because he's mostly just trying to survive and sustain against the Azir. It's very hard for there to be any real gank setup with the Graves. So I would have expected BDD to be a little bit greedier with his opening buy. Starts off by missing 1 CS, and you know, I mean, that's a go next. So Valdez, over to you.
Yeah, let's wrap it up then, I guess. But Zillion, he's got some of the most awkward auto attacks. Not very high damage, very slow projectile. It's difficult, and it's not easy to CS under turret with bombs and stuff like that. So that's one thing that can make or break a Zillion player. If you're just missing all the CS, it's not really gonna be a good feel for you as this game comes along. But looks like so far he's only missed the 1, maybe 2 there in the mid lane, as Rascal has played 30 games of Ornn. Might be his most played ever.
Yeah, and we'll see what he manages to do here on this champion. 66.7% win rate. And Doran, I mean, he's really positioned this perfectly for a cheater recall if he's going to end up going for it. Now, he hasn't popped any of his corrupting potions yet, so we'll see if he does actually follow through with it. But he's trading on Rascal instead.
Oh, that's a huge amount of damage. Had he had Ignite, I think he definitely would have gone in on that one, but that's not the way we do it here. He misses the cannon, so go next. Over to you, Ellis.
I mean, right here, this is where it gets a little bit unfortunate, because you can see he can't do anything to the 4th wave, and he pushed it. He waited too long with pushing it, and so now the 4th wave comes in. Now, Doran's going to be able to hug this, and you can see what Pioshik is doing. He's trying to make his way over, maybe threaten some sort of a dive, but Rascal's actually pretty happy with how this is all transpiring. So Doran went from really having a super big winning meter in the lane to all of a sudden the Ornn is actually somewhat happy. Now, Volibear, he does get the Scuttle Crab on the left-hand side, but Rascal, for the most part, is going to be able to fade the kind of deficit that he should have been in this lane.
Going in onto Ruler down on the bottom side, but Keria may have overstepped his bounds. He gets ignited. Will stay alive. Doesn't look like Life or Ruler want to use too many other summoners, so it's just Ignite for Exhaust traded down here on the bottom side. You can see that Ashe, though, getting a very nice lane so far. Having a fantastic time. Another trade up here top side. In goes Doran. He's looking for that solo. The flash comes out. and Doran is not going to flash follow. So he just picks up that one, and now we got an engage here in the jungle. As all that priority down in the bottom side, Keria, oh man, he's might have to flash here. There's a lot of damage coming out. He doesn't flash. He thinks he can survive, and he gets shut down there by the set as Life picks up first blood in a nice aggressive trade by Gen.G.
And the first blood, it goes over to the set, but Volibear is going to lose so much control now over to Klid, who's just going to pillage his right side jungle. And you can see Doran off the reset. He only manages to get a call. Now he does retain his his flash advantage, so we'll see what he can actually do with it. Rascal.
He's going for this. He's really looking for the kill. Rascal doesn't have flash. He does miss the knockup. What a play by Doran. Just outsteps that one and is able to dodge. And Rascal, he is really struggling up here. We got Cole Aurelia just getting straight up solo kills on double cloth armor Ornn and making it look easy.
And well, that is a very big turn of events, because when Aurelia gets ahead, and she's ahead.
no.
Ooh, hold on. Actually, no, she's not.
Taking a lot of damage. Life is just, he's owning this bottom lane alongside Ruler, who is incredibly solid on the Ashe, of course, but looks like Deft and Keria will be safe for now. As we got never-ending action here.
I mean, this is absolutely chaotic right now here inside of this early game. There is trades happening everywhere. I want to point out that Doran, he is well into level 6. Rascal just dinged 5. So the level discrepancy up in top lane, and it's going to be Blade of the Ruin King on Aurelia. And can they stop bullying him?
This just isn't fair.
Oh,
Poor
man.
guy.
This is...
I think he's straight up dead. Let's see. Well, okay.
Vanguard's dead.
We're going to go for the dive here. And the stun will be avoided. Lots of damage going on to Pyoshe. He's going to go down. Oh! That was really unfortunate. Just taking that one extra turret shot on max range from that top turret. And actually, it's Rascal who gets the last laugh.
I mean, I don't even know what Pyoshik's doing right there, because he can just wait for the wave to come into Aurelia. Rascal does not have level 6. Rascal does not have flash. It makes literally no sense why he pulls the trigger that early, forcing the issue. I mean, if you're Doran right now, you're not only question mark pinging him until it says that you must wait for more pings, you're also reporting him after the game.
And calling for 9 times across the board.
9x.
Just say 9 in the chat. Everybody gets what you mean. Doran is, he doesn't seem too phased. I mean, he's just directly straight in the face of Rascal once again. So he's like, yeah, sorry about my jungler, but I've still got to do my job. As this is the solo kill as we listen into Doran.
쿨감 오프만큼 차이 난다.
오케이. 그브 늑대 털 수도. 나 탑 붙어주긴 해. 나이스.
It's a really nice kill there. We also saw Keria in the chat using English, spamming 9 top for the flash. And you can just see this is way too overforced by Pyoshik. It made no sense whatsoever. You know that Rascal doesn't have a ward because you had total vision on him as he came back into the lane. You know that he doesn't have flash. It just doesn't make any sense why Pyoshik was so willing to do that. But, you know, much like our resident World of Warcraft player here in a lot of the games, sometimes you got to give in to the Leroy.
Yeah, it's kind of just built into your DNA. You don't really have much of a choice. And, I mean, he looked pretty solid in game number 1. We can give him that. Looks very good on a champion like Lilia that can kind of sit back, farm Raptors 8,000 times, and then eventually get really fed by being in the right place at the right time. But more proactive ganky junglers, Pyoshik has struggled on a little bit, and struggles there once again, gives Rascal a breath of life, a breath of fresh air up in the top lane. It's still going to be difficult, especially as Doran gets some items, but obviously that gold is going to allow him to pick up a Ruby Crystal, you'd imagine, and just be a little bit tankier and more sustained up in that top side.
And I think
Yeah.
right now, what is going to happen is Doran, he's lost the ability to really just completely pile drive this top lane. You can see that Rascal's still being a little bit reserved. Doran does still have an advantage present up in top, but it's not the kind of one where he can just guarantee that his team will win the game as long as they don't bleed out elsewhere. And Gen.G now, they're rotating for the Rift Herald. They're dragging everyone over. And, I mean, this is the classic. Now, DRX are favored at this fight. So, I am not sure...
Well,
what
is trying to force it? That's a nice arrow, actually. Let's Clid get it. They're trying to burst down that bear as he's going to get knocked up, but in he goes, trading back onto Clid, and will survive. The Zilean ultimate going to come out and make Clid survive. That extra damage is going to help out so much. Doran gets low. Flash in, and a double kill comes out from Clid. Immediately just blasts them both in the face, as now it's a huge play here for Gen.G. They're going to take down one more as Life is able to flash forward. And now the 3-for-0 on top of the Rift Herald, though, looking for Jovi. Those bombs were not even necessary, BDD, but good effort as Life is going to come in and show him who the true alpha really is.
And I mean, with this kind of a victory, and now the Rift Herald, they're going to plant this one down. They're going to give all of the plates over to BDD. I just feel like this game is just busted so wide open. And when you consider that they have ornaments on their team, they have Zilean, who's accelerating some of the XP leads on the team as well. There is just such little hope if you are a DRX fan inside of this game. So they're rotating over, and I'll take a look at this. A beautiful arrow by Ruler, so much damage onto Pyoshik, who just gets knocked up into Bounce City. He gets on to the Graves, but it didn't matter as the Zilean ultimate able to res him at about 60% life. Boom. And then the double kill coming out by Clid. Just a very unfortunate setup there for DRX, and a really good opportunity capitalized on by Gen.G. And with that, I mean, they just decimate the game. They get the ace. The Rift Herald, I just think we're going to game number 3, Valdez, with the series tied up.
This kind of looks like the way that Gen.G looked in their matches against Afrika, minus the solo kill, of course, up in the top side. A lot of the fights were extremely one-sided, and they were just able to just push the game so fast in their favor, and that's what it looks like here in this one, as Doran does a good job getting Rascal low. It looks like Rascal was getting a little bit, you know, out of hand, so Doran had to sit him down there a little bit, show him who's boss in this lane. And, well, Rascal's going to level up, and he's pretty tanky at this point and has some nice sustain, but Doran at full health will continue to try to do what he does up in the top side, but as a whole, down 3,000 gold, and Life is just so unbelievably fed right now. He's 2-0-3, just walks behind the turret. TP is coming in here, and now Life's in an awkward spot. They're trying to get on top of Ruler. The cleanse will come out. Nice stun by BDD. Life is actually going to get away as well, but Ruler going into the jungle is unfortunately going to be isolated and taken down here by the Aurelia that comes from the top lane.
Yeah, and Chovy wasn't able to get any sort of a kill there. And so while they do pick up one of the kills, they end up going 1-for-1. The Senna is just so far behind, and she's really behind right now in laning phase, and it's going to be very hard for Dep to keep up in the later stages of the game in the CS department because of the difficulty that Senna has farming in the later stages of the game. And we just take a look at this. I mean, the wave is coming in. Life, superplex right into the wall. Perfect haymaker lined up. And you can see Keria, he gets there. He tries to stun Ruler. Cleanse comes out. Solar Flare to follow up. Double bomb there onto Keria. Zenith Blade comes back up again. Teleport by Doran. Flawless duet locking him up. And honestly, that was just not a very fun time if you were Ruler. DRX now, they're trying to get this Infernal Dragon. Nope, that's going to go the way of Gen.G.
Oh, nice smite comes in there, and, well, see you later, Aurelia. Not really able to do much. Pretty irrelevant, I should say, as Chovy goes in, gets the one onto BDD, but he's got the Zilean ultimate on him, and everybody else is just fighting front to back. They are so far ahead. They're smacking them with their wallets right now. Keria's going to go down. Deft will also be taken down. That is a clean ace for the side of Gen.G. 5-for-0. And they are running away with this game.
They are so far ahead at this point. Now with the Infernal Dragon bolstering them up even more. The Dragon going down and going their way. They're 2 Drakes away from Soul Point. Things are looking real grim right now. So you can see the Ornhorn going in. Set just helping get that kill onto Doran immediately, and this is where Gen.G's team comp is going to flourish, when DRX is coming into them, because Zilean is just going to have so much effectiveness. The grit on Graves is going to be out of control. And now, with this fight concluding, Ornn gets more time to scale up. try to get to his ornaments. You can see the glacial items continuing to come in for BDD right now. He already has the GLP 800. A little bit surprised to not see him pick up the Magi's Soul Stealer here. He's at 9 stacks already. So even an assist would grant him the passive. A little bit surprising there. 7,000 gold lead almost. It's actually more than that if you factor in the base levels, you factor in that Infernal Dragon. And things are looking, again, very grim. If you're a DRX fan and you're wondering, well, how do we come back inside of this game? It's very hard to do so because all of their champions now are going to be forced to run into Gen G because Gen G have the tempo, they have the control, they're always going to be first to the major neutral objectives. They're always going to be the one demanding now that DRX come into them, and that's such an impossible task to run into Ornn and Zilean.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the way this game has gone this time around. Looks like Clid is going to feel much better about the way this one went in the jungle, as they're just chipping away at Doran. Keria thinking about going on to life, but I mean, Clid wasn't even super active. He just had fantastic team fights and he farmed up really well while Pyoshik was kind of like diving top and dying by himself. So that's really where the majority of the advantage comes in there for the jungle. And I mean, the only person who's got kills on the side of DRX is Doran, but he's this Aurelia that's going to have a really rough time just running straight into Genji's comp, as you were mentioning. So definitely looking pretty dire. We haven't seen any super flashy plays out of Chovy. He got a couple of one-man Emperor's Divides. Not really able to make the big difference, as they were considering going in on this one. Just going to defend and try to hold on desperately to this game.
And speaking of, Keria trying to do a little bit of everything there.
Yeah, they're trying to go in, but they don't really have the damage. As you can see, Ruler is just insane at this moment in time. BDD helping out his good friend, Electric Bear. Says, okay, you get over that wall nice and safe and sound. You can go into hibernation now. And, yeah, just chipping down to them like it's nothing. It's like a knife slicing through butter at this point. And they're going to get pretty much everything. Another turret, another Rift Herald, and tons of more kills in this game.
Well, we'll take a look at the replay just here. So I don't know what Keria is thinking with that Zenith Blade, as Life just superplexes backwards, and then Keria goes down shortly thereafter. And I think that DRX are just probably in desperation mode. They're looking for any type of kills that they can get. I mean, the gold lead extends even further. We're almost at 9,000 here at 17 minutes. And Gen G, I just feel like they've ran away with the game just so quickly. And I'm curious where BDD is storing all of his EXP on Zilean, because accelerating the Ornn to get to the ornaments to add that much stronger of a stranglehold around DRX would probably be in his best interest. 40 seconds until that Ocean Dragon. They are certainly going to capture it. And Ruler feeling so confident right now, he gets the QSS as his second item, just to ensure even less chance that DRX can do anything to him in any of these team fights.
It's absolutely true. And Gen G, you can see they just own pretty much every corner of this map right now. They've got 3 control wards in the blue side jungle of DRX. They're going to summon Shirley down on the bottom side. And BDD, I mean, he's not even scared of Doran. Doran was the only person who really had anything going for him. And he's just sitting here 2 levels ahead, just laughing in his face, throwing some snowballs at him with the Super Soaker. And we're going to get some really effective damage down on the bottom side as Gen G slowly stack up the Drakes and look to take this one down eventually.
Yeah, Ocean Dragon is going to be on the menu right now. It looks like Graves is just going to be able to solo that one up. And this is just going to be more and more downtime right now. Rod of Ages was completed by BDD on that Zilean, so 9 minutes into the future it will end up being fully stacked up. Curious to see if he will just power into the Magi's as his next item. He doesn't really need to get any more of extra sort of utility or whatnot. He can just rely on the sheer strength of his champion right now. And I think that the ornaments, if they are going to be bestowed to anyone, it's probably going to be Obsidian Cleaver and then Might of the Ruin King, because Ruler is going to be very far away from the Molten Edge. So he still has some time to get to his third item. before Rascal's going to be high enough to hand that one over.
Yeah, they can essentially sit back and play this one out very comfortably from here on out. It looks like they're kind of just waiting for the Baron to spawn. Life is a monster in this game, by the way. He has done so much for this team, setting up so many of the team fights, so many picks, and he's 3-0-8, so he's just running at you with the Dead Man's Plate and saying, come at me, bro. He's also got that stopwatch, so he can frontline. He's going to get a massive shield. And not really, you know, DRX don't have the damage to punch through that. They're going to need like 30 more minutes. And even then, I mean, they're going to struggle against the scaling of Gen G.
Yeah.
So for now, they're just kind of chilling.
I mean, they're trying to wait a great while. They're going to be forced to fight the Ocean Drake fight regardless. And we'll see where that ends up going. You can just see how stunted Pioshik is. I mean, he's on a Giant's Belt, Swifty Boots, and Cinder Hulk as Volibear. So, I mean, he's just not even a champion right now. So, the Super Minion on DRX is definitely going to do a lot in the team fights. Not really sure. I mean, his only thing is to try to run in and steal the Ocean Soul. That's basically his only job at the next fight. If DRX do something weird like giving over Ocean Soul, I think that's just them conceding the game pretty much. Because I can't imagine a world where previous Ocean Soul Genji is not somehow easier to beat than post-Ocean Soul.
Of course. I mean, it's, if you're giving that one away, might as well just go next, perhaps, as we do have this trade down here on the bottom side. Looks like Doran is pretty angry looking for this one, but the arrow comes out, and Ruler says, see you later. 2 autos on top of the volley. And of course, there's no pressure elsewhere on the map, so DRX just have to stomach another loss down there with the death of Doran. As, okay, TP's coming in. Life, as I mentioned, he can just run straight at them. He doesn't have to respect any of the damage that comes out of the side of DRX. And even without Baron, at 21 minutes, they're just pushing 2 lanes and looking to take some inhibitors already.
Yeah, I mean, it looks... Ooh, well, that was a really nice combo by Leon.
Up a Clid, but again, it's Zillion, so from ahead, Zillion is going to be even just more obnoxious. And here's Life running straight at them, not really caring too much about it. DRX do put on a nice little defense, though. They're not going to lose any turrets. And that's about as nice as it's going to get at this point in the game, to be honest.
And this is, I mean, the Zillion is basically a glimpse into the future of just how hard it's going to be for DRX, because even in dream spots where they manage to lock people up, it's just not really giving them any value. You can see the Bellows Breath there to try to cancel the ultimate. And there is the Ornhorn being used. Rascal trying to do everything that he can. Brittle comes out, flashes over the edge yet again. And that was just an easy kill there, given over by Ruler. And Valdez, you know, Rascal, he's been doing a really good job this game. It is a little unfortunate, though, that Boris is inside his mind. I see the frozen fist.
He's taken over already.
It's coming in.
Boris. I wonder how he gets to every single region this fast. Here comes Doran, trying once again, and this time it's BDD and Life that are trying to take him down. They're actually struggling a little bit. Don't really have the damage, but the bombs are eventually going to land. That other one, the minion took it away. And DRX say, well, let's just run at the Baron then. As 2 members are down, but we got TP coming in now from BDD. Look at the crab rape this time from Clid. Usually it's Ruler. They're going to burst down that poor Volibear. He never stood a chance. And Jovi just says, yeah, I'd like to protect my KDA. Thank you very much. I'll be over the wall. And thank you for the leash, say Gen G. Jovi actually not going to play KDA. He says, hey, how about I just give you guys an extra kill? Thank you. Even going to use his ultimate there as a sign of protest. And down goes the Baron. And in come Gen G, definitely going to take this one down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this game is over. It's 20-2. Yeah, I think, you know, it's almost 16,000 gold advantage. Ocean Soul ornaments. And Zillion is just absolutely out of control here. I have no idea what the thought process is on DRX, to be completely honest with you. I don't know who made the call. I'm even more afraid if multiple people made the call. But You can see Chovy even at the very end there trying to do something. He ends up just getting the bomb thrown on top of him. He casts his ultimate, and then you can see what happens right here. Life with the face breaker able to, yeah, pretty good.
Oh boy.
Well,
so what are you thinking for POG? Chovy or
I'm gonna
maybe someone on the side of Genji?
I'm gonna try. You know, I mean,
see what you can do.
there's always a first for everything. You know.
Okay, all right. I'm looking forward to it. X-Flash is amazing on set, and he's just so fast once he gets over the wall with the Nimbus X-Flash. Comes in, nice bombs coming out from BDD as they're looking to push in and end this game. They're going to take down the 2 inhibitors. In goes Keria. And then down goes Keria. Clid frontlining here, nice couple of bombs onto Doran. They will be able to take him down as well, as this is a bit of a mega stomp from Genji over DRX in game number 2. They're going to be looking for the kills. They want to inflict a mental victory as down will go Set. Actually, it's only a 1-for-1 at this point. BDD looking to get that damage down, but they're not going to get anyone else as they're not willing to, well, okay. BDD, he's just gonna give his life over, a little bit of mercy being shown, but at the end of the day, it's still 23-4 in the kills, and that is a 23-minute game. Genji smacked down DRX in game number 2.
And I mean, it was a very decimating game number 2. This looked completely different from game 1. This is what I think a lot of people who were predicting the Genji victory to actually look like in terms of just sheer dominance. And honestly, if you're a DRX fan, the game was almost kind of won. You had an Aurelia with a 2+ level lead, massive CS advantage, and she was going to spiral out of control and probably be unanswered. But then Pioshik came along, forced a gank for no reason, ended up dying to Rascal and offset all of that control that was present in top lane. And meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, Life was creating death, pretty much, on the side of DRX. So, not totally sure how that works out. I gave him player of the game. But now DRX, that's a very tilting kind of loss. Pioshik, again, continues to live up to the extremely high variance, just very, very, very hit or miss inside of the jungle. And that's really worrying, because Clid, he looked like he found his pace in this game.
Yeah, game number 1 seemed like a little bit of a fluke. Everybody was like, wait, this isn't, you know, this isn't my Genji. This isn't what I expected. And then the Genji that we saw, I think, on Friday eventually did come out here. Rascal being that rock, this is what we were talking about. He knew that a ton of pressure was going to come down onto him. He performs even down 1v2. Pioshik, of course, contributing to that a bit. As we see the power of Zilean as well in this game. The perfectly timed ultimates. BDD, he didn't look super solid, but just the way he was playing Zilean and getting those very perfectly timed ultimates off just begins to show you a little bit of a power of that champion, and maybe we're going to see it more in this best of 5 series. That's one of the fun things about playoffs and you know, top games and best of 5s and stuff, is that like a mini meta begins to form, and I'm sure that's going to be on the minds of DRX going into
I could definitely see Zilean probably getting a lot more attention. I think DRX are going to have to respect it a lot more, unless Chovy already just has a champion locked in that doesn't really mind going up against Zilean. But Zilean's more deconstructed by team comps than anything, and the type of comps that DRX draft, Zilean is very good into. So I think that's even more reason to have him be on the ban list if you are DRX, now that Genji have showed a willingness to play it, but also proficiency with play.
Absolutely. As at this point, I mean, we're watching highlights when Genji are like 8,000 gold ahead, so you can't really fault Doran for playing just overly aggressive, trying to draw attention away. He did a decent job the second time around, but with teleport available on BDD, it was a easy 4v4 for Genji to win from so far ahead. Chovy trying his best, but just looked silly towards the end, and he knew it. I mean, there's not much, you know, at this point, DRX knew it, Genji knew it. The game is pretty much over. We're going to listen in to the last team fight.
웨이브 계속 버프 주고 살리자. 템 끊어.
Survive.
쌍둥이 다이브 보자. 천천히 얘네가 올 거야. 근데 얘네가 올 거야. 붙었지 마. 오케이, 나 괜찮아. 공 있어. 오케이. 야, 들어올 거야.
Ultimate, I think that's BNB saying that. Rascal.
어.
오케이.
Tower.
내 옆에 있으면 아지르 토살령하는 거랑 붙어줄게. 몇 번 해야 하는데?
야 봐줄 거야 김정민? 아 죽었네.
나 죽어있는데?
죽여.
Are you are you gonna let it go? And then he's like, try to get the kill. You heard a scream there as he died in the fountain. Ruler does get the most damage in the game, but I really do feel like I agree with your player of the game vote. I think that life really enabled that bottom side of the map, whereas the top side was really kind of just Pioshik not having a great time and giving an underhanded softball throw over to the side of Genji.
This is where the champion picks like this for Pioshik begin to get a little bit worrisome, where his gameplay on Lilia is going to be much more streamlined because she's much more limited in the early stages. He doesn't have the chances to do these super giga solo queue type plays that make no sense inside a competitive, and he's been doing that. And the alternative is that when all of DRX members are lane kingdoming, he gets away with playing World of Warcraft, and then he just farms up on the jungle, captures neutral objectives and whatnot, and he just ends up being serviceable. But in instances like these, he can really just drop the ball against a team like Genji, and it can be really hard for DRX to try to play with that kind of a deficit. So we'll see what ends up happening in game number 3. If you're Doran, you're probably tilted after a loss like this, but let's see.
Let's see, guys. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, game number 3 of Genji up against DRX.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못 찾아나. 애가 찾아나. You like roll, 달리 유도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you like real, real world Here to light it up, set the world on fire Gonna break rules and hearts and tools what the baddest do I never going back, nah, nah, that Diamonds on drip, cause I came to make a splash Gonna break rules and hearts and tools Cause that's what the baddest do It's crazy Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad Only took a minute for me to get what you had Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad Live for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags Way that I look should be breaking the law If I don't got it, I take what I want My circle small like a round of applause You know that I love the sign of applause You know I mean everything that I say When you see me come and get out of the way Back in this lane, back and I'm better and ready to stay I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane It's crazy Sorry, not sorry for being the best 언제든지 내가 좀 mess Look at the gold, all on my chest Look at the gold, call it a flex
This is what League of Legends looks like.
And there's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the LCK round 2 of the playoffs. The winner of this one will go up against Damwon on the next Saturday that is coming up. And Gen.G were just able to tie it up 1-1 with a very dominating performance. I mean, that was really one-sided of the likes of what they looked like up against Afrika. So looking really good coming into game 2. What were your thoughts, LS?
I mean, I felt like Gen.G, they were getting a lot of success on the bot side. They were 6 feet under in top lane, but then as soon as they got bailed out that one time, they never really lost control of the game again. The draft ends up favoring them if they ever get ahead, which I just thought it was going to be really hard to do with some of the matchups. Life is going to get player of the game on the set. Phenomenal performance with his face breakers and haymakers, everything that he was doing in the early game, in the mid game, setting up so much success for Gen.G. And DRX just looked completely lost in this game number 2, and I wonder what that means for game 3.
Yeah, I mean, that can be a tilter. You know, that's definitely going to be a game that affects your mental going into this one. And it's not going to be easy. I mean, DRX do have a lot of young players in their lineup. I'm very curious to see if they can try to, you know, gather themselves for the next one, because even guys like Keria that are normally pretty balanced and aren't doing crazy things kind of just went for some of these confusing plays, but obviously from that point it was a little bit of desperation in that game. So 9 out of 9 votes went the way of life there. I don't think that's any question, really. I suppose maybe you give a little bit of benefit over to Clid, but he mostly just farmed and was in the right place at the right time for the team fight. So really it was Life who was getting the proactive plays down and making stuff happen. So it's definitely good that Gen.G have just one more player that can perform at a high level under the pressure.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what this, again, entails going into Game 2, because Gen.G, they're probably feeling very good with that kind of a win. That is one of those very, very feel-good wins where you're probably feeling reinvigorated heading into the series after that Game 1 loss, which was probably very uncomfortable, especially for Clid. I mean, we saw that he didn't seem to be taking that loss, but in Game 2, like you said, he just really found his groove, and then we saw at the end of game number 2, he was feeling very relieved. He went over to BDD. Gen.G are probably in a pretty good headspace, and if they're in a good headspace, they get good drafts, we could just see them take over game number 3, and we'll see how DRX try to resist it this time around. Pioshik probably be on different junglers, not the Volibear or something like that, and we'll see if DRX tries to play more towards their sinful nature, because they might actually just need it to overcome this series.
Absolutely. Maybe going for stuff that can dominate even more in the lanes. I mean, the Lucian looked really good for Chovy, but that time on the Azir, he was kind of just sitting back. They went very even in the lane, he and the Zillion, BDD. And then they lost one big team fight, and the world fell apart for them, essentially, as... I wonder if we might have a little bit of an issue. I see a lot of referees standing around. Maybe they're just setting up the game. I hope there isn't too much of an issue. Of course, the other day, LS, we we had our musical performances because we had so many pauses. So I hope you've got your guitar ready or whatever you can play. Maybe the only musical instrument you play is the League of Legends, but we at least have that here for game number 3 as we are going into it right now. The pick and ban coming in, and DRX will be on blue for game number 3.
And they're going to open with the Renekton ban. We'll see what Gen.G choose to respond with. They're going to be on blue side now, and after having shown Zillion, you have to wonder what that means in DRX's mind for how they're going to approach the draft here in Game 3, because Zillion has a lot of good matchups in mid, and red side is all about properly utilizing counter picks in order to really layer your opponents and try to come up with a better draft. Lucian now being banned away, which is, I guess, you know, they're giving a lot of respect over to DRX with this champion.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that can be pretty good, actually, into the Zillion. So if they are considering going for something that could be a little bit weak to a lane bully, then taking away the Lucian is not a bad idea. Camille also going to be taken off the board here, so they don't want to deal with the Camille this time around. So let's see what DRX are going to take here for their first pick. The Volibear wasn't looking very good in game number 2, so this time around they're going to go with the set.
Set's going to be picked up by them. B1, Gen.G instantly start hovering Ashe and insta-lock Karma to go with her. This is a champion that has been falling a little bit by the wayside ever since her Q nerf that has come in. But this Karma most likely could just end up in bot lane along with the Ashe. We'll have to see how they want to utilize it. DRX now trying to choose a champion. They walk into the Ashe Karma with Braum and Senna, and this surprises me a lot because now they're all short range. Well, Senna's not necessarily short range. They're just they're making the mold of a protect comp right now. We'll see how Gen.G want to respond here. They might just take their jungler if they don't want to give away too much information. But no, they're hovering Twisted Fate, maybe thinking that it was just the Lucian that was really causing problems for BDD in game number 1. And yeah, that's going to be how they're thinking as they lock it in.
Absolutely. And I think there is a very good chance that Chovy could just go straight onto the set. He is one of our big mid-set players, probably the biggest one in the LCK. And we'll see how he feels about that matchup against Twisted Fate. If he's not a fan, maybe he switches it up to some of the other lanes. They're not going to have that flex potential into the bottom side anymore because the Braum is showing, as Lilia is going to get banned here. So they're looking to target Pyosik, and I think that's a pretty good idea, actually. After seeing the difference between game number 1 and 2, you know, just target the weak points of DRX's team.
Yeah, and I mean, Silas being banned away by DRX is a little surprising. I feel like that's actually telegraphing that maybe an Ornn is being desired, and Gen G just sort of read that, they ban it away. And now what I'm expecting is that Gen G will lock jungler on R4, and then they'll give counterpick over to Rascal again. So we'll see what Doran wants to try to pick. Blind here as Akali ends up biting the dust. And so they're actually trying to just give a lot of aid over to Doran in top lane. Skarner being hovered.
Skarner would be really interesting. Don't really see him much here in the LCK. If you guys haven't watched too much, as now we're hovering Olaf, but we'll just switch over to the Volibear this time for Clid. Clid 8-1 on this pick. Very strong pick for Clid himself.
Yeah, and that is the Electric Bear locked in. And now DRX, ooh, Nidalee. This is another one of those things. It's not so cut and dry how Nidalee is supposed to play. She's able to basically do everything. And okay, Kennen coming out, and that's gonna be Chovy on set again in mid lane. And this is really worrisome. We might just see something like Jace actually come out here for Rascal. I think that would be a little bit bizarre, but could definitely be what they're thinking about when they see the Kennen. We don't usually get a whole lot of diversity. Ooh, and as I say that, Hecarim is going to actually be picked up here. And now the question is this Volibear in top lane? Is it Hecarim in top lane? What is actually going to go on here? And DRX's team comp, it's really all over the place, Valdez. It's not one of those ones that you feel very comfortable about. They're trying to just do so much at once that it doesn't have a really clear identity. This is just basically good stuff. It's like a toolbox.
Pretty much. I mean, they get some comfort. They get some picks that everybody feels pretty comfortable about, but the way that they work together, perhaps, is not really all on the same page. Whereas on the side of Gen G, they obviously have a really nice amount of engage and a very speedy composition at that, with the Mantra Shield that will come out of Karma, alongside of course, a big bear and a big horse. So lots of running forward, lots of Ash Arrows that are going to come out here. I think that Chovy and Carry are going to have to do a lot of frontlining and potentially looking for counter engages with stuff like Set, Braum ultimates, Kennen ultimates late into the team fights if Gen G do come into them. As here are your compositions going into game number 3.
Yeah, Kennen, Nidalee, Set, Senna, and Braum. There's a lot of pressure on Pyosik here, and these are the type of comps that always make people very nervous because of that responsibility that is being put on him. Chovy on the Set. This is a pick that he has performed very, very well on, and he can sort of command a lot of control with it, but we'll have to see how he manages to pilot it here. Gen G's team comp a lot more straightforward and just ultimately easier to play, especially if they get advantages. There's no insurance policy on DRX's side.
Absolutely. And here we have Pointy Hecarim, and that skin has a lot of different pointy objects. Kind of looks like Rammus a little bit, but horse form. And we do see that Pyosik is trying to get a little bit aggressive, you know, trying to see what he can see in the enemy jungles, throwing out some spears, but a pretty defensive ward comes out early from the side of Clid, goes back, switches to the scanner, and is just going to look to do his thing, maybe try not to get invaded this time around. You see a lot of pings around his blue side jungle, and maybe he's calling for some extra warding or perhaps some support from the side of Gen G to try to get some vision so that he doesn't get invaded by Pyosik once again.
Yeah. We'll see what the opening jungle routes are going to be. I'm not sure if people are still fans of the double Hecarim start. It doesn't look like we're actually oh, no, no, never mind. We're not going to stage. He's just pulling it up. And obviously, Nidalee is going to be solo starting on her red side, so we'll have to see what's going on. Hail of Blades on Braum is going to be pretty interesting. Keria is going to be able to apply that passive very quickly anytime he gets out onto anyone. And we can just see all of the runes now across the board. It's going to be lethal tempo on Ashe, press the attack on the Volibear, as well as shield bash and revival, or second wind.
Oh, what? Carry is like, don't you dare touch my 80 carry. I'm just going to flash in your face. And Ruler actually had to flash because of that.
Yeah.
So, a lot of respect being shown to him. And take a look at this. Pyosik once again just comes into the blue buff. There were a lot of pings, but there were no wards. There's nobody checking for that. And Klid just going for a full red side clear for himself is once again going to get invaded by Pyosik.
Yeah, and I mean, right now in mid lane, Chovy is doing a pretty okay job, but Twisted Fate not really falling behind whatsoever. We'll have to see again how the jungle transpires. Keria gets a stun up, but loses a bit of life in the process. Really nice Q there by Life to take a chunk of his HP. Klid now trying to clear out the blue side jungle of Nidalee. Rascal, interestingly enough, he didn't actually opt for a cheater in this matchup. It's very easy to do against Kennen. And so I have to wonder if Rascal came into today expecting to play Volibear top a lot, as he's normally seen mostly only in the jungle.
Yeah, the Volibear top is definitely something that's coming in a little bit more. We have Ignite, though, coming down the route on top of the Karma at the same time. They're just going so aggressive with this life. It's going to get incredibly low with the shield. He might just have enough, and he flashes away. He's going to get away, and now Ruler's going to be able to kite them down. Not quite going to get the extra kill onto Deft, as Pyosik is going to come in. No flash available, but an easy sidestep with Inspire from the Karma, as Life and Ruler once again gonna show up and say, hey guys, we're the best duo lane in the LCK.
And right now, Ruler and Life really just putting pretty big damper on DRX's plans, because now Ruler is gonna find himself with a nice CS advantage at the end of all of this. Also got the first blood for himself. Meanwhile, in mid lane, BDD not doing so bad. Nidalee not able to really find any advantages early, and now this is going to be a very awkward jungle game to try to play at this point. You can see all of Nidalee's camps are up, but they're all up in different areas, and it's not so clear where Pyosik should try to path at this point. And he's the onus is on him. He's the one with the clock. He's the one with the timer. He's going to figure out something to do against this Hecarim. Now, Klid's coming in here. I'm not, you know, I mean, he is meeting Sir Grompulus. Over here on the left-hand side. Oh, Pyosik is gonna find out. Oh.
Yep, they know. And immediately some assistance pings are gonna come in.
What?
It is going around the world, and he's that fast horse. Easily gonna be able to dodge that one, and says thank you, Doran, for the little bit of help there to get up to the top side. So that is a very sneaky horse, able to get in, get out, and steals away Sir Grompulus away from Pyosik. So getting a little bit back and feeling pretty good about the jungle this time around.
And I think that everything right now on the side of Gen G is just really going their way. The Nidalee is going to be pretty lost inside of this game now at this point. Pyosik, it's going to be very hard for him to coordinate any sort of ganks, any plays here, because there's no summoners down in bottom. It's very hard to play against. Twisted Fate is about to be level 6 on this wave that is in mid lane. Pyosik gets spotted out by the Hawkshot, and now everyone on Gen G, they're playing with map hacks. Klid has very streamlined jungle clears available to him. There's not really a whole lot that he's doing wrong at this point inside of the game. Cloud Dragon being the first one is also not super high priority, so if you're Gen G, you're fine to just continue to sit back in laning phase. And also Chovy, he's going for the Blade of the Ruin King here in mid lane, so it's not going to be the tank set that we've been expecting to see here. It's been very, very prominent in the LCK.
Yeah, Chovy is one of the guys that actually does like to mix it up and go for a bit more damage, not just the tankiness, but here's this bottom 2v2 as well.
And you can just see Carrier, he gets the stun in onto life, the heal comes out there, and just barely Karma able to escape from death. And Ruler not having his flash available, does not chase on after death. Death respects the fact that Pioshik on the Nidalee is there. And I mean, you just see the Nidalee right now, looking for anything at this point in time. Ooh, Clid. He knows exactly where Pioshik is. They're going to be able to collapse on him. I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Oh no.
Oh,
Pioshik.
Here's the
Nidalee. He's trying to get over the wall. He's going to have to use flash as he hopped inside the pit. And now we do have Tovi in a little bit of an awkward spot. Rascal able to come down, forces 2 flashes out of DRX. And you can see that Clid, he's getting to work on that dragon. Double flash.
Think that we just lost Valdez.
Pretty nice.
So I'm going to, you know, Lone Soldier here back once again. Cloud Dragon going to be getting taken here by Clid. He's going to pick that up for himself. Life's going to return down to bot lane. Going to get the Scuttle Crab.
And we have a
okay, a pause has now gone out, and I am truly Lone Soldier, I guess. Honestly, I got nothing. You know, I don't have a piano. I don't have an Orcarina.
So
all I got is, you know what?
We'll have
around this time that normally I would look for Crowning to come and carry me,
my headset actually
as usual. But we don't have him around
everything kind
here
of
today.
falling apart here. How are you doing?
Are we
side LS?
Both?
Hey, over there?
Not sure what is
seems
going
like
on here. Not totally sure.
May have lost him. As perhaps this is an issue on my side.
Not sure. I don't know what's going on.
One moment, guys. We'll try to get this figured out.
This is like a horror story. Apparently, we are both communicating, but we cannot actually hear each other right now. So this is, I'm not totally sure. Just gonna stop talking.
Are you there?
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
Oh, yes.
I thought I lost you.
All right.
I thought I lost you, Valdez.
Sorry about that, guys.
We can hear our producer. I think that it's saved.
Yeah, I think it might have been on my side. Not 100% sure. But apparently the NG issue was also a Discord issue.
So Discord went down in Korea, perhaps, as Genji was having Discord issues as well. Our Discord crashed, and so we apologize to all the viewers right now. Honestly, we were just in different dimensions, Valdez.
That's what it felt like. I'm like, I know you're talking, but I can't hear you, and you probably felt the same way.
Yeah, it was like in the movies when they get, you know, trapped in alternate universes or like the rooms. It was like that movie Interstellar.
Yeah.
You know?
Good movie. Big fan of that one.
I was in the Death Realm.
You were in the Death Realm. I mean, isn't that always the case?
That's always the case, actually.
Just taking vacations there. But we do have the game going.
Well, so at this point, I believe I'm back to being Lone Soldier. At this point in time, we got Clid.
Okay, I'm back. Wow. All right. Well, we got Set going down as well. Things, you know, it's very dangerous in the Death Realm LS. I'm sure you can understand. Things are flying around, and it's not always fun.
Well, this is definitely, it's a little bit hard to keep track. So let's take a look here. Chovy, he comes in here, he gets tethered by life. Gold card comes out, and there is the Hakram ultimate to get the kill again. And DRX, I mean, they're just falling further and further behind right now. BDD, he has Flash, he had Destiny Gate, but he's not going to go for it. not trying to overextend anything, but Genji are just so far ahead right now. The itemization on Ashe, Ruler a little bit of a savant. He's going straight for the crit items, not trying to go for Blade of the Ruin King here. Inside of this game, they're up 1.3 thousand. Ocean Dragon coming up in just a little bit. With a better team composition and control of the game, things are looking real good if you're a Genji fan.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're just once again showing some of that prowess that they showed in their series up against Afrika. It feels like game number 1 might have just been a fluke, and they're coming out and looking incredibly strong in yet another series. So we'll be curious to see if DRX have a chance to come back in this one, as it's not looking too great so far. We do have Clid mostly holding up his end of the bargain in the jungle, has been staying even with the Nidalee, and of course has that 1 assist. As, yeah, things are just looking good. The top lane a little bit behind, but we actually had double kill purchased, which seems to be more and more common here in the LCK.
Yeah, and everything right now for Genji is just about a waiting game. You're waiting for Rod of Ages on the Twisted Fate. You're waiting for the Trinity Force to be completed on Clid. Chovy getting a nice trade, but being AD set in this game is gonna be a pretty awkward task for him, especially because he's going the Blade of the Ruin King. And against the Ashe and the Twisted Fate, it's gonna be hard for him to reliably just deal damage. Kennen has already completed his call, so a little bit of credit there. At least for Doran. Another red card coming out. Wild cards does end up missing. BDD not in the worst position right now. Chovy doesn't go for the face breaker, but it's not the end of the world. 40 seconds until that Ocean Dragon comes up. We're going to have to see who ends up getting it. Really nice face breaker. Nice trade there. And you can see Clid, he's running around.
He's doing what horses do. They prance and they dance and they own the rift. And looks like he's just going to be slowly but surely building up to that Trinity Force, really trying to give as much presence and support down in the bottom side of the map as possible. He's showing mid, he's showing bottom side, he's waiting for this Ocean Drake. We got TF coming back now, and double teleport as well. Rascal getting pretty low though. He's going to have to ultimate back, so trading ultimates here. Would imagine that Rascal immediately goes back and gets ready to TP into the fight, so that he is in waiting. Oh, area. This wasn't it. That was not the play. And now they're looking for more. We got TF coming in, but with the TP coming in from the side of Chovy, they're looking to turn onto him. Chovy now trying to go 1v4, but not doing a great job. He's going to have to flash on top of that. And huge amounts of damage. The chunking coming out of Life and even Ruler's Volley is pretty massive, as Rascal actually wasn't even able to go back home, but still big wins coming here on the Rift once again for Genji as they take down the Ocean Dragon. Yeah, they're going to get themselves the Ocean Dragon. They get a nice win as well down there in the bot lane. Clid, I mean, even to boot, he's going to actually RNG the Scuttle Crab too on the right-hand side, so that's another victory. Nidalee, unfortunate, she's on the left-hand side, not able to do anything. Now, Doran is getting ahead of Rascal, so they do have that. Also missed cannon, as another turret plate going the way of Doran here on this cannon. So that's 3 turret plates for him up in top lane. Yeah, feeling pretty good about that so far, but it is just one thing that is going correctly here for the side of DRX. See that Life making his way up towards mid, just seeing what he can see, trying to get some vision. And Yoshik is pretty deep here, but he does have the support at least of Doran to be in the right position. 2v1, not exactly fair. We got another fight breaking out here in the mid lane, but with Keria there, Life is not going to overcommit. And it's just slow and steady wins the race here for the side of Genji. You know, they're not trying to force any big plays with TF. They're not going for any dives just yet. Just trying to stabilize, survive, slowly take away the dragons. Nice little pathing here from Pioshik. We do have the ultimate available now for the side of Doran, but not available for Rascal. The stun comes in and they're going for the dive.
Oh.
They just don't have the damage. The Merc Treads are going to be quite good for the side of Rascal up against Nidalee and Kennen.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems with trying to gank top lane is that Volibear is able to itemize in a way that makes it pretty difficult for Doran and Piotrek to really do anything. Bot lane just continuing to feel the hurt. Meanwhile, in bottom, ooh, BDD.
That's not what you want to see. Pulls him out of the spear. Nice ultimate comes in from Chovy, though, as the two junglers getting to work here. BDD is going to be able to flash. Oh! The arrow is right on point. That's Ruler for you guys. He's done this so many times. And once again, he's going to take it down. Not even 100% sure if they needed that arrow, but it was just so beautiful and right on point. And again, I just don't understand why Ruler keeps getting Ashe. He's 13-2 on the pick. And once again, he's affecting more lanes than just his own.
Yeah, and things here for Gen G are just continuing to go better and better for them. 2.5 minutes until the mountain. The Twisted Fate is just getting so big, so far ahead. Destiny Gate coming in, gonna get the flash out of Doran and Hecarim. Yeah.
See you later. Just one more card will do it, but Klid is actually going to steal that one. That's a nice amount of damage, but Klid with Merc Treads of his own, there's 3 Merc Treads, and now we got level 11 jungle. Level 11 top lane, actually, up against Piotrek, who is only level 9. The ultimate not quite going to get that effective damage, and so Rascal, you know, nice setup, but you don't win the ultimate prize of getting the kill.
Yeah, doesn't have enough damage. No Trinity Force really completed for the Volibear yet. Let's take a look at how this all sets up. So, you see Piotrek coming over, but you have Hecarim coming from the north. BDD not using the flash right away, just opting for the cleanse. He ends up getting superplexed on. The damage is really big, but BDD is able to flash out because Chovy's on cooldown. Doran comes in. Ruler really measured that ultimate perfectly as Doran not able to add really any assistance. Riptile gets captured. Destiny Gate on Twisted Fate, and that's how you have to wonder why Doran was taking such a greedy path back up to top lane. Not respecting BDD's ability to come in on that TF. And so now, as we resume back into live, we got more chaos.
And another arrow comes in. BDD, he's going to get smited, but it's going to be a 2-for-1 here as Keria. Not sure about that, buddy. Not really going to be able to get there on time. So 2-for-1 again for the side of Gen G. And, I mean, Chovy at this point, he's trying so hard to make something happen, but he's 0-3. He's not really getting much effectiveness going with this mid-set with the play of the Rune King once again.
40 seconds until that Mountain Dragon comes up. That's going to bring Gen G to 1 dragon until Mountain Soul, and that is such a nightmare for the set Nidalee and the Kennen. It's going to be so hard for them to fight. Obviously, Senna as well. Not really someone that gets a lot of pen until way later on into the game. Also going for lethality as her first item. So Gen G get double Mountain Dragon. It's really helping invalidate one of Senna's items. And we can see here that BDD, he's setting up. He's waiting for Kennen. So Doran not going to have any sort of an opening, and Gen G are so much stronger at this team fight.
They absolutely are. And, I mean, DRX, they don't want to just give away free stuff, but there's just so much pick on the side of Ruler. Another arrow is going to come out. That was a little bit awkward from Klid, but they're still gonna send the message, which is, we're gonna try to poke you out before any of this gets going, and this Mountain Drake is ours, so don't even try to come in here. And they have a little bit of vision, gets taken out. You can see the entire team just gonna try to zone away DRX, and, well, DRX gets spotted by the Hawk. They're not gonna be challenging this one yet again.
Yeah, and you can see Klid, he ends up getting the Mountain Drake for his team. He just stings level 12. Piotrek just stinged level 11. So an entire gold lead.
볼까?
And
미드 싸우고 있다.
we're fighting.
아, 나 죽었어. 하고 있다. 나이스. 세나 들어가. 세나 왔어. 상관없을 듯.
So, a lot of stuff being said, but mostly BD's just like, oh, I died, I shouldn't have died, and they both don't have flash, and I think it doesn't really matter, like, you still come ahead on this one, so good feels from the side of Genji, even though BD felt a little bit bad that he did go down. And it did actually turn into some greatness here for the side of Genji with that extra Mountain Drake. They've all got, well, most of them have some sort of magic resistance. I guess Ashe is the only one without it. And so it's just going to make it even harder for especially Nidalee and Kennen, of course, to do too much effective damage.
Yeah, and I mean, things are, you can see that DRX, I mean, they're going to have to start moving into pick as basically their only way, and Genji are saying, you know what, actually, let's have another fight out.
Yeah, I mean, they were spotted, right? So the card is going to come out, massive damage coming in. Doran immediately going to get exhausted, does basically nothing in this fight. Two of them go down, Chovy's alone. Double kill for the Electric Bear. We got the volley coming in and BDD following up. Let's make it 4, they say. The arrow this time around is not going to land, but the auto attack is, as the card will follow up here, and that is again another clean ace from the side of Genji. They are making these last 2 games look so incredibly easy against DRX.
Yeah, I mean, this is what a lot of people were expecting coming into this series. Genji are just so stable and solid, capitalizing on this, and you can see DRX, they were looking to commit a little bit of sin down in bot lane. They were looking for a pick. They know that the only way they can really come back in this game right now is via guerrilla warfare-like tactics, and so they're trying to do that. Genji not really falling victim to it.
Ruler's just laughing at them. He is not going to get the last laugh, though, as it's actually going to be Life that turns up, takes the kill away. But, I mean, that's a teleport to just get on in there. I mean, flash double teleport used by Chovy and Doran just to get the 1 kill. That's not worth it, LS. That's not going to get you back in the game.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to be the thing that they need right now. 6,000 gold lead, not even factoring in the Mountain Dragon. For Genji, Death Dance almost completed on Hecarim. He is light years ahead. Depth good enough, or, well, never mind. Oh, man.
Good night. That's what they're saying. Double kill comes in for Hecarim. Klid is just laughing at them. He is legendary at 21 minutes. The guy has just been stomping them quite literally with the horse. They're feeling those hoof prints right now. It's not a good feel. So they're going to pick off another 2 and just run at the Baron. Genji own this rift right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get the Baron most likely. Pyosik needs to be a hero if they're going to somehow stay alive inside of this game. I'm not even really quite sure how he's going to be able to do it. They don't hit the blaster plant. They're not trying to go for that. And you know what? Genji's going to say, actually, you know what? We'll kill you and then we'll finish the Baron.
Ultimate comes in from Doran. He's going to get the Ashe. And I guess that's just about as much as you can expect from them at this point, unfortunately. Down will go the Baron. Nice try by Deft. It's just desperation at this point, though. Klid gets the Baron. He's not done. He's not done here. He's just running at them 1v2. He doesn't even need his team. As actually, maybe he does. Going a little bit too low. As in comes the Karma to bail him out, but at least is going to get in their face. Bait out at Ignite from the side of Keria, and then go home with his Baron.
So he got it, and let's take a look at Ruler here. Watch his mouse. These are the things that are really nice to watch. Really, really insane mouse control. Even though he ends up going down, it doesn't really matter. There's a lot to gain from first-person views like this. You can really just see the difference in mechanical control out of elite-level players. And right here, I mean, this was just Genji taking whatever they wanted at this point inside of the game. And DRX, again, they don't have any way to really resist this. They don't have wave clear. If they're not ahead, their team comp can't really do anything. Chovy goes for the superplex in the replay, tries to pull them into Baron Nashor, tries to get a little bit of extra damage from the monster himself, but just doesn't matter in the end. Genji are just way too far ahead. And this is another decimating loss here for DRX in game number 3. And I don't know what anyone's thinking right now, fellas.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, you talked about the draft. You didn't seem very happy with DRX's draft coming into this one. And you were saying even before the series started that if the drafts were even, you know, similar or even level with each other, then Genji's going to have the advantage. To me, this series, it kind of looks like the Afrika series, except the laning phase goes a bit better for the side of DRX, but then they kind of just fall away.
Yeah.
And game number 1, they were able to push that advantage far enough to play their game, and Genji weren't able to outlast it, but I feel like they've tailored their drafts and they understand how to play against it better, and ever since then, in games 2 and 3, it's been extremely one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, things are going so well for them. Everything is looking one-sided, and Chovy, I mean, especially on these picks, the Azir with the Zillion, if he doesn't find edges early on, he's not going to be able to. Set.
Oh, God.
Oh, man.
Cover your eyes, you don't want to see this. As actually a nice follow up there from the side of DRX as the horse will be taken out by the Senna. And they are going a little bit too deep here. They were able to disable the turret, but DRX just forcing their way back into this one. BDD says, okay, see you later, guys. Nice, that was fun. I'm just going to go mid now. As the rest of his team, I mean, Riller's got a Karma with massive shields, and he's just frontlining. We got TP coming in here. The turret actually didn't go down in the mid lane, but I guarantee you it will very soon. As, well, Rascal.
The demolitionist. All right.
Not there.
Well, they're just going to reset. Scores 4-20 right now, as Genji are just blazing ahead of DRX in this series. Rascal, he's going to take the blue buff. They're probably just going to end up resetting, and then there will be one final team fight. And if you take a look over on the side of DRX, all their items, they leave you feeling a little bit bad. I think the Morello is actually somewhat justifiable here inside of this game, as weird as it sounds, given the nature of how everything was going and how hard pressed Goron was for immediate power in some of the fights. But there's no real big item breakpoints that are coming in that are ever going to really shift power back in DRX's favor. And so this is just an inevitable end coming in here soon.
Yep, certainly does feel like that way. And Clid, he just doesn't give a damn anymore. He's just running straight at them. He's got a Karma behind him. He knows that he has follow-up from Ashe, Volibear, TF. And he can just run straight at the enemy, and there's nothing they can do. So many flashes just had to be burned just from that one play. 3 were taken away. Pyosik, Chovy, and Keria all had to get out of there. And yeah, Genji just taking it slow and steady from here on out. Always threatening the dive. They're going to take down this mid inhibitor. And keep in mind, this is even without Baron. So really just shows you the state of the game, as Genji are 11,000 gold ahead. They're going to look to take down the bottom inhibitor now, it looks like, with the rest of them split pushing the top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, everything going super well. DRX, this is going to be their last stand here as they try to make something happen, but probably just going to be a very clean ace in favor of Genji as soon as the fight actually starts.
Yep, nice amount of damage comes out from Deft, but, you know, I suppose that was the idea when they were considering this draft. They're like, well, we're going to have Doran and Chovy run in, and then with the range of the Senna, maybe we can get something done. That ultimate gets 0 damage, like literally 0. Look at their health bars. It's really not doing anything, and the Mountain Soul is just making it that more obnoxious on top of the Mantra shield. And in comes the horsey, clippity-clop. Go the hooves once again, and down will go DRX. Light even going to survive here with a very nicely timed stopwatch, able to flash out of there, and Pyoshiki's got one of his own, but that's not going to save him this time around. Genji, they stomp him in game number 2, and they destroy them in game number 3. Not very close, this time around 25-4. Very similar to the kill line of game number 2. And Genji look poised. They are right on the doorstep of making those LCK finals.
Yeah, I mean, they are in so much control of this series now. They're up 2-1, but the manner in which they just came back in game 2, took command of game 3, and like I was mentioning, I thought DRX, they would start going back to some of their sinful nature, because I don't think they're ever going to be able to contend with Genji, pound for pound, scaling versus scaling, because the tools just aren't really there. Chovy, very hard pressed to really come up with an answer, and I think a lot of that is because of BDD's champion pool can end up negating some of the control mages that would end up really being of aid. Maybe we'll see something like Ziggs try to come out, a champion that can just 1v9 if the game goes long enough, but we also see the influence of the bot lane meta starting to impact DRX. There's limited options for Def to really influence things, and with Pioshik being so wishy-washy, with Doran not really being able to influence anything because of his champion pool, and Rascal just being such a rock, I don't know where DRX is supposed to find an edge as we head into Game 4.
It's definitely looking rough. I mean, we outlined the strengths of the two teams. We talked about just how solid everybody on the side of Gen G looks to be. I mean, there's really no weak link on that team. There's nobody that you would say, I'm not so sure. You know, in the past, it's been Life, who was a little bit young and wasn't really showing up to big games. It was, you know, sometimes Rascal wasn't as solid as he is now. But really, everybody is coming together on the side of Gen G to make an incredibly strong team. And they're looking pretty good. I mean, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights here. DRX's laning phase, we always talk about how it's so strong, but even down in the 2v2, not able to take this one, just outplayed straight up by Ruler and Life.
Yeah, and I feel like Klid, he was really all over the place on the Hecarim here. Just able to have so much influence over the game, and BDD able to have a lot more control with this Twisted Fate because Lucian wasn't there to tie him up in mid lane as such a strong, dominant lane champion. So they're going to have to find an answer to this. Otherwise, I think that Twisted Fate might just end up getting banned away in the future game, and things are questionable. What are they going to try to do? This is game point. If DRX has any sort of special picks, anything that's going to try to come out, now would be the time to do it. If they're going to pivot to Super Comfort or something, we might see Kindred come out for Pioshik or something. Or Deft might just go to try to play Ezreal so that he has more influence in the mid-game and late-game transition without being on utility champions. I'm not sure, Valdez. I really don't know what they are thinking at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough, right? They got dominated 2 games in a row. At this point, it's inevitable that the players on the team are going to begin to doubt themselves. They're going to begin to doubt the drafts. They're going to say, you know, what's going on? I thought we were really good. Why is this not working out? It's just inevitable, and it's really hard for any team to deal with, not just the young team that is DRX. And it's looking extremely hard for them. We'll see what they come up with. I'm very curious to see how the draft is going to go in game number 4, or if, you know, DRX can come up with anything, you know, of the likes of what they did in game number 1. I'm not sure who you voted for, LS. I would have voted for Klid in this one, and that's the scariest thing about Gen G's team, is that literally all 5 players, every single one, can show up in any given game and carry. It can be Klid, it can be Life. Ruler and BDD, obviously. Rascal's done it before. It's incredibly solid.
나 투하려고 한다. 나 각 안 줄게. 캐넨. 조심하. 74초. 만들어 5초. 이대로 쌍둥이. 나 핑 없다. 핑 한번 하는 좋아. 맞아. 하우부터. 야, 세프. 나 투스타는 줘. 맞아. 오케이.
갈 뻔했어요.
혼내려. 죽여.
나이스.
Kill him.
야, 나 만화 없어. 잠깐, 나 죽냐? 얘 왜 이렇게 세? 3판 남았다.
아니야, 다음 판 아닐 수도 있어.
1 game left. It's the last thing they said. They said focus, 1 game left. So the sights are set here for Gen G. They know exactly what they need to do and what they need to focus on from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be it. And, you know, we mentioned the comfort picks for DRX that could come out, or last-ditch effort for champions. I mean, the same goes for Gen G now. If they have anything surprising that might throw DRX off kilter, if they have some special champion pick, now could just be the time to do it in order to just clinch the series.
Well, they've already showed us some really fun, and I wouldn't call it entirely new, but stuff that isn't exactly the known meta of what we're used to, right? We saw Zillion, we saw Hecarim in 2 wins in a row, and they were able to pilot it to just such a high degree that makes it look really difficult for DRX, but I'm very curious to see if they've got anything left in the tank, if we will have a competitive Game 4, or is Genji just going to run away with this one? We're going to find out, guys, after this quick commercial break.
KJ 또 컴백했어요. 저번에 팝스타 저희가 참여했을 때도 너무 즐겁고 좋은 경험이었었는데 또 참여할 수 있게 돼가지고 너무너무 기쁘고 설레입니다. 아, 축하드립니다. 축하드립니다. 정말 팬분들도 많이 보고 싶어 하시는 것 같더라고요. 그래서 이렇게 또 하게 돼서 너무너무 영광이고 기쁩니다. 네, 어떤 곡인가요? 너무 KDA랑 너무 잘 어울리는 뭔가 작년보다 좀 더 세진? 내가 짱이다, 내가 멋있다, 약간 맞아요. 이런 느낌이 한층 더 뭐 자신감 있어졌어.
Hey guys, Mian here. We're gonna start with Mian today.
So is it possible to use just one breath to get through the whole line?
I think, so for me, insane, I think we have it.
Oh, good. More it.
녹음 고생했어요. 들어봤는데 장난 아니던데 뭐 어려운 점은 없었어요.
어려운 점 발음이 사실 네 영어 발음이 좀 어려웠던 것 같아요.
맞아요. 이게 근데 발음이 어려운 게 KJ 할 때는 또 아리처럼 또 말을 해야
맞아요.
되고 제가 또 아칼리처럼 뱉어야 되기 때문에 저도 굉장히 어려울 때도 있더라고요.
제가 생각했을 때 아리는 약간 여신 같은 그런 느낌이 있기 때문에 제가 그런 느낌을 좀 내보려고 노력을 했습니다. 아칼리 씨는 어떤?
제가 3번째 하잖아요.
네.
뭔가 저는 처음보다 많이 그나마 좀 가까워지고 있는 느낌을 들어요. 뭔가 같이 성장을 한 것 같아요, 아칼리. 제가 열심히 노력했습니다, 여러분. 진짜 아마 여러분 들으셨는지 모르겠는데 아주 대박일 것 같아요, 여러분. 많이 들어주셨으면 좋겠고 많이 사랑해주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 하이.
영수였어요?
맞아요.
아.
맞아요.
She tied her hair with me.
그 다음에 나는 왜 크게 말까 이 부분부터 트랙이 조금 더 고조가 돼서
You like whoa, Kali, you the goat.
오, that's better. You the goat.
Goat. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, Kali, you the goat. 나는 are you the goat? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good night. 녹음 끝났어요. 고생하셨습니다. 아 진짜 감사합니다. 언니도 잘했어요. 아니 저희 녹음했는데 난리 났어요.
난리 났어요.
네.
난 끝내주잖아.
아 진짜 난리 났어요.
이거 진짜 저희가 녹음을 하고 나니까 약간 한층 더 좀 더 멋있어지고 강해진 느낌이 드는데요. 그런 자존감을 높여주는 곡 베리스트. 여러분 꼭 들어보세요. 알겠죠?
네 여러분 꼭 들으셔야 돼요. 진짜 너무 멋있는 곡 나왔으니까요. 또 여름에 맞춰서 여러분들이 당당하게 워킹할 수 있는 그런 곡이니까요. 또 잘 들어주셨으면 좋겠고 저희 아이들도 많이 사랑해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 여러분 지금까지 아이들의 소연 미안이었습니다. 감사합니다. 사랑해주세요. 바이바이. KDA.
감사해요. 정말 선물을 준비했어요.
뭐 조그맣지 않은데요? 대박. 감사합니다. 와 대박.
어떡해.
네, 그럼요. 마스크
대박. 오, 아카디 마스크? 이거 야구하면 되는 거예요?
마우스.
마우스 패드. 저 마우스 패드 진짜 필요했는데? 대박. 헐, 감사합니다. 대박. 이거 제 발 잘 전시해두도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
This is what League of Legends looks like! That's a big stun! That's a big engage! Oh! 80 minutes on the clock! 80 minutes to dream! Gonna be stunned up. Flash, and there's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
Coming at you live, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddies do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddies do. I switch, I'll melt your face off, disappear, I'm your eraser. In the cut just like a razor, murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Not gun dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, cut out to the wire. 유행 선두차, 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 할리우드 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, 'cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you live, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddies do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddies do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me come and get out of the way. Back in this lane, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
Welcome back, guys. We are here on the stream for the round 2 of the playoffs. Gen G up against DRX. Now, Gen G have crushed DRX in a couple of contests. DRX did take game number 1, but we're currently sitting at Gen G 2 big wins over the one of DRX. And guys, I do want to let you know that we are having a little bit of a technical issue right now. Apparently there seems to be a issue with the players connecting to the game, so we're trying to figure that out, but it is slowly resolving itself, so hopefully we can get to the games in due time here and we don't have too much of a problem. But how are you feeling about this one, Ellis?
Honestly, I'm just hanging out with Morgan. Here from the Death Realm. I know that we got disconnected. Might be one of the issues, going on here with the connectivity. I understand. It's often pretty difficult to get down here, but, it is a thing. Gen G, though, in the series, they look very comfortable. And pauses like this, when you're losing, when you're behind and stuff, you really just, sometimes you actually can get lost in your own thoughts. And it actually just begins to feel worse and worse. We don't know, what, is totally going through the mind of DRX. But we take a look at player of the game, 10-1-11 on Clid's Hecarim. Another super stellar performance.
Yeah, 84% kill participation. He was all over them, all over the entire map. And it was just so difficult to deal with this horsey. He got fed early on. He got tanky, got a lot of damage. Take a look at some of these fights. He was really the commander-in-chief when it came to setting up these plays. Some pretty insane ultimates on top of these great engages was just enough to get him the player of the game, not to mention that he had those insane numbers that we saw early on. So, no question here. Wouldn't be surprised to see another 9 out of 9 vote for Clid this time around. As we've had 8 out of 9, 9 out of 9, and we'll see what the votes are this time around. But every replay is just Gen G squashing them over and over and over, so definitely not the best look for DRX, as it is 8 out of 9. One vote did go the way of Life.
Yeah, and one of the votes for Life, I think that's pretty understandable. He was in a lot of places at once. Obviously, inside of this game, his Karma had a phenomenal performance. But Gen G they are running a clinic over DRX right now inside of this series, and it's going to be hard for them to bounce back. Life's on point. Clid has really found his groove. BDD is in control. The Lucian pick. Chovy needs to find an answer. And Deft, what is going to be his option? Not so sure.
Yeah, very curious to see how they do handle it. And of course, guys, thank you for handling this and sticking with us through some of the technical delays we have had over the last couple of days. Definitely do apologize for that, mostly out of our hands. So we're all in this together, as definitely has been a bit of a one-sided series. And of course, the question we always ask when it does come down to this kind of a situation is, Gen G look great against the Freak and DRX, but how are they going to look against the final unkillable demon boss, which is Damwon at this point in the LCK? Do you think they're going to have any chance, LS?
No, I don't think they do against Damwon. Really? I was feeling pretty cool, calm, and collected till you brought that one up. I feel like Damwon is just a different beast. I feel like they're sort of working their way up the tiers. Afrika is like the level 1 phase of the same sort of approach and style, and then DRX is like a little bit more of an intense thing, and then you just suddenly jump to Damwon, and it's the final boss. And really, that is just so different. It's so difficult to prepare for, because when you're scrimming, there's no team probably that you can get, in Korea at least, that is going to prepare you for Damwon. And it's been such a long time since anyone's seen them play. What kind of things do they have up their sleeve? And the approach to fighting them is just so dramatically different than anything any of the teams working their way up the ladder to face them is going to be ready to do. So I think that's going to be interesting. The meta is also so perfect for Damwon right now. Ghost, he's a player that he basically plays 1v2. You give him Senna, you give him Ashe, you give him Ezreal, you give him these champions that can just 1v2 and unlocks barrel, he roams elsewhere on the map, And the meta is just perfect for him. He can't be abused. You pick Ziggs or something even. He's willing to play mages. It's going to be so hard to move Ghost, and you're forced to play 4 versus 3 on the top side of the map against Nuggery, Showmaker, Canyon. I mean, it's very, very hard.
Good luck. Yeah, good luck. I mean, those names that you mentioned, they could have just as easily been like a all LCK team, you know, like top of their role, which is insane because they're all on the same team. So it's pretty difficult, and that's why we do kind of call them the final boss and the current kings of the LCK. And this isn't even the feel that we saw from like Griffin in the past from regular season. Like old Griffin, they were really good.
Yep.
But this feels even more dominant somehow in the point where it's not like, oh, maybe they're gonna, you know, they're really good, but they've struggled a little bit against T1. Are they going to be able to defeat them in a best of 5 in a finals where, you know, we're not 100% sure. This time around, it's like, if anyone takes a game off of Damwon, we're going to be surprised and happy for them because it's just a totally different level. Something that, you know, I started casting the LCK beginning of 2017 with you. I don't think we've seen a team this dominant in that entire time.
No, I don't think there's been a team that honestly is this dominant. Also, when you consider the level of play in 2020 is very elevated from yesteryears. And so it is so much harder to pull this off in today's day and age. And they're managing to do it. The meta is perfect for them. That's, again, to restate what I just said a couple of moments ago, that's the scariest part. Is not only are they on a tear, not only are they destroying pretty much everyone, everything going on in the game right now is also helping them. It is bolstering them up. And so it's like Damwon. It's not even just that you're facing Damwon. It's like Damwon on steroids. They're just completely out of control. It's going to be really hard to take them down. And it's going to be an impressive feat, whoever ends up making it there, whether it be Gen G or Dragon X or DRX, if they end up making it there at the very end, no matter what, it should be a pretty interesting final.
Absolutely. I was recently on a show with Thorn. You guys may have heard of him, of course. And I remember he asked me if there's any team to touch Damwon, who do you think it's going to be? And I said Gen G, because I do feel like they are the one team that are just, you know, Damwon, they play in a way that is so aggressive and dominant in pretty much every lane and position. And I feel like, especially we're even seeing it this time around, it's like they are just so solid. Like, they're never really going to get crushed, you know, that often. I mean, it happened a little bit in game number 1, but they were immediately able to tinker with their draft and play a much more solid and stable game. And I think that kind of style is going to work better against Damwon compared to like a DRX style. And I'm not saying that Gen G are going to come in here and win, let alone take games, but I think they do have the best chance. And based on what we've seen in these playoffs, they are certainly proving what a lot of people are saying about them right now, which is that Gen G seem to be our number 2 team in the LCK. And it's going to be an interesting one. Again, they have to get there first. No, we're not at the end of the broadcast, guys. It's only 2-1. But again, the games that we have been seeing have been quite one-sided out of Gen G over DRX. So we're definitely leaning towards that being the case.
All right. Well, I do agree with you that they are polar opposites. I liken it to Fire vs. Ice, basically, in the finals, the way that both of the teams tend to go about drafting and just conducting themselves inside of the game. And so, no matter what, it should be very interesting. Currently, we do not have an update on what is the status with what is going on, though. So we are still just in limbo. And I'm really grateful, Valdez, that you're joining me here in the Death Realm. So, you know, just make sure to not get a QSS or something. We can continue to hang out and honestly enjoy it. It you know, it's pretty good down here. You know, it is. It's nice. Yeah.
Does it feel good over there?
It does.
I don't know. I mean, I got a lot of lights and stuff going on, so if I am in the Death Realm, at least I've brought some light with me to to brighten it up down here. But yeah, it's been it's been an interesting time switching back to the remote broadcast for the playoffs. Pretty unfortunate that we did have to do it, of course. Would have loved to be in the studio for this, but the COVID situation just got a little bit too harsh with a second wave coming in over here at Korea.
It's ramping up a lot more, or like security measures. So basically, all the places I went out this morning to just go get morning coffee and whatnot, and every place in my area now, there is a sign-in sheet. There's a camera as soon as you enter, like the heat-seeking thing, or not the heat-seeking. I don't know what it's called. Like it measures your body heat, and then they double check you with a thermometer. Then you have to sign in. Then they make you write your name, address, and phone down before you can even order food or get anything. And this was at CU, it was at the coffee shop, and it was at I had Subway. So it was at every single place. So I don't know if this is like the normal measure now everywhere in Korea, but it was causing lines, obviously. Like some people were actually coming in, realizing that it was a thing, and they were just leaving. Because they just didn't want to go through the hassle, I assume, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But a lot of very safe measures are in place. Korea is not messing around, it seems, with Corona. So
yeah, I mean the most recent outbreak was pretty severe in terms of the amount of originally infected and affected people. That they're really trying to shut it down this time because it does have the potential to go pretty big, and I think that's the reason why everything's kind of going into lockdown for real this time. Korea, the first time around, it was pretty relaxed. It came in first here, and there was a little bit of panic, but it eventually subsided pretty quickly, and the cases went down pretty fast to the point where things weren't getting shut down super quickly But this time around, it's very different. So
yeah, and I don't know why that actually is, because Korea had it at one point down to low double digits for new cases daily. It was almost like nothing was really changed inside of Korean daily life. It was as if everything was proceeding as normal. Seemed like everything was under control, and then boom, everything just sort of exploded again. And this one seems to be a little bit more difficult to control than obviously the previous breakouts. We've been dealing with it now for 7 months here. It's been a thing that has certainly changed life around the world. So we'll have to see how everything does continue to go on. But Valdez, one thing that is good about this pause and this break is that we do get an episode of Forbidden Love, and I do believe this is the last one that we get for a while.
Yeah, seems that way. But I am getting an update. Didn't quite hear exactly what that was, but it was. Apparently the VCS and the PCS are also having similar issues. The same problem, actually. So they're also in a currently paused state. So unfortunately, guys, we're just going to have to wait until this resolves itself. Not really much else we can do except wait. So I'll let you guys know if I get any updates. But seeing if I can hear any other updates. Anything else? Cloudflare related. So that seems to be the main issue that is connected to many different programs. So that's why all the programs are having issues, including Discord, LOL, stuff like that. So that is the current suspicion. I don't think that's actually a word. That is what we are suspecting is the current issue. So stick with us, guys. We are going to chill out in LS's death realm, I suppose.
Welcome to my humble abode.
While we wait. Does Boris also live there, or is he...
He escaped. He escaped.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. He wasn't winning down here, I make sure to, keep all the ducks in a row, so I'm the lost shopkeeper. You always hear about lost to shopkeeper, you never hear about the lost shopkeeper, the one that didn't scam you, so
yeah. Okay.
That's me.
So you
buy
my things down there, it's not Mordekaiser?
Yeah, the currency is snack oil is the currency down here. It's very effective.
All right.
Yeah.
That's
honestly.
good.
Yep.
I'm glad to hear that. So, is Mordekaiser kind of just like off to the side? Is he even there?
He's
what's your
actually he's
relationship
a
like with
bit of a collector. He's a bit of a collector.
Okay.
You know,
of the oil or of the
primes
of
actually.
the items?
Yeah.
Oh, primes. All right. Well, maybe someday he can teach me how to use that.
Definitely one of these days.
I'm not exactly sure how to utilize my prime.
Yeah.
So just maybe someday.
It's a bit of a puzzle. Yeah.
And let me know
well
how to do it. But until then, we're just going to be stuck here in the Death Realm as our apparently 3 regions in the current situation. So imagine if Genji just won game 1.
Yeah, this never would have happened. This is all actually a cruel ploy. This is DRX's anger. That's what's actually causing it. You know, it's just radiating throughout the peninsula, and it's managed to bring it down here. So we'll have to see what is going to happen once Game 4 resumes, and what the players and teams are actually even thinking. I'm really not sure how long this could obviously end up taking. It's been quite a while since it crashed. So I would say it's almost been about half an hour, right? So this is pretty interesting. What's going on here?
This is an extended episode of Forbidden Love, so
it really is.
You know, we have the Pog State. That's with generally you and Atlas. You do that one, but then of course we have the Forbidden Love because we very rarely get together and have our little podcast, which is
true.
Of course, that title. And yeah, I mean, I have on my screen also the feed, like the stream feed of the Korean side, and I see the Korean casters. They're also just buying time, sitting on the camera. I saw Sungke, he stood up, which is caster Sung. He's one of the casters, one of the middle guys for the Korean desk, if you guys don't know him. But he was standing up and he was like showing off his style.
Beautiful.
So, you know that they're already resorting to certain measures at the same time.
Well, Valdez, do you want to know what one of the constants still happening here today, though, is that woman, her predictions for the LCK are seeming like they might come true again. And
so
that, you know.
Okay, so I heard that she's 1-12.
She's 1-12 for the West, yes. She curses every team.
What about for the East? What about for the LCK?
She is 3-0. So,
know?
Yeah. So actually, this is all just a ploy. You know, the matriarch is going to come in and set the law, you know, for Korea at Worlds. It's all just an inside job, you know. So, no matter what.
It all makes sense. DRX won game 1 and she just swooped in and was like, that's not okay. Hold the phone. This is, it's got to be a 3-1 now, or else I'm going to get really angry.
Yeah. I need to make a segment for her on my stream or something, you know, her predictions. They're definitely captivating.
So how do you ask? Do you just say like, okay, I'm sure there are some people in the chat that are probably confused about who we're talking about, but this is your grandmother we're talking about, correct?
Yeah. She knows literally nothing, but...
She knows literally nothing, but you just ask her, okay, who's going to win today, Genji or DRX?
Yes.
And then she just chooses? Does she give any reasons, or is she just like...
You know, sometimes she likes their names. Sometimes she likes their names. Sometimes she goes a little bit weird. You know, she says that maybe their team names sound a little bit too evil or something, and so she might vote against them. You know, but it's how it works. So
what was her reasoning for this series? Because she voted Genji, right? I saw you post that on Twitter.
I can't remember. I think she was making a joke saying that, you know, Genji sounds like her generation or something. I'm not even sure if that's how that works, but I think that was her
Generation grandma?
Generation grandma, yeah.
Genji. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Well.
So, last time on Friday, me and Atlas were in the same situation, except we had 4 individual pauses that were
Okay.
a little bit shorter than this one. It feels like this time we're probably just going to get one really long pause and then play the last game, and then probably we would assume that Genji win, but anything could happen. So
If
it's interesting to get this kind of long form podcast here. It actually feels like I'm doing like a podcast content right now.
Mm-hmm. And how's everything else been going for you? How's,
I mean,
in the daily.
I'm not really doing much. I'm not sure if you guys can see this on your screen. Perhaps I can get some feedback as to whether this is going out to the to the stream, or is this just for us?
This is just for us. Currently on our screen, we have a lot of different webcams that are.
Yeah, there were like 8 people.
Yeah, they're showing other people that I think are in limbo with us right now. We're all actually suspended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you were mentioning Interstellar before.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's like that moment towards the end of the movie where he's like suspended in the black hole.
Ooh,
kind of what I feel like right now.
That was definitely
yeah. Perhaps those were some of the casters from some of the other regions that are
look
also stuck in limbo.
Yeah, I think it's time to actually just tell the viewers what's actually happening. Guys, look, all that's happened is we've actually just been hit by a Morgana binding. So that's all. It's gonna be over with soon.
Okay.
If it helps you guys relate. Yeah, we don't have any tenacity, so it's gonna be a while.
We're not very tenacious over here. I see Sung Caster. He's talking on the phone to someone. So like, I feel like you could probably call up your grandmother right now and ask her like, "Hey, how's it going? We're currently 2-1. It seems like your prediction is going pretty well. It would be interesting. Maybe we could like call up Atlas, be like, "Hey man, just show up. How are you doing?" Just get him to join the Discord call. That would require a bit of production, though. You'd have to start streaming and stuff.
Yeah, you would have to do that. That would be a little bit hard. Also, too early for.
But might have to cut you off there, LS, because apparently we might be playing some VCRs. Okay, not yet. Not yet. We're just preparing for the VCRs, for the videos that we're preparing. Preparing for the preparing videos. So that's going on. And apparently, okay, so we may have lost communication. That's fine.
All right.
Truly in the death realm now.
Welcome.
As we try to get things set here. So let me hold on. I wanna tune into the collective real quick.
The collective.
See.
Yeah.
Let's see what they have to say. Valdez, please play piano. So so last time it was pretty good, right? It was enjoyable, but at the same time there were some copyright concerns.
Yep.
And so I think we're probably gonna avoid that this time around. I could play like some random notes for you guys, but I don't think that would be very enjoyable. And also I don't have an ocarina, so there's
true.
That. I really enjoyed Atlas's rendition of "My Heart Will Go On."
Ooh, okay.
Atlas, have you ever seen the YouTube video where it's the recorder version of "My Heart Will Go On"?
No, I have not seen that.
Very, very touching. Very, very sad song.
Okay. I have not seen that, Valdez. I'll be honest with you.
Wow, that's a classic though. You should definitely check it out. It's a very good YouTube video, and it just highlights the recorder's amazing instrument ability.
Okay.
But Atlas was playing a little bit of that on Friday, and that was fun. So, LS, you play any? So you're like you only pretty much play League of Legends, right? Busy nowadays.
I pretty much only play. Yeah, I only play games, but I mostly only ever play competitive games. I might actually, I might play. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen, but StarCraft 1's doing a lot of show matches. I don't know if you've seen that. I might actually participate in a show match in October. So that's interesting. I have not played in 11 years. Well, I mean, I've randomly played some remastered games, but that'll that would be interesting. That would be.
I would be very interested in watching that actually. I know that Scarlet, who is a very top level StarCraft 2 player, recently played StarCraft Brood War against Artosis.
Yep. She beat him.
I think she also played against Tasteless too, right?
Yeah, she beat Tasteless. She beat Cadenzi, Miss Sasha Hoyston. We used to live together actually in Korea for a little while. Cool. Yeah, we've been friends for a very long time.
Yeah, there were a lot of like pro gamer houses out in Korea, like in the early days. I say the early days, but it was like what 9 years ago.
I mean,
10 years ago.
Well, StarCraft pro houses have existed since 2001, I think, or maybe even 2000. I know that there were basically group houses where like some of the best StarCraft players would live in 1999, 1998, I believe even. But it wasn't until sponsors started coming in that I think is when the real pro teams started. So, yeah. Pro teams in Korea have been a thing for a long time. Academies have been a thing for a very, very long time. A lot of people don't actually know Korea has a lot of academies. They have a ton of academies where lots of players either they get coaching online from like former pro players or like current challenger players or something, and they have a subscription plan with their parents, and that's the equivalency of like their extracurricular after school activities or something that they do. And there's even actually esports high schools in Korea, which is really interesting. That have former pro gamers from various titles that actually teach the classes or like help everything. One of my Korean friends actually used to go to it, and he would tell me he would live on site, sort of like a boarding school, and they actually just mostly play games all day. And then some of their lessons is actually teaching players that are way lower MMR than them, like 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds or something. Maybe gold and platinum players, and this player's challenger. So like that's really interesting. So Korea's pretty interesting in that regard. I think Team Dynamics are actually sponsored by one of the biggest academies in Korea, Esports Academy. If you can actually see it on their jersey if you go into any of the LCK VODs. So it's pretty good.
That's true. Definitely the academy system is huge over here in Korea, not just for esports, but for many different things. But guys, it looks like we have some videos, so I'm going to throw it to a break. Oh. Okay, we are apparently going to the POG state instead, so hopefully you guys are there right now. Well, okay, I need to tell you guys that we are going to the POG state, and you can check out that video right now.
Hell yeah. LS, you want to do a clap for yours? I didn't hear it.
I don't know if it transitioned. Scuffed.
There you go.
Nice.
Gotta actually get that satisfaction feeling. Hello everyone, and welcome to yet another episode of the POG State. I don't even know which number this is. I think it's like 15 or something. 14? 15?
14.
I don't know. It's probably in the name of the video or the podcast that you're listening to, but it's gotten away from us because, of course, it's just been too much fun over all of these weeks, and we are getting very close to the end of the LCK. We have a very exciting guest for today's episode, and I forgot to do it last week, so let's jump right into it. The disclaimer. This, of course, does not represent any of the opinions or thoughts of Riot Korea or Riot Central or any other Riot organization throughout the world. What we say here today should not be used against us in any way other than to berate us on Twitter or in the YouTube comments. Feel free to do so at your leisure, and just know that if you say something hurtful, our feelings will probably be hurt. And on that note, LS, welcome to yet another show. You haven't been feeling so well this week.
No.
Do you want to talk about what happened?
So Thursday, so this episode's being filmed on Sunday right now.
Yes.
We were supposed to film it on Thursday. I went in, and by the time I got there, I was having really bad chills, and I was feeling very weak, like fatigued and cold and everything. and I was on like 1,000 milligrams of Tylenol. And even with that, I was still feeling so terrible, but I think that was like preventing the fever from like coming on then. I ended up going to a hospital. I was there for a little bit. I got an IV drip or a banana bag or whatever. I laid down for a while there, and then I got started on antibiotics and stuff, and I'm actually still on the medication, and yeah, I'm still sick, actually. I just woke up, and it had actually been a long time between taking my last dose.
Yeah.
And I actually felt like somewhat bad, but not like awful. So that's very surprising. So yeah, I've just been, yeah, I don't know, because I don't leave my house, right? So the only time I leave my house is to go to LCK. So that's pretty much it. And
So
now
it's going to be hard to pick up a bug necessarily.
Yeah,
if you're
well,
actually,
I mean,
you know?
now it like the new.
I mean, there's a particular one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to be a bit more careful about. Especially here in Korea, guys. Bit of a COVID-19 update. We've had a whole bunch of extra cases over here in Korea, so we're on our toes, trying to make sure that we stay as safe as possible. But make sure, like another reminder, I know that we do it hopefully every episode, but just make sure you're staying safe, wearing a mask, don't touch too much stuff, and if you do, wash your hands. Don't eat stuff with your hands when you're out in public. That sort of thing. You know, be intelligent, be safe. And we're going to do the same because, yeah, we don't want another repeat of the spring season. And we're very, very close to the end. And we've missed you on the broadcast, LS, because there has been many, many goings on. Lilia, she was enabled for this week's play. We've also seen Godzilla come back and absolutely destroy people. And Godzilla is not something that we're used to here in the LCK. I know Valdez and I were very confused when all these Renekton's were being picked and just destroying folk. And yeah, we are dealing with it, dude. Absolutely. Do you have a bit of an opinion on the uprising of the Renekton? Because I got a few thoughts as to why it's working, but I'd like to hear it from you.
Well, Renekton is just one of the best champions in the game.
All right, I guess we'll end the episode here. Thank you very much for watching, guys.
we'll just go from there. No, I mean, like he's being picked pretty much everywhere. I mean, this is right after Dignitas and TSM series where they picked Renekton twice in a row, only to do nothing with it and lose lane with it both times. Well, we've seen like it coming out a lot. I feel like I'm screaming about Aatrox all over again, and fortunately he died, so, you know, Godzilla will come too, so, you know.
The thing about the Renekton pick that I've been noticing in games where he's been doing well is the amount of jungle attention that he gets, and even in 2v2s on the top side of the map, if you've got the Renekton, generally you win, right? Like, he just looks extraordinarily strong. And take Noggery, for example. Like, they ran Renekton Nidalee twice in a row, much like they love doing over in the LPL. You were talking about first picks. I believe Suning did the same thing. This was yesterday, so it would have been Saturday's matches.
Yep.
Which was, I believe, Suning versus V5. But I've been busy doing the commentary of the LCK. Hasn't been super easy to keep up with the LPL, but I believe that was what happened. So they were first picking some Renekton as well. We saw it find some success, but we also saw Renektons getting like 3 kills before like level 8.
Yeah.
And I think that like that's a way that he can actually work really well.
I mean, the champion needs to get ahead. And then you would have the people that should argue that he should get ahead, and then obviously there's going to be people that dissent against that notion. So when he doesn't get ahead, he's terrible. When he does get ahead, I mean, if you look at some of the people that are playing him, or like the teams that are playing him, I mean, there was an interesting Reddit thread that actually went deep into like the teams that pick Renekton when they pick him, and then what ends up happening in the games, like with the champion. Perhaps people can find it or like link it in the comments, but it was a very interesting deep dive. So obviously, like I mauled over the champion quite a lot. And I just likened it to like Aatrox 2.0, and I mean Aatrox is gone. So I don't know. I mean he'll probably be a mainstay at Worlds. So, you know, I mean we'll see what happens, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes because the one big problem that I have with Renekton, I don't really have too much of an issue because I like making crocodile jokes as an Australian. Certainly suits me very well, so that's absolutely fine. The problem that I have is during draft and with what happens to win conditions in the game if you pick the Renekton. Because we know, like, you had your Dignitas reference, which is if you pick Renekton and then don't do anything in lane, you lose, right? Yeah. It's just because he doesn't do anything as far as the game progresses with neutral gold. He needs to snowball. He needs to find ways to win. And he needs to do that with the help of his jungler very early in the game because Renekton Power Spike is very, very early. Like, he hits level 6 and no one 1v1s him, right? Like, it's basically playing with your cards face up is what I'm saying. And I think strategically, you're shooting yourself in the foot by going with a strategy like that. However, if you can make it work and demand that it works with like also a giga winning jungle matchup as well, then theoretically, with the incredible gank assist that you get with a Renekton, with his W, with the fact that you can just stun people on command, like, I think that there is a place for him to be intelligently drafted, but I also think that a lot of teams that are going into Renekton are just letting him go, and they're just dying, and they're not necessarily playing that top lane or that top 2v2 in the correct way. Is that sort of like the correct assessment?
I mean, I think in the LCK, if you look at some of the teams that are winning with him, they would probably be winning the game anyway. So right. you had Afrika versus Sandbox was one of the more recent ones. You had T1 versus Afrika, where Kana was playing it. Like I think the context is always important. You had Nuggery versus Dynamics. I mean, these aren't like
right.
They're gonna win the games anyway. The context is always like super important. You can go through these games and see the enemy top laners like blundering really bad. Yeah, I mean, the champion's obviously getting picked a lot, but yeah, he's definitely weird. I mean, he was around last year too at Worlds, you know, with Elise as the bread and butter, and now he's being paired with Nidalee because farming junglers have more power, and so you hit the level 9 breakpoint, you start accelerating faster. Elise obviously not being picked as much because of her volatility. It's interesting that actually 2 of the very sinful champs have died. He's the only one that still like exists, and I guess that's an ode to Godzilla. So
yeah, you know, I guess so. You're referring to Elise and Aatrox, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So pretty much it.
Now on the topic of junglers and AP junglers in particular, we do need to talk about Lilia. So is this champion good? What's your opinion of Lilia and where she fits? Because I found that it was really hard to discern exactly where her power was until I looked at like Spirit's damage numbers at the end of that last Lilia game that we had in the LCK. Because currently she's 3-0. Yeah. But I think a lot of that has to do with, like you're saying, which teams are playing her.
I think she's broken. She has a lot of, you have to commit a lot of games to getting proficient enough with her. Learning her clears, learning how she team fights and everything like that, and then how effective she is on low econ is really scary because she scales against you, just like with like level, like when you level up and stuff. So she doesn't need a lot of gold in order to be effective, and the utility inside of her kit is just insane. So she ends up coming online in like mid-late game, and then she's just really a menace. So there's still gonna need to be more time. One of the things I'm really, really salty about, obviously, is Lilia and Yone were very close in release, but we've heard many, many times now that Yone will not be at Worlds. So that's kind of, I don't know. I had this conversation on my co-streams with like lots of different pro players. Yone was out 2 months before Worlds happens, so it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why he's not going to be there. There was my mole. By the way, that's
all right. That was the LS molds. So guys, if we could just Ian, if you could just plug the LS molds and brilliant.
It's fine. I mean, Boris is just gonna take everyone's life at Worlds anyway, so it doesn't.
Yeah, that's true.
He's out of control.
I do like that Lilia and Boris seem to have an understanding with one another, though, because I feel like her like build path is like almost set in stone in a lot of ways. Like, you really need Liandry's. If you don't build it second, you do no damage. If you then need a Zhonya's, because otherwise you won't actually reap the benefits of your ultimate. And then Rylai's plus Liandry's is like just the most beautiful combination of items in the universe.
It really is.
You have to build those items, and if you don't, you're probably going to lose. So I think her and Boris are really getting along. You know, like guaranteed good item build setup. It's perfect.
Agree.
Have there been any other egregious mistakes with some of the item builds? What did you feel about Chovy's mid lane crit Lucian?
I think crit Lucian and like Monomune Lucian is stuff that should start to become more prevalent. Blade of the Ruin King, Blade of the Ruin King, Black Cleaver Lucian just feels really bad. It's terrible every time you see it. Lucian is probably going to have a lot more prevalence because the changes that he's just kept getting, as well as like with the direction that like jungle picks can go with Karthus starting to become more prevalent. Lilia, Evelyn definitely has potency. You know, I think that like Lucian will be a pick that continues to get looked at because he can go 3 lanes. So definitely can't be underappreciated.
Looking forward to seeing more of that. We'll see whether it gets played up towards the top side of the map. We saw some more Lucians being picked top and suffering quite a lot. That was largely to do with matchup. Of course, we are talking about... it was Nogri on the Renekton versus Rich on the Lucian, which was like, that's the top matchup that we're looking for. Absolutely. Yeah. Top Lucian versus Renekton. Oh, baby. That's what we need. But you understand exactly why both teams were picking it, but it just did not work for Rich whatsoever. However, before that, Canna played it and was tearing people up on the old top Lucian. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether teams will actually figure out exactly where he's supposed to be good and things like that. I do want to as well talk briefly about our last episode of the Pog State. Teddy, of course, I believe had a hand in posting it on Weibo, which is sort of like the social media of China, and popped off. I think we're getting China famous. Oh yeah.
Nice.
I hope that Teddy's okay.
Yep. Nice.
Yeah, I actually haven't heard from him, so we might need to get some confirmation. Make sure that the fans are okay with his opinions, because I felt like he was very outspoken, and I'm definitely hoping that we have a very similar thing with Sam or Revan here today, who will be our guest, and he'll be coming on very, very soon. But LS, I think that it's about time to have a chat about future Atlas and what he's going to have in store for us, because we have 2 more matches to go. Last week it was the entire week, but now we've only got 2 more matches to go. They're not necessarily big ones. This is bottom of the table versus top of the table, absolutely. Genji versus Hanwha, and then Solo One Prince versus DRX. But do you know what this means?
What does
this means Pog points. This means BDD, he's sitting at 1,200. Like, it's looking real difficult. But with 2 matches to play, Chovy on DRX could get to 1,300 points, assuming they win both of their matches and he gets all of the Pog points possible.
Correct.
Because he needs 400 to get to 1,300.
All right.
So I guess this is about the prediction. Do you think Chovy can get back-to-back Pogs and keep himself in the race? And also, do you think that BDD will get none?
I mean, you know, of course, Alice, you know. We have to chill out, by the way. We only got a couple of matches left, okay?
That's true.
I'll pay off the Korean casters, the observers, they're on payroll too. I got the PayPal accounts to media. Like, we're going to fix this.
This is why he doesn't take taxis, by the way, guys. He spends all of his money buying people off so that he can vote for Chovy. Sending a lot of money offshore to China as well to make sure that vote comes in. Sometimes they don't get it, and that's why those votes look a little bit interesting every now and again. But I guess we're just going to have to deal with it, LS. I think we're going to have to find out from future Atlas whether or not it is all over. And hopefully he's got some information about like championship points and things like that, and what the heck's going to happen for playoffs, and also what the heck's going to happen for the World's qualifier, because I think there could be some weird stuff. So without further ado, future Atlas, if you could take it away for the LCK news. Thank you very much, Past Atlas. This is Future Atlas with LCK News. This episode will be all about playoffs and championship points, so make sure you listen carefully if you are a bit confused as to how things work here in the LCK. I will give you a brief rundown. The winner of the summer split will be seeded automatically into Worlds. Then, the second team qualifying will be the team with the most championship points accumulated, after, of course, that first place team who will most likely have the most. And then, afterwards, every team that has managed to get championship points will be heading into the World's Qualifier Gauntlet, which is going to be played in the same format as that of the summer playoffs. Speaking of which, let's get into that first. The last conversation that we must have about qualification to the playoffs is KT and Afrika, and which one of them is going to qualify. Now, it is most likely that Afrika do get in. However, if the stars align and KT wins all of their next remaining matches, which includes one against Afrika and one against Damwon, and if Afrika then loses to KT, as KT have in their own hands, but they'll also need to lose to Genji as well, and then KT can possibly qualify. Definitely a difficult road for the team, but they made miracles happen in the spring season, and they might be able to do it here. Either way, the World's Qualification Gauntlet, if KT are unable to take out Afrika and get into playoffs, they will still be playing in the World's Qualifier as they managed to get those 10 points from earlier. Definitely important information. Our top two teams are guaranteed to be Damwon and DRX. One of them will be waiting in the final of the summer playoffs. And in third and fourth, it will be Genji and T1 in one order or another. Still not guaranteed as to where they're going to land, and if T1 beat both DRX and Damwon this week, then they will be able to hop ahead of Genji and wait for potentially them after the wildcard match in playoffs. Now, let's get into the difficult part. This is going to be all about championship points. Now, teams have already managed to accumulate some. First place from the summer split got 90 points, second got 70, third 50, fourth 30, and of course fifth is that 10 points that KT has managed to claim already. This is important as it does mean that there are some tie situations that we will need to address. If T1 do end up in fourth place, having lost to theoretically Genji in the playoffs, and then if subsequently Genji lose in the semi-final, then theoretically both teams will be tied on championship points. This tie will be broken by the team that earned the most in the summer split, and that would of course be Genji. Now, if we go further ahead, if Damwon then wins the summer split, they auto-qualify for Worlds, but because of DRX being able to pick up 50 points in spring, they will be ahead of both Genji and T1, and DRX will auto-qualify for Worlds based on championship points. After that, Genji will wait at the top in the Worlds Gauntlet, with T1 in second place. Theoretically afterwards, it would be Afrika and then KT, both of them on a theoretical 10 points, but Afrika earning a few more in summer, so they will have side selection in the first match. Now, if DRX are able to win, then there is a different scenario. DRX auto-qualify to Worlds, and then Damwon will have to play in the Worlds Gauntlet, as Genji will be the team that auto-qualifies based on championship points. Very interesting, as Damwon have been so extraordinarily dominant, they will be required to continue to do so throughout if they do want to make it to Worlds. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe that will do it for LCK News. I hope you managed to keep all of that in your head. It was very difficult for me to do so. And now let's throw it back to Past Atlas to go further ahead in the POG state. Thank you very much, Future Atlas. They were some incredible results. And now, onto the meat of the show. LS, you've brought a friend on today. Would you like to introduce our special guest?
I don't know, it's been a long time. I've known him for God, it's 5 years now, right? It's 5 years this winter, I think, is when he randomly added me on League of Legends one day. He had the ID Mama Moonbill too.
Actually, that's where you're wrong.
What's a moonbill? Is that a bird?
No, it's a member of a girl group that I was kind of a fan of at the time. But he has his
All
facts
right.
wrong. My account name wasn't actually that. It was Summoning Insight.
What?
Really?
Yes, that's how I sort of like drawed your attention. Instead
No,
of
you
being
had
just
Mama Moonbill, and I asked you who you were, and you had Jin as your icon thing.
I'm pretty sure it was Summoning
No,
Insight.
no, no.
'Cause
You added no. You
I
saw me
remember
on
planning-
Summoning Insight.
Yeah, but like I sort of planned out that in order for me to get this guy's attention, I need to have something that stands out in the friends list that will catch his eye. If I might be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
So
and
wait,
as he
you
said-
basically baited LS this whole time? That was
Pretty much.
that was the
It was-
plan even
yeah.
from the beginning?
Beautiful.
Up to this point too, it's all meticulous.
It's all, yeah, nice.
Damn. It's like I'm watching Catch Me If You Can again.
Yeah.
And has that led you to the CBLOL, Revan? Has it led you to where you are today as the big man analyst for Flamengo? It's all
The
been a
end
culmination
destination necessarily wasn't here in specific, but yeah, it all connects in a way.
Okay, I think we need to go down this rabbit hole because,
Yeah.
of course, you have found so much success in the CBLOL. I don't know if our viewers at home know, but Flamengo, it's like one of the hugest football brands in Brazil
In
is
the
now
world.
sort of sponsoring the CBLOL. It was one of the biggest moves that we've had in esports, was sort of this culmination of both traditional sport and esports, and it basically started in Brazil, I think in Turkey as well. Very similar timing when it came to Besiktas, that also did a bit of that old sponsorship, but we never did it over here in the big four regions. It was more like, you know, in Korea we had big companies, but they weren't necessarily big sports brands. So
Schalke
in Brazil
counts.
it was sort of a huge thing. Am I getting that right, Sam?
Yeah, there was a big like movement where esports was getting bigger and bigger in Brazil, and a lot of football clubs, because Brazil is such a football fanatic type of country. Orgs like Santos, Flamengo, and after franchising next year, I'm pretty sure there will be more football club-based esports teams, because the original football club fans are just insane. It's like on another level fan base. Like,
I mean, the league fan base is the same, right? Like they're like Brazilian fans are just on an extra level. I don't know what that means, and I don't know how to say that as respectfully as possible.
No,
but
right. Isn't the
definitely
community is
fanatical.
like the second most condensed community after the LPL in China?
Pretty much. The like actual number is probably not as high, like
Yeah.
the max number, but
the
their
density.
activity, the activity
yeah.
and their like passion is probably the highest.
Yes. That's what I've noticed as well. Like not even just in League of Legends. I've noticed that for other streamers, because like Twitch is growing and it's getting so big, right? So there's a lot of streamers that are not as known, maybe to like the English audience only, or something like that. So I've noticed that's present in a lot of other areas.
All right, so I'm glad that we've sort of established this. Sam, do you want to take us through your journey from becoming, LS's best buddy with your meticulously planned ID on League of Legends? How did you get from that to being an analyst for Flamengo?
So this is my version. Nick can correct me if he
Yeah.
wants. After I failed miserably in my one-game debut in LPL, I was back at home. I'm like, oh, I failed again. And then I was just grinding solo queue. And then while I was grinding solo queue, I was a Summoning Insight fan at the time, and I watched him and felt like, this guy might know something. Oh, and on top of that, he lives in Korea, so he was like a very interesting figure. And so, and he also plays on Korean solo queue too, and he's pretty high. So, if this guy's like a hotshot, I need some sort of edge besides my like natural English in order to draw his attention. So, to my knowledge, I switched my account name to Summoning Insight, which might catch his eye a bit more. Added him, started talking, and then that's where it began from there. Like I think that's the very origin. And then he realized that not only was I decently high elo, my English was pretty good, I guess. And then there was a more, and to my understanding, that was the time before, like LS now is like just the last saint, where he is just known pretty much globally all around the world. But before, he was like a sort of like only the hip people know. Like he wasn't like he wasn't super mainstream at the time.
Hipster streamer, I like it.
Yeah, he was like a hipster streamer. Like only like really core fan bases loved him. He wasn't like as known as he is now, but at the time, like nowadays, he has a lot of more Korean people contacts, and he's more involved with the like actual Korean community, not only with the LCK but like the high elo system. But at the time, there wasn't a lot of like IRL human beings that he could interact with. So I think that sort of aspect helped his part into sort of accepting me into his life. And then he saw me and he was probably like, oh, this guy might or might not be something, but I have some time and energy to spend. So he helped me like a lot in a lot of ways. And so after a year knowing each other, he said he had a gig where he was going to NA to coach. So I followed him into Tempo Storm. We played, we failed, so came back to Korea again crying. And then while I was in Tempo Storm, I met Shrimp. He was playing in, I think, Dignitas at the time. And we're both the same age, we're pretty old. I'm now 26, but at the time we were like 24. But even that for like League of Legends standards is like old. So we shared like so we shared like, oh, we as boomers, in order for us to succeed in this like young industry, like we had like that sort of bond, even though we basically never met each other. We kind of knew each other before, but we were just kind of cordial, never friends. But we kind of bonded over that time where I was struggling and he was struggling. And then that's where me and Shrimp became friends. And then a year after that, he invited me to join Flamengo as basically anything, because according to him, whatever role it is, he thought that if they brought me on, it would be helpful. So yeah, that's how I joined Flamengo. And during this time, this is the extra part. Between the 1 year where I was, where I didn't succeed in NA, and before I joined Flamengo, there was a 1 year gap where I was just lost. Like I was financially lost. I have League of Legends skill lost. Like I was hard stuck Grandmaster, and the bare minimum for a player my age has to be at the very least Challenger, if not high. So, but I was like hard stuck Grandmaster the entire year. And because I wasn't working and because I'm not a diligent person, I didn't have any money saved up at the time. So Ellis would like, oh, as he doesn't do it nowadays because he's a hotshot, but at the time he would do a lot of personal coachings, and he would vet people that he thought were decent at League of Legends knowledge, and then he would hand them off to us, which helped me sustain through the entire year. So
oh wow, okay.
Because normally before then, like when I didn't have either a pro player job, I was like maybe working 2 months to save up money so that I can play PC bongs, and then if the money ran out and I couldn't do anything, I had to go back to work, save up a little more money, try to get some more elo so that I can maybe apply somewhere. It was an infinite cycle of that, but that year was like, oh, I didn't have to actually do a part-time job because there was a league-related thing that I could do to sustain.
Okay, wow. And so that year was sort of like your one big test before finally sort of breaking out and finding the analytical role over in
It
the
was
city.
literally the hardest year of my life. That was my darkest time ever.
Wow, man.
Those were dark times.
Well, thank you, LS, I guess. Like, dude, were you aware of like how in trouble Sam was during that year? Like, is that why you were sort of throwing him some bones?
Well, all right. So for one of the things you said at the very end, I actually still do it. I have the coaching community Discord that I have. I have the EDU Discord, and there's like a title in the Discord that shows up at the top of the member list. It's endorsed coach. So there's like 3 or 4 people that are in there. So they get advertised. People can come to the Discord by coaching from them because I don't coach anymore. Publicly anyway. I mean, I do stuff with like pro players and I do stuff with like behind the scenes, but I don't coach publicly anymore. So, there's like that. But like I remember when that year happened, Sam messaged me, and I told him to come move up near me, and that I would help him find coaching and like other stuff. And I remember one of the things he would do was with his cell phone, he would walk around like the block near my area to get Wi-Fi from all the places.
Oh my god! I mean, that's another level of exposed, man. But yeah, that's how bad it was.
He would walk around and he'd say, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm getting Wi-Fi from all the places that he's connected at all times." So there was that. But yeah,
I think we've all been in that position, by the way. Like,
we have,
whether you're traveling or like you just ran out of data on your phone. Maybe this is a thing that only happened like 10 years ago when data was a thing that was extraordinarily difficult to come by. But like, I think we've all been there, dude. There is absolutely no reason to feel ashamed of searching for Wi-Fi.
There was that. Like the Tempo Storm stuff was like unfortunate. He had to test into it. He was actually there with Summit. From Sandbox right now. Summit was there. He went by a different ID back then. He was actually testing for mid lane at the time, and then he went back to Korea actually to join Africa, I believe. Sam might remember, I don't know. And so after Tempo Storm we came back, all that stuff happened. I actually didn't know the story about how you ended up at Brazil. That was my first time hearing it. I didn't remember how it all transpired. So yeah, I mean that was pretty much like my memory. It was also the way that I mentioned this before we started filming like couple days ago, right? Like how you got the ID Revan, because your ID used to be Lazarus. I don't know if you've ever like mentioned the story on your IDs.
I mean, can I? Because it's kind of, I guess, taboo in a way.
I mean, I just kind of want to call you Summoning Insight from now on.
You can just call him Summoning Insight. So, I mean, yeah, that was pretty much that. And then we've stayed in touch, I guess, ever since we talk somewhat often.
That's really, really cool. Now I need to get to the bottom of something. I'm sure there's a lot of viewers at home that are a little bit confused because, of course, you're Korean, Sam, and you've now moved to Brazil, where they speak Portuguese, but your English is basically first language level. Were you have you spent a lot of time in America? Were you brought up in America? What's sort of that story as well? Because that's what sort of got me at the beginning.
Well, I followed my dad to the U.S. when I was young, around 9, and I stayed there for 4 years. So it was like my infant, sort of getting into the elementary type of I just soaked everything. So even though, because I stayed in Korea for the rest of the time, between 11 to 23, I was always in Korea. But because it's just in my system, it never kind of went away.
Wow, man, that's actually really impressive because it's only like a few years of sort of I guess full exposure, and I think there's a lot of people that would not have your level of comprehension after that as well, because you come off to me like someone who's actually an American, and then they moved back to Korea to pursue esports and then moved to Brazil. You could have easily sold me that story if you wanted to. But it's incredibly impressive. And I guess now it begs the question, how's your Portuguese coming along over in Brazil?
I think my reading's fine because primarily I learned the language through Twitter. So it's just text. And there's a lot of similar words between English and Portuguese because I guess they're all based off of Latin or something.
Yeah,
so there are a lot of
languages.
There are a lot of similar words, and on top of that, because people on a daily basis only use a small variety of words pretty much. If you just learn the key words and just put the pieces together, reading is pretty easy, I guess. But I can't like speak for myself, you know, because like generating grammar is kind of hard. So I don't really speak, but listening and reading is, I guess, pretty good, considering if I were to compare myself to other imports that have ever came here.
So I guess this brings me to a question that I've had for a while. Based on the fact that Brazil does have a lot of Korean imports, do you guys like hang out over there? Like, I imagine that a lot of Koreans go to Brazil and they don't speak a lot of Portuguese, probably feel a little bit lonely. Is there sort of like a group of you guys that hang out or anything like that?
Most recently, yes, because there are some Koreans here now. But when I first came after Shrimp, we were the only Koreans here. There were Shrimp, and then me and Lucy. So we were the only three up until last year. And then once we won and went to Worlds, I think it kind of showed to the other orgs like, oh, maybe if you find the right people or if you mesh them well together, imports can still technically work. So the beginning of 2020, there was like a big boom to get like a lot of Koreans. Like for example, Kien Songhwan from Hanwha came here, and Rainbow, which was originally on HQ, like they imported him too. And there were a couple others. There were a total of, I think, 7 to 8 new recruits. Oh, and also Sky X SKT was here too. But yeah, they all came pretty much at the beginning of the year, and then some of them left because of COVID, so on and so forth. But before, there was a big gap where they didn't really prefer imports, but now I think they're investing a lot more.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like there has been sort of this move massively in 2015 to everyone needs to get a Korean. If you don't fill your import slots with Koreans, then you're doing something absolutely wrong. And then it was sort of a move back to we should probably have everyone being able to communicate together. And now it's sort of like, I don't know, balanced out. And a lot of the Koreans that have sort of moved in and really integrated themselves, I think Rookie is probably the perfect example of someone that is him alongside Doinby, two players that have absolutely become Chinese, right? And so now, like, I of course think of Rookie as a Korean player, but the Chinese fans look at Rookie as like he's the figurehead of IG, like, and a lot of their sort of like Chinese LPL pride is now in a Korean that they don't necessarily look at as Korean. I think there's a lot of examples of players that are like this, and I think it's really, really cool that in Brazil, I think Turkey is another example of a region that has embraced a lot of Korean imports as well. They certainly filled a lot of slots. I think I sort of look at the Turkish league and CBLOL as similar in the fact that like esports has thrived so much in both of these regions. Like the amount of saturation of fans for the TCL and the CBLOL is something that, like, I'm an Australian, obviously, and the OPL, like, I was working on the OPL for a really long time, and we were desperately trying to get that level of engagement, and it was just not something that was easily done, right? And I don't know how it's been so successful in your two regions, but it's been very, very impressive. And it's also been impressive that so many of the, you know, the imported players have stuck around for so long. Is there something special that happens over in the CBLOL to make sure that like they can at least cultivate like good relationships with their imported players? Like with the success stories, like why has it succeeded? Like why have a lot of the imported players stuck around?
I can't speak for everyone, but from my personal experience and the experience I had with my other Korean teammates, Shrimp and Lucy, they were here for at least a year, if not 2 years. And one of the main, like, really attractive aspects about Brazil in specific is, like, it's just, of course, if you join a pro team and you get sort of internet clout, like, oh, you get a lot of Twitter followers and you get like, I don't know, DMs or a lot of internet attention. But the thing that's really unique about Brazil is that, like, the sort of League of Legends population is mainly condensed in the two major cities, Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. And in Sao Paulo in specific, whenever we would like go outside to eat, or whenever we would just go to the market or something, usually, like without exaggerations, maybe 3 or 4 times a day, a fan would like stop us and say, "Oh, we're a big fan. Can I take a picture of you? I like all the work that you're doing," so on and so forth. All these like effective, I mean, a lot of like really good gestures, good emotions. Like we get a lot of affection, very personally and very much in real life, that we feel a more of a duty to stick around and like pay them back well for the love that they give us. I think that's a really unique thing that's specifically in Brazil compared to any other region in the world.
That's amazing, actually.
It's like a big motivational tool, and it also helps with your self-esteem too, in a way. Like, oh, even like if I'm feeling down, or if I'm not motivated enough, or if I'm just kind of feeling bad, like there's more of a sense of duty compared to whereas like most pro gamers might feel like just, oh, I'm just going to do my best for myself, because they usually don't feel the fan affection besides like Twitter DMs, and usually that doesn't help as much compared to a person actually coming to you asking for a picture. Oh, I like so much, hugging you. Like, it's a really life-changing experience.
That's really, really cool. I think I want to go back to just CBLOL in general. And Sam, would you like to sort of get us up to speed on how things are going? I think a lot of the fans know a lot of Brazilian teams, right? I mean, Kaboom, like absolutely iconic, you know, being able to blow up North America at Worlds, things like that. That was really cool. Pain Gaming BRTT has been someone that I think a lot of people have looked up to, not only as a player, but also as a brand manager, and like being able to like take being a professional player to like such a level that we hadn't really seen outside, at least in his time when he's like started to like build up his brand. That was like really, really impressive. So Pain Gaming is another one. INTZ started winning everything. Back when I was an OPL commentator, I was like, Revolta, damn you, just kept beating us over and over again, and that was also that was pretty sad for us. But there are like a lot of iconic teams. Like who's the best at the moment, and is it you over in with Flamengo, because your uprising sort of happened just after that, and so now people know you guys?
Tragically, at the moment, no. Got knocked out of playoff split, but before this split, we were second, I think, 3 times, and first once. So it was a pretty good, decent run in matters of like how relevant and strong you were in the region. But this split is kind of different. At the moment, probably Pain, Kaboom, actually the 2 teams that you mentioned, Pain, Kaboom, INTZ, all 3 teams that you mentioned, they're all in playoffs.
Wow, that's actually amazing, because we saw sort of like Pain fall. They weren't necessarily the team that they used to be over the last couple of years. Kaboom is another example of that. It's crazy that these orgs have like stuck around for so long and have continued to be so relevant. Do you think that plays a part in why CBLOL is so successful?
That part, no. I think the reason why it's because, I mean, if I were to put it in short words, Brazil has a lot of similarities, with NA. Like, the same iconic players just reign over the scenario for a very long time. They switch teams here and there, so you see the team winning here, but actually if you look at the roster, oh, this key player was here. Oh, this key player was here. That's why they're winning. So it's a mixture of like they take turns winning on different teams. So rather than an org thing, from my personal view, it's more of a player-based, like, oh, this guy's like a really solid rock. Let's build a roster around this pillar of a guy like Revolta, like you said, or BRTT, and then that's how orgs usually form teams, and that's how they continue to roll. Like, there's not a lot of like X player has been at an X org for lots of amounts of times. The rosters keep switching, but it's the same people pretty much ever since you knew them too.
Okay, that's cool. And now I want to go into a little bit of your territory, gentlemen. So I want you to sort of take it away a little bit. But I want to talk about like the differences between the Korean meta at the moment and Brazil, or whether there are any, because I haven't been able to catch too much CBLOL recently. But have you guys had like analytical discussions about how League of Legends is played in Brazil in comparison to here in Korea or elsewhere around the world?
You want to go first?
No.
Okay.
By all means.
I actually, when I was preparing for this, I like re-looked at a lot of like both regions' games, and it kind of made me sad in a way, especially the Korean one, because it has been the center and at the top for a very long time, and like naturally, because it's one of the major 3 regions, you look at a lot of their games naturally for inspiration, and that was maintained, I think, up until last year. This year, like, I'm basically forced to watch because I can't watch NA, and
what do you
like
co-streams? Whoa, what is going on?
And for me personally, I don't think Chinese League of Legends is like optimal from a strategic standpoint. Not saying that they're good. Like, strength-wise, they're probably the strongest region, but I don't like their view of the game in a way. Strategically, I think Europe is the best, and Korea is just kind of in the middle of nowhere, in my opinion. And Brazil is like a mixture of, like, obviously as a wildcard region, they look at all the major regions and then they take things from here and there, and oh, this team from this region use this, let's try this, and then they all like mesh things together.
Yeah.
So we don't have a specific style or a meta. The only thing that's pretty unique about Brazil is that there are a lot of mage bot players here, so there are very unique pocket picks. There are like unique flexes that mess with your draft from a strategic standpoint. And another thing is, a lot of the teams here, because everyone knows each other so well, they pretty much both know how each other is going to function. And there's a lot of teams just by design that there's a clear weak side and a clear strong side. So it's like, if you see the schedule, this team is going to face this team, you know water's going to fight fire. Like, there's there's not a lot of like complete teams where you have like a double threat on both sides or something. Normally, a lot of the times, it's kind of very clearly, like, the theme of a team is very clearly set generally, and that impacts the draft a lot. Like, I think Brazilian draft it makes sense from our perspective because we know all the aspects, but looking at it from an outsider perspective, it might not make a lot of sense because there's a lot of like contingencies and special things about it.
So like pocket picks and like you only need to care about a certain side of the map, because even if this person gets X champion, they're not going to be able to necessarily carry on it as well as they would with like something a little bit more crazy. Is that what you sort of mean? Is like everyone has such a deep understanding about each other that you know what to be scared of to such a deep level that it goes beyond what the meta is? Is that sort of how that works?
Pretty much. For example, there's a team called Santos, which is another football-based team. They have 2 ADs. Generally, they mix it up sometimes, but generally their main like plan or goal for each AD carry is one plays traditional and one plays like off-meta like champions, usually mages or like Senna, for example. So if the other mage bot player comes on the roster and you see it the day before, you're like, oh, we need to redo draft. Let's ban. For example, I think we did like ban our 1-2-3 ban, not even 4-5. Our 1-2-3 ban was Ziggs, Vel'Koz, and another mage I can't remember, but it's kind of like this.
Which one was?
Yeah, Syndra.
Bit of a savant, yeah.
There we go, beautiful.
It's kind of like that. There's a lot of very peculiar, specific things about like specific teams and this region in general.
Nice.
And Nick, do you think that explains some of the drafts that maybe we have been confused about? Is because being slightly aside from the Korean community and especially, you know, the behind the scenes for a lot of the teams, do you think maybe we just don't understand that, you know, every single top laner has been having a tournament every single week of 1v1ing on Renekton, and now we understand why everyone has to pick it all the time? To be perfectly honest, Renekton's been doing extraordinarily well, and I think maybe that's why you got sick this week.
Yeah, that's, you know what, I think that's actually very it. I also, I was feeling much better until last night. I saw Dig B1 Renekton. That was definitely something. So,
dude, it happened in the LPL as well. Suning B1 Renekton, I think they may have won the game.
As soon as I saw that, I stopped taking my medication. I was just like, you know what? Just let it. Let it. Yeah, it's over. Like, this one's it. I think in the LCK, I mean, obviously, when you see certain players, you know that they might just have a tendency to pick more aggressive or all-in-y or sinful champions because they're just better than their opponents. I think that, like, as a pretty... I think LCK, in terms of the power levels of teams, it also comes with what type of champions they're willing to pick, except in maybe some weird cases. Especially like bottom of the standing, obviously things get a lot more weird. I don't like when I think of certain teams. I mean, obviously in the LCK we commentate that like certain teams are more known for their sinful drafts, but I don't think that there's any correlation between player level or stuff that they're necessarily doing in solo queue. I think it just tends to be how it evolves. There's obviously like some weird stuff like what Sam was mentioning with the 280 carries. We had that on Sully and Prince initially, right, with Trigger and Mia and Hybrid and Secret. We had that going on. We also
had Damwon as well, like back when Ghost was playing mostly mages on the bottom side. I think it was exactly the same thing with you. Like you see you're going to face Damwon and you're going to focus mainly on whether or not you can live through the laning phase as your top and mid lane instead of even looking at the bottom lane.
Right. Damwon, I think, is still a really good... we were talking about this on, like, the coach stream yesterday, where Ghost is, like, Ezreal Senna, mage player, self-sustaining bot laner, and he just tries to live. He's not going to be the guy that plays like Caitlyn or plays like a hyper 80 carry that's very reliant on mechanics. He's not going to play an 80 carry that needs his duo partner in bottom and, like, this other stuff. So... And then they're just going to rely on the top side of the map with Showmaker and Nuggery to carry the game. So we do have stuff like that in the LCK, but I don't think there's anything like super cut and dry.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. And when you're talking about like, I don't think necessarily having what Sam's talking about means that you're either sinning or not, right? I think it comes down to like where your mastery lies. And I think, like, you take, I guess, Fly, for example, like he's only going to play utility mid laners. Often that's actually going to benefit a late game composition that's built around, a 3-4 item 80 carry. And so you've got Afrika as this team that is known for sinning horrendously all the time. But they also have a mid laner that facilitates a late game play, which maybe is why they've struggled to find an identity a little bit here. But Sam, I saw your eyes perk up. You have something to say?
Yeah, has Sinning in Saints reached CB LOL?
It's impossible to not sin. I mean, considering a lot of the major region teams do it, like,
that was actually really profound.
You can't expect like a wildcard region team not to do it because it's just you have to compensate and you have to sort of negotiate with reality whether you as like an individual player or a coach or someone knows like something is technically not technically realistically more optimal. Like there are a lot of like situations that don't allow it, essentially. Like it can be champion pool issue, it can be other people in the org not agreeing with X direction, so on and so forth. So, because it's like it's a mini society at any team or any org. So any plan or any draft that comes out is an agreed upon thing from everyone. So yeah, there's always going to be some missing points.
Okay.
And
I think a lot of that happens here in Korea as well. I think there's a few times that we've seen, coaches get a certain amount of accolades, and then you go back and you have an interview with one of the players, and they're like, "Oh yeah, no, we decided on that one." Like there are a lot of these things that came out recently about DRX, for example, where people were asking like, "Chovy, why aren't you allowed to play Zoe?" And he's like, "I don't want to play Zoe. I refuse to." CV Max was telling me to play Zoe. I don't want to play that champion. This annoying champion. I just don't want to play it. And I think I think as far as like collective voice when it comes to draft, I think is something that we need to take into account more instead of giving a lot of the praise and or not praise to the coaches, because I think that I think players are integral, and I think it does need to. It brings a new thing into the mix, which is like how well does a team communicate under pressure in those situations so that they can get a draft that makes sense. And I think when you've got like a hierarchy that's able to listen effectively but also make decisions, I think there's this whole new like extra layer that a lot of people don't consider about like what makes a good draft, and being able to effectively communicate extraordinarily quickly, I think makes the best teams draft well. And what I'm assuming, based on my knowledge about the LCK at the moment, is that Damwon have figured out a communication system that's worked, because their drafts have just looked so much better over the last, I don't know, 5 to like just this split, right? Because before that they couldn't even beat like KT half the time. Although I guess no, they haven't lost to KT. That was DRX. But now they're looking unstoppable, and I think that being able to draft effectively and being able to communicate what win conditions are effectively before you get into a game is really important. And maybe our other teams can take some influence from that, because as you've brought up, there are just so many factors that play a part into what makes a good draft against a certain team.
I think the biggest point relative to like Damwon, the point you made about Damwon, for example, I think like just realistically, you'd have to come to terms with that a draft that works for your team is the best draft, rather than is it just optimally good. Like is this like in reality good? Like if it doesn't fit your team, it's not a good draft. Like whatever fits your team the best is the best draft for that team.
I mean, Valdez and I had to accept the fact that Renekton was a god tier pick yesterday. Like that was a thing. I refer to yesterday, that was Saturday's matches, because we are of course in the past, as future Max of course did allude to. We're running out of time just a little bit here though, Sam. Thank you so much for your insight, especially about the drafts, and I think LS and I will go into that a little bit further. But before we let you go, I know it's extraordinarily late over there in Brazil, so we appreciate it so much that you've stuck around with us for so long already. I need to pose the question. I have an opinion on this, but I want to know yours. Brazilian food, Korean food?
Korean food. Like, without question. It's just...
I mean, Brazilian barbecue is pretty good, man.
All right.
I feel like it's more of a question. No?
I feel like stuff like barbecue is hard to... Like, I don't consider Korean barbecue Korean food. It's just a way of sort of... Like, it's more of a cultural thing rather than food.
Mm-hmm.
Because like the side dishes, and then they cook it in front of you, stuff like that. But there are some good food here. Like I like pastel and acai. There's like a lot of specific food that I like here, but I still like them kimchi foods, like more traditional Korean type of food.
Kimchi foods. That's actually perfect.
Nice.
I'm also of the same mind, but I thought that it was a cool question because I went to Brazil, had Brazilian barbecue, and I almost exploded walking out of the restaurant because it was so good, and they just kept on bringing you more. This guy like walking around with this like stick with like so much incredibly cooked meat. Oh, just amazing stuff. It was I was impressed. I was very impressed. However, I don't think I ever want to leave Korea because I found the best place for food in the universe. So I thought it was an interesting one. So thank you very much for your insight and for confirming that in fact Korea has the best food on the planet. That now seems to be in every country anyway, so you can live anywhere and just eat Korean food. And you don't need to cook your own barbecue if you're elsewhere. That's the big difference. And I think it's a little bit sad because I think it's one of the coolest parts. But LS, anything to finish off with before we say goodbye to Sam?
Not off the top of my head. Not off the top of my... Oh, who do you think's going to go to Worlds?
Wait, what'd you say?
Who do you think's going to be the representative from Worlds?
For Korea?
For CBLOL.
Can I decline to answer because there's a lot of conflict of interest?
Nope.
Oh, no. I think we have to.
We gotta get an answer. We need.
You have to say it.
Listen, we're going for the views here, okay? So we need the angry fans. Go ahead.
Oh my God, you have no idea how angry they're gonna be.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it. Actually, I know how this works.
Just say
Like-
objectively first. If you say objectively first, it gets you out of like maybe 10% of the negative comments.
The easy answer is Pain because they have the biggest fan base.
Okay.
But
What
realistically,
about the
it's-
best team? Can we say the best team?
that doesn't matter here. If I had to choose, it's probably gonna be between Pain or INTZ because they have very specific styles that they're very well equipped, and they're probably gonna meet in finals as well. So
Okay. All right.
if I had to choose, because INTZ as an org is historically really good at preparing best of fives, and they're like a really good playoff run type of team, I would give them a slight edge. But as of now, probably Pain. But that's a double-sided answer. Sorry.
Okay.
And just quickly, who do you think the 3 teams are from Korea that are going through?
Damwon, DRX, T1, I think. Yeah, those 3. Because at the moment, T1's probably the weakest out of the strong 4, but like this time of the year, Faker usually does his playoff things. So
He's not even playing, Sam. What's going on?
I mean,
He
it's
also
not like-
doesn't even need to win playoffs. They need to
Yeah.
get 3rd, and
They-
they're
yeah,
likely
they don't
to even qualify in that position anyway.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Arnold, but you know, I mean, I don't. Yeah, it's really sad. Genji really are looking like they're gonna get the short end of the stick with the way
If Genji
everything
comes
is.
second, then they tied with T1, I think.
Oh,
and
do they
because they
fort-
came
okay.
second and got those points in summer, I think those points are worth like a little bit more, so it tie breaks them. And so
Okay.
then technically Genji gets through, assuming that Damwon wins and Genji comes second.
Okay.
So there are some weird championship point things here, but it's looking likely that T1 will get through regardless. All right, so Sam, before we let you go, I know we've been prattling on for a while now, and it's like 2 a.m. over there in Brazil. I do want to bring up one last thing. I want to talk about your stream. I managed to catch some highlights of you speaking Portuguese, Korean, and English all at once, it seemed, whilst yelling very passionately about League of Legends. How's it been being a streamer to so many Brazilian fans and viewers now? It feels like you've blown up. Like, what happened? Did you just find a passion for streaming over in Brazil?
I streamed before, but it wasn't as big, and the org recommended that I do start streaming, so I did it once, and gracefully the Brazilian fans watched me a lot and found me funny, and yeah, that's how it's been. It's a pretty fun experience because, as Ella said before, and as I said before, the Brazilian internet community is so huge that like they all come and have a lot of good times.
So did it mean like you basically started once, like, I don't know, got lucky with a couple of jokes, and then like everything sort of was smooth sailing from there? Or did you have to like grind like a lot of other streamers do? Or was it just like, I'm an analyst for Flamengo and they
That
will
one,
come?
pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Because Flamengo is such a huge fan base that it just automatically elevates like your viewership level, so on and so forth, your attention. So there was that, and then I did a lot of insane behavior to try to gain more attention.
Sam used to be really popular on Twitch under a different name. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Samsung
I'm a cutie
1215.
pie. Yeah.
Nah, that too.
You know, like, he used to be once upon a time.
Oh my god. Oh my
That's gonna be top comment too, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's perfect.
This is where Cutie Pie ended up, actually. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Oh no. Oh well, you know, the meme had to come out eventually. I'm glad that it was at the end of the show. Thank you so much for coming on, Sam. Do you have anything to say to the Pog State fans and maybe fans back in Korea, back in NA, or anything like that?
I don't know about the global fans, but to the Brazilian fans, not sure if I can continue here because of my army duties. Like, I'm trying to figure out a way to extend it, but it's still a no-go at this point, especially because of COVID. But even though I do not happen to continue, I had such a great time here. I love you all. Hopefully, we can get to see each other again.
Thank you so much, Sam, and we'll see you hopefully, back in Korea. But even if you do your military service, you'll do it, and then you can possibly go back to Brazil anyway. So don't worry, guys. It's a hiatus, not an ending. But thank you so much, Sam, for coming on the Pog State for this episode. And LS, I think this about wraps things up for us. Do you have any parting words after this wonderful episode with an old friend of yours?
I'm not a. Do they have Twitch Prime in Brazil? Or
A lot of them. A lot of them.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
We're gonna lose him. It's a new CBLOL English caster coming down.
I'm on my way, actually.
Oh my goodness. All right, guys. Make sure you follow the Pog State on Twitter. It's at Pog State. Make sure you also follow our new LCK Global Twitter, which is LCK_Global. Very, very cool that we finally have one of those. So you got to go and follow it to make sure it sticks around and everything like that. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. You could turn on notifications if you want to, but I don't necessarily recommend it. Leave a comment with who you think the best Brazilian team is at the moment and who is going to be the world's representative. If you have an opinion on that, otherwise you can
don't know
leave
what
your
you're
opinion. Otherwise, you can leave your opinion on who you think's making it in here in the LCK. That's absolutely fine as well. To all the Brazilian fans that are watching, thank you so much for also taking a moment out of your time to consume some LCK content. It's really cool to have such a passionate fan base, and we appreciate everything that you've done for League of Legends. I think the Brazilian fans are far more of an impact than I think a lot of people realize over here in other regions, so we appreciate it so much. And with that, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode of the Pog State.
Welcome back, guys. Here we are. It's me and Lesnek back from the Death Realm. And sorry about the issues, guys. We're here with you. We're just chilling out, waiting for the games to get started. But unfortunately, because of this outside CDN issue, there is not much we can do. And so thank you for bearing with us, of course, through all of the downtime and, of course, all of these technical issues that we have been having. And so what we're going to do is we have about until 9:30, and that is in about 12 minutes. And basically we're going to discuss with the teams. The teams, they want to continue, but obviously it's getting later and later, and we're, searching for solutions, essentially. So we're talking with the teams about what they would want to do and certain different options. But until that happens, we're still on the hook. We're still waiting. So LS, are you there with me? Are you here?
Nope.
Nope. Were you taken? Did Mordekaiser, did he take back the Death Realm?
Everything's fine down here. Valdez, everything is it's totally okay. Totally fine. Just wanted to let you know that.
But you're not here with me?
I'm not here with you.
Okay, great.
I just wanted to let you
Maybe
know that.
in spirit, or
no, not in spirit. Nope, he's not in playoffs anymore.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate.
It is. It really is.
So yeah, we're still hanging out. Again, we have about 10-11 minutes until we're reaching a certain time where things have to be discussed about what options we need to take. And eventually we are going to have a little bit of extra content for you guys, just a little extra video that we will show you eventually. But we wanted to come back and kind of give you an update. So how are you feeling, LS? How are you feeling during this downtime?
I don't know how to really feel. This feels really... It's unusual. It's definitely an interesting kind of experience. Because how long has it been now? It's been an hour and a half, right? Roughly? I think it's been
before 8.
Yeah, I think it happened before 8, 9:20 now. So we're coming up on an hour and a half. The longest pause that I was not a part of the Papa Smithy pause that happened in 2019. The one where he finished at 2 a.m., right? Although I was there for the SPO TV pause that finished at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. or something. That was a nightmare too. That one. That was
that was me and you as well.
Yes, I think it
Unless
was
2016.
Yeah, it definitely could have been that. These are definitely there's something, you know. They're definitely something.
We've had many famous pauses. I remember there was one where I think it was Monty was playing Hangman with the chat because he was there for like 2 hours straight, and he's like, "Well, guys, there's really not much else I can do, so let me just go ahead and open up Twitch chat." And it's we've had some famous long pauses. We've had famous long games,
long stretches. This is what.
Yeah,
you know,
okay.
that's what we're trying to go
long
for.
stretches.
Yeah.
Of downtime.
A lot of seconds. You know, eventually it is. Well,
a lot of sleeping.
That actually, I don't really get to sleep much these days, Valdez. Today I slept 3 hours. So
what are you even gonna do when all the major regions are done and Worlds finishes? Like, what are you gonna do with your time? Do you have any plans?
Valdez.
maybe take a vacation or
no. That's not allowed. I mean, there's like off-season stuff that's supposed to happen, right? There's scouting grounds in North America. I imagine that there's going to be the Tyler 1 championship series that's going to happen. Tyler 1 single-handedly trying to save North America, and you know, I'm looking into trying to organize a side league as well for a amateur.
Wow.
For NA, yeah. But I'm trying to figure out the logistics of it all. But I don't know. I imagine that off season will have some pretty interesting stuff. So that'll be nice.
Yeah, it's good to. I suppose you'll have a little bit more time, maybe, unless all that stuff. I mean, I'm not really sure what it takes to make an entire new amateur league, but I would assume it takes a lot of work. So good luck in that venture.
Thanks.
And yeah, I don't know. We're just kind of here, you know, saying hello to all you guys that are waiting. Of course, thank you so much for waiting with us during this entire time. And I also looked up. There was a song that I can play that it was made in 1899. It's pretty long time ago.
Not 1819.
No, not 200 years.
No, are you sure?
By the way,
December 11th, 1819. It's
it's a year that will forever live in infamy.
Yeah,
of course. That was, of course, the day Achilles. Wow, Aphelios was brought in to the world 200 years ago. So
honestly,
that's always fun.
I feel like DRX are going to great measures to try to stop my grandmother's predictions here tonight. And
you think so?
Honestly, it's not a good look. It definitely is what's going on, Valdez. I think I've solved it. So they're just a little bit upset, you know. But I think it's inevitable. It's inevitable.
Okay, you might be onto something. I think after the second game, they were like, okay, maybe we can come back. But then after game 3, they were like, let's go with Plan C here. let's see what we can do. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure they wish they had that power, but
you know, honestly,
they do not.
Almost at a point where I could call her. You know, I think it's almost early enough.
We're getting there.
This
is eventually just going to turn into a variety stream. Like Alice was saying the other day, he was like, well, I mean, we should just switch to just chatting because that's all we're doing. You know, like this is the official LCK stream, but we're here playing the, what's it called? The Ocarina version of My Heart Will Go On. So basically anything goes. Oh, man. I was practicing, so we were talking about like copyright stuff, and I was practicing some to see if I could think of any Riot songs. Do you know if like the world songs are like Riot?
Some of them are. Some aren't.
Some.
Yeah, there's.
In that case,
here I'm gonna link you the SoundCloud playlist. I use this on my own stream because of DMCA stuff. I just linked it to you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Do you just like play random world songs?
Well, I just play. Well, Riot has a lot of insane instrumentals and like music, and yeah, I just mostly only I just play League of Legends music, and then some NCS, but not all the time. Sometimes people get a little upset at NCS, and I'm not totally sure why.
They've got Silver Scrapes on here.
They do. They do.
Yeah, I wish I knew how to play that one. Oh man.
Well,
They've got like all the anthems and stuff. It's kind of cool.
yeah, it's really, really good. I mean, it is just so many songs, and they keep adding to it whenever new stuff comes out, so it's definitely really good. Very, very good library. I think a lot of people don't actually know about this. I'm gonna give it to the collective real quick.
Yeah? They have like every single Champions theme song.
Yeah.
Like every single one.
Yep, they have everything. It's really, really good. 279 songs currently. So
that's like perfect for a league stream too.
Yeah. It is pretty good. So that's what's going on there. How's everything else been? Have you done anything in the last couple of weeks or,
No.
whatnot? Summer's almost ending in Korea.
Yeah, so right before we had this second lockdown, I don't know if I mentioned it before, but there's a league that I play in, the ball hockey league out here.
Is that still running?
And no, it was totally shut down for spring, so we didn't even get to play one time.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one weekend before the new outbreak of Corona.
Okay.
And, because they don't play in the summer really because it's too hot. And I got one weekend in. That was enjoyable. And then it was taken away from me the next week. So that's like the only time I've gone outside in about 2 weeks. Other than that, just been hanging out at home, watching streams. There's been a lot of league going on. We've been working from home, stuff like that.
Okay.
I've been sleeping more than 3 hours. There's a lot of time to sleep, I guess, for me.
Just gonna needle me. All right, it's fine. Not a big deal. Honestly, not a big deal. I'm used to it. Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. All I do is get bullied during the co-streams.
Sounds like I would fit right in. Yeah. I also got 2 meals in before this broadcast, so that also helps.
I'm
feeling good about that.
I'm coming up on I have not ate. And I just realized I'm coming up on 25 hours ish or something.
Yeah.
I think this is not a good look. Not a good look. And obviously, I'll obviously eat immediately after this cast, but I think that primarily, I mean, I had a coffee today, and I have food. I gotta get food, but I think it's because I did. Yeah, I did. So I ended up doing LEC into LCS into immediately sleeping, waking up, LCK prep, and now LCK, and then depending on how the series go in the pauses, LEC. LCS. So I'm really looking forward to it,
Nice.
It's definitely
great.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be totally fine.
So you were doing the co-streams, of course, for LEC, LCS.
Mm-hmm.
Were you surprised by the results? Do you have any?
Oh no.
Any comments about the?
No.
About the results at all?
No. Woman let us all know in advance what was happening.
Okay.
She predicted she predicted G2 and Cloud9 earlier this week, so I was going in with a little bit of a spoiler, but
then I guess
it's fine.
It was easy, right?
Yeah. So
man, she's just all powerful.
She really is. She really is. Her versus Boris is Worlds 2020. Actually, that's how it is.
It's all beginning to make sense. The way the world's been going, I would not be surprised if just by the end of it, we just don't even have league teams playing. It's just
it's like a parody of Endgame, like Captain Marvel, the Matriarch.
Yeah,
like
I know who that is.
It's totally fine. It's how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. I forgot you don't watch movies. I actually just blanked.
Well, I only watch good movies, so no. I mean, I will eventually probably watch See, I would watch like Endgame. That was like the last one, right?
Okay.
That was.
But no, there's a lot of build up to it. You have to watch the build.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I don't want to watch like 8 movies.
You do. You do.
I do.
Yeah.
Is it good? Is it?
It really is. Yeah, it's actually really, really good. Hold on. How about this? You played Magic the Gathering.
I did.
Right? Did you follow the storyline up until War of the Spark?
Kind of. I remember.
You know, all like the planeswalkers like joining together and then getting trapped, and then they had to fight Nico Bolas.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's literally it's identical. It is literally the same story, just in Marvel
I don't
Universe.
even have to.
No, you do. You do. It's pretty similar. Yeah.
Okay. So is Nicol Bolas like? Is that the what's that guy's name? The guy who's got the glove and he like snaps his finger.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Yep. That's actually
What's his name again?
Oh, I'm gonna say this wrong. I think it's Thanos.
Thanos. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I remember now that you mentioned.
I'm gonna try to trigger some people though, so I'm gonna say Thanos. And you know.
Thanos.
Yeah.
Is that like Irelia, or is it similar? Or
okay. Well, listen,
right.
Valdez, I think it's time that.
Is it time?
We really try to move into something a little bit more the collective speed. So
that sounds exactly like what we need right now.
I think it's time to take it away.
Guys, I'm gonna let our good friend 200 Years take the mic now. So hold on to your seats. We're going back in time. We'll be back after this break. Let's go to 200 Years.
Bullet time comes down. Everyone's not going to find it. Oh no, it's a disaster for DRX, and now Canner is on the chase. That's a fantastic interruption there as the live comes down. Death with gigantic damage. Double kill out of nowhere, and now DRX find themselves.
Doesn't even probably think he can go for the steal, but he might. Aphelios! How many years? As he just lights up everyone and gets the Baron.
Elder will go the way of SP, but that's 2 members already down. But again, it's not hybrid down, so I think
Okay. Not sure how many years.
Oh man.
Fly in there as Spirit with his ultimate running keeps himself alive, but that Emperor's Divide was absolutely fantastic. It's nothing in comparison to Mystic with his quadra kill though. Is it going to be back-to-back pentas against Sandbox in the first game? It is! Mystic does it. Welcome back for 2020 Summer Africa Freaks.
Yep.
What about your wasn't one eye worse than the other?
My right eye is blind.
I mean, for the light. No? Same? Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. So how you doing?
Making it awkward.
Just, asking about your eyes. So just
Thank you. Yeah, lost sight.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every movement like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial.
This strike didn't teleport in Goron and then trap with Chovy.
Now he's gonna have to flash, but look at that 3-man root, but they're getting in there, trying to get him with the exhaust, but they don't have the damage. He's still alive! He's still alive, and that is gonna be the end of these 3 members.
Oh, go next. Oh, go next.
Yep.
It's the key bust that we're looking for. Red lands. Death Charge comes in, but there's the final chapter. Shot Barrage is going to come over the top. Moonlight Vigil to answer as Carrier hops out. Crescendum is on here for Mystic as now Doran looks for the ult. He doesn't actually have it available. And Mystic over in the alcove is able to win out the fight. And Koshik, can you just kill Mystic, please?
as Def gets caught up. It's a double kill, and Mystic's just running around. The undertow's not going to land. It's a disaster for DRX. The Severum gets all of his health back, and this is what Afrika were looking for in game one. They're back in this one.
Impressive.
Every single player on the side of Soto and Prince, they have ape on their shirt. They're not, you know.
Oh no!
It stands for Absolute Power Esports, guys. So just keep that in mind.
Oh.
I couldn't not mention it. I mean, it's right there in big letters on their jerseys.
I'm not entirely sure what the plan was.
Oh, okay.
Velios is, yeah,
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems fair. I don't know. You know.
Yeah. Oh, another 10 to fate. Gonna land onto Teddy here. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. My god, he was almost the one shot again. Is now Teddy. Oh, what? Wait, what? That's so much damage. Did he die to his own death dance? I think he might have. Wow. Oh my god.
Does this look dangerous to you?
That artillery strike for as long as possible.
Oh,
goodbye. That was blind. He just put the ward down.
As Aphelios, he might have 200 years, but Kassadin is definitely BC, along with Zoe.
He's been around since the Stone Ages, I think.
1.5 minutes until that Ocean Dragon's coming. Oh, yeah. Dove just press R. Yeah. And
he got slowed.
And Killer, auto, and the Blast Cone is there.
Oh!
What is he doing, man?
He's staying around. He's like, maybe I can bait him. Maybe On Fleek can help me out. Showmaker's going in again. And he's just going to flash that one. I'm just watching the bottom fight. Top fight is going to be easy wins. The Showmaker says, does he even say anything?
I'm going.
Let it go. Gimme.
Just remember, they're the ones that outscale except for Camille. So Camille is wow.
She's stunned her.
That's a nice champ. Before 200 years, there was this.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 마지막으로 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막아 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 푸동동작 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰롯동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 하다 현타 푸동동작 TFT 갤럭시 푸동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설전자 멋이 패치 우주 푸동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 푸동동작.
Welcome back, guys. I was listening to Dududunga and I got lost in the music and
lost in the sound. Lost sound.
Yeah, well,
lost
not
in
quite.
seeking.
I mean, the sound was there, but I was not because I was lost in the sound.
A little slow.
Little slow, yeah.
A little slow.
I've heard people say that about me before. We are on our last legs, guys. It has passed 9:30. It is now 9:40. I told you before that at 9:30 we were going to discuss some certain options. I haven't heard anything else. I would assume that everything's on fire. We're okay here in our houses, but everything on the production side is probably on fire as they try to figure things out. And so here we are again. I hope you guys enjoyed the 200 years video. I enjoyed that a lot. It brought back some good memories from summer and, well, most
honestly,
of spring, I guess. That's when there was a lot of Aphelios.
It makes me remember that Aphelios was a byproduct of players or people complaining way too much and not punishing him, and champions around him being very bad into him and people not deviating their drafts and whatnot. I actually imagine that if Riot reverted some of like Aphelios' nerfs right now that they did, like over the last couple of patches, I imagine he could come back right now and he would not be the dominating force that he was in the spring. So I think that would be pretty interesting, because otherwise what's going to probably end up happening is he's just going to be dropped by the wayside and never really come back. He was also the byproduct of some items. And so I think that when Boris does his overhaul in Season 11, with all the money that he's collected through Season 10, maybe there's a chance that different champions begin to shine. I think the item rework, I don't know to what extent it's happening, but that could also harm other champions like Ezreal. Is another champion that has to be kept on people's radars. I think that is...
What about Teemo?
I really wish Teemo was buffed. I think if Teemo... I think that there's a lot of different ways that Teemo could be buffed. One would be to give him a legitimate passive. I think if Teemo, for instance, had something like, if he went stealth, he could detect wards. I think that would be good. That would be like an elite level buff.
Really broken.
Well, that would be it would mostly be utilized by elite level play, right? Like professional players, very high MMR. I think if he had something like that, 50 range, I think would make him instantly viable. If he had just simply 50 range. I think if his mushrooms grew in HP, or if sweepers and control wards didn't disable the mushrooms, so you had to still be careful, I think that would be interesting. More HP on mushrooms could be good.
I feel like you are a big Teemo fan, though. Because all of those buffs that you said sound insanely broken, like every single one.
I think
like,
well, for Teemo,
be too good.
His character identity, right, is that he's supposed to be one of the most annoying champions in the game. But in recent years, there's a lot more annoying champions than Teemo. I think in general, just champions that make you hate everything. Yeah, Zoe is definitely one of them. Aphelios even. At a certain point, I think that over the last couple of years, Teemo has really sort of fallen by the wayside, and so I think that means that Riot needs to look at buffing the world's favorite Yordle.
I mean, Viper
there's even
him.
Everything works out. It just
okay.
It's all about perspective, Aldous.
That's true. I'm sure you have great perspective down there from the Death Realm.
I really do.
So, for a more, I suppose, realistic choice, what about Urgot? What happened to Urgot? Remember, Keen was playing him, and we were like, "Wow, he looks really good," and then nobody ever played him ever again.
Honestly, Urgot, I think, is already viable. I think also he has good matchups, and I think he's good into Gangplank. He's one of the few champions that is. And so I think
I don't play him anymore.
Well. I think he's sort of forgotten about. I think all that it would take is a couple of professional players to like actively keep playing him or finding good spots for him, and I think that he would start coming back as a situational pick. But I think that the meta, especially in top lane, tends to be the most stale, I think, of all the roles right now. So I think that stuff definitely gets a little weird there.
Yeah, and now we got Ornn back. I mean...
Have you seen the new champion?
I saw a picture, and I saw Malice on Twitter like post something about one of her abilities, and it was like about 5 pages long. So halfway through, I just kind of lost interest.
Yeah,
I was playing something on my other monitor, and I'm like, well, let's just. So I don't know much about what she's even supposed to do, but
quite a bit of things.
What do you think? Yeah.
I actually did not even look at her yet. I know about the meme images that are going around on Twitter in regards to her passive. Her passive is multiple paragraphs or something, and then you have other champions in the game like Udyr. You got Nasus, you know, watch out, 12% lifesteal, you know, I mean, and then you have Samira's novella of a passive, so, I mean, that's really cool, you know, I think that's pretty
Yeah. You were talking about novellas. Have you read any good books lately?
No.
I feel like we're on an awkward first date, you know? Like, why don't you introduce yourself?
Oh, those are the worst.
Are you into do you like Marvel movies? Have you heard about
I like actually, you know, now that you bring it up, I really like calculating item efficiency at various points in game states in a video game called League of Legends, yeah. Kind of, you know, I like to put on a mask or two, read out of a certain book.
That sounds very concerning. Imagine if someone said that to you. They're like, "Yeah, I like to wear my mask and read some books." Like, I mean, whatever you're into, sure, go ahead. But you know,
oh no,
a little bit.
Wait,
off the map there. But yeah, as you guys can tell, we still haven't heard anything. So we're just kind of chilling out, talking about Legends.
He's fine.
What happened to your bear?
He fell. I mean, he probably heard me talking about the book, you know?
Oh, God.
Actually, he thought he was on a date with you.
Maybe he was the one controlling.
Perfect.
Cloudflare. Control, and he was like, "I'm not satisfied with this level of play. I'm gonna delay it for 2 hours now."
All right.
Maybe that's what happened.
That might actually be it. Yeah.
We don't actually have a better description or reason for why any of this is happening.
He's my mascot.
It's just yeah.
Yeah. So.
You have some stuff in your background. I don't have too much. I have.
He's the only non-Riot themed thing I have. Actually, I have Gnar. Actually, I have 3 Gnars. I have Dino Gnar, and then I have 2 regular Gnars, and then there's Giant Tibbers. I don't know if you guys can see him. Does Tibbers show? Oh, yeah, he is here. Okay, I have Giant Tibbers, and then there's a Poro King back there, but that's fine. We don't talk about him. That's for ARAM players. So we're here on Summoner's
I don't
Rift.
know what it is. I think it's like Star Guardian Pet. Wait, there's a tag.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it is. It's Star Guardian plush set.
Perfect.
Yeah, that doesn't tell me anything. But it is Star Guardian, something I got this from some Riot party.
Okay.
And I have this guy too. He is, let's see, Star Guardian plush set.
Nice.
Yeah, so there's this guy too, yeah.
All right. Pretty good, Valdez.
I have
honestly, these things remind me of Pokemon, and I still never got the expansion pack.
They're all Star Guardian plush set.
Oh, that looks like Gengar.
I
don't
know.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but it's all part of the Star Guardian plush set. I don't know if you can buy that anymore. Just turn this into like selling Riot merchandise stream.
Oh, the Riot store is closed at Lol Park, which made me sad. They would sometimes actually have like limited edition stuff that wouldn't be in the actual Riot store online. I thought that was interesting. There's I think there's like region specific items sometimes that enters the inventory. If you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think there was.
Did they ever make Pengu?
No, honestly, that's one of the biggest failures I think that like ever happened. How did you not just have Pengu prepared? It doesn't even make any sense to me.
Yeah, like
You know?
TFT release, and you've got Pengu, you've got the digging guy.
You had Dududunga as a song to help promote it. It would have been perfect. Honestly, I think that was one of the biggest. Just that ship sailed, you know, that we've had.
And now it's too late. You can't release it now. People have heard Dududunga like 8,000 trillion times. I mean, they're still not tired of it, but
You're never tired of
you know,
that,
it's part of the, you know, it's part of the way the world works. You know, we've moved on. Now we're the baddest. That's the current thing.
True.
ADA's back. So I really liked their first song, and I like the baddest. I haven't heard. Isn't there like a third song? Isn't there another one?
That's no, yeah. I don't think I've heard that either, to be honest.
Yeah. But I think Dudadunga Takes the Cake. Like, that was the best song ever.
No.
Ever, like, in the history of the universe.
I want to
Legends.
let everyone in chat know, or everyone watching this, that the score is currently 2-1 in favor of Genji.
Yeah, I forgot we were...
Yeah. It's been 2 hours.
I'm like, where am I? What's going on?
One of these days I will eat. So...
well, actually, no, we're going to keep you here all night. Okay. And what we're trying to do is we're
No! Aldous, you're really going to stop. He heard you again.
Did something fall again? I had one of my cat's hairs in my mouth.
Oh my god.
Thanks for distracting everyone so they weren't looking at my cam. This is just...
He's fine.
I hope he's totally fine.
He's pissed, actually, is what he is. He's been watching the series all night. He's not happy with DRX's play. Well, that is, you know.
Yeah. I was looking on to see if I had any updates. Doesn't seem like there's much. It seems like they're discussing now different scenarios and options, and we might be getting there soon. Again, guys, I know a lot of you want to hear some more piano, but the copyright issue is kind of scary. I don't want to get this stream in trouble. And they were saying, oh, maybe you could play like 5 seconds of a song and then start talking. I also looked it up, and the song that I can play that was made in 1899, it's apparently in the public domain in the US, but I don't know what that means for the rest of the world. Like, maybe, you know. So, seems a little bit risky. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to mess anything up. Also, LS, you know.
Yeah. What?
So, have you ever played any instrument? Or?
No.
Do you only play the computer?
You say that like it's a bad thing, okay?
No, I mean, you know, different people focus on different things, you know.
Okay. It's fine.
Have you ever considered learning to make electronic music?
No. Can't say that I have.
Sounds like a no.
Can't say that I have, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, I have tuned into your streams from time to time. I remember back in the day when mostly what you did was played solo queue.
Mm-hmm.
There was this one song by Sia.
Cheap Thrills?
I think I heard about 58 times in a row.
Okay.
So
that is true.
I assume that is the extent of your interest in music, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Now I listen to Riot music.
That's true.
The creator safe playlist.
I saw the SoundCloud. It's got like 300 songs, so sounds pretty good. Apparently, we have some updates. The details are slowly trickling in. We might be getting close, guys, to restarting the matches. Well, not restarting the series, but definitely maybe getting back into the series. Again, 2-1 Genji. And it has been, I think this is the longest pause we've ever had. I don't know if we've ever sat here for 2 hours. I mean, at least we had some breaks in the middle, but I'm watching the Korean stream. They're just like looking at patch notes right now, so not really too much going on.
All right. Well,
so they're looking at the patch notes. Okay. So, yeah, just trying to get some information, some content, basically, for everybody who is watching. Yeah. What do you think about patch though? The new patch is coming out. LS, are you a fan going into Worlds?
I mean, they don't really do anything. I'm really let down. I was one of the people. There was a lot of pro players that were in line with it too, and I actually, in regards to Yone being not allowed at Worlds, because he was so close with Lilia, in terms of release timing, right? So, interestingly, I asked the conversation to Crownshot from SK, the LEC marksman. And he mentioned how if Yone was going to be enabled at Worlds, or if there was like a vote that were given to players, he thinks that teams where either their mid laner wasn't good enough or couldn't play, champions like Yone, they would just vote no. And that was an interesting thing that I had never considered, and that also really just skews the vote. Because instantly, teams that can't pilot him just will vote no, if they think that he's too difficult or too much coordination necessary. So that was an interesting perspective, because I was obviously from the school of thought that Yone should have been allowed at Worlds and that he's healthy for the game from a spectator point of view. So
yeah,
Sag.
It's a good point, right?
Yeah,
we're pretty sad about it, but what are you gonna do? You kind of want to avoid situations like that where certain, individual interests can get in the way of making the correct decision or, whatever decision it comes to. So I guess I understand, but at the same time, like, Lilia is the reason they released her because she just didn't seem that strong? Is it like they were only releasing champions that don't seem as game-breaking as Yone?
I think there's a post about it. But yeah, there's a post about it. We were just told to check Discord chat, so I guess we can read off on what the update is. So, chat, viewers, everyone around the world and Ender, we will be playing on the live server 1017. Yone will be banned, or global banned. If we do go through with playing on the live server, no pause can last longer than 30 minutes, and there's no chrono breaks available in the event of bugs. And both teams, okay, listen, I get it. Alright, it's fine. But it's not LCS. So, both teams agreed to play on live server, and we will probably start around 10:10 p.m. So that is in 12 minutes. So...
12 minutes? Kicked on me. Oh, man. I love that casual flame towards Ender. That was really great stuff.
No, he gets it. He's a deity. That's just how it works,
Yeah.
The bear said no more. Oh man.
Why is your bear so unhappy?
I don't know.
What is going on with Tippers?
All right. Well, we got another. Oh, my eyes are actually fading. We got another 12 minutes. So
lost sight.
Yeah.
Lost sound.
Lost sight, lost sound, man. Suddenly I had to start losing every sense. It's this is going to be nice. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Have you been playing LoL lately at all?
Little bit. I played a couple of games of Bard yesterday.
All right, Brad.
They didn't go very well.
All right.
Yeah, my AD carry in the pick ban without... I didn't say anything, but I was his support and he was the AD carry. He was just like, you better... And I'm going to leave out the expletives, right, the curses, but he's like, you better beeping play something that's got some beeping CC and support me. And I'm like, what is going on? Like Monk S. And so we get in the game, and so I've had the chat muted for the longest time now, ever since I realized that I could do that. Auto muted, just like there's no chat in the game. It's like the best invention, the best thing that Riot's ever done. And
didn't know Tyler was in Korea.
The only thing is that it doesn't matter that I can't hear him or listen to what he's saying. He's still just like not playing the game and not not doing anything and just raging, like standing still. And I know he's typing even though I can't see it. And even if you disable chat, pings are still allowed for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
And so, he's pinging me. He's pinging the jungle.
Okay.
He's just angry at everybody. And I'm just like, if you're that angry, like, why play League of Legends? I don't know what the idea behind that is.
Not sure.
Maybe that's all he's got. Maybe he's just got League of Legends and
sounds like me.
Way to
that's actually all I got is League of Legends. That's pretty much it.
Unless there's a new game out. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called Legends of Runeterra.
Yeah, I so originally when I played it, I wasn't really captivated by it at all recently. But I have a friend. His name's Karibo, and he was really trying to sell me on it. Actually, the last like 3 days. So maybe I'll give it another go sometime soon, especially because all the seasons are basically coming to a close, and there's going to be some downtime before Worlds. So maybe I will try picking that up, and I think that would be, maybe that's a pretty nice pastime. I really like the lore and the aesthetics of Runeterra, like all the League of Legends characters and everything. So I really do enjoy it. But yeah, on my first go, I didn't enjoy it as much as I enjoyed TFT, so I didn't end up sticking along with it. But then I got so swamped by League of Legends in general because all the stuff, obviously, this year, trying to essentially cast or talk about every major region except LPL, which has been very difficult.
You want to be surprised at Worlds? Is that why?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
You just don't want to, it's kind of like save the best for last, perhaps.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people well, it's because it falls into the LCK time slot more often than not. True. And I'm already so strapped for time that, my sleeping schedule has... Break. Why didn't I think of that? Why did I not think of that?
League.
Yeah.
I thought you were League savant, but apparently not.
I definitely should have gone with that. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You should probably talk to Echo. I'm sure he knows how to handle that. And yeah, I mean, LPL will be interesting to go up against at Worlds. I do really wonder how it is all going to shake out. If any of the other teams or regions can show up a little bit better this time around.
Well, I think this year is going to be pretty interesting. Nonetheless, I think that, with also the way that it works, right? The Korean regional qualifier ends on the 8th, right? 8th or the 9th? And then Korea basically has to immediately go over. So there's going to be very little downtime for KR, because they're going to go over, immediately do quarantine. I actually should check the dates on when every single region exactly is ending, because there's not a lot of time left until Worlds actually kicks off. So this is going to be very interesting, and we're just going to get right into the grid of it all in just a couple of weeks. So I think that will be pretty interesting. Nonetheless, I'm curious what the Worlds meta is going to end up being like. And the reason that I say that is because with all the teams not being able to boot camp 4 to 6 weeks ahead of time, what does that mean for the meta? Because it means that this Worlds is going to be very accelerated, and more often, or more likely than not, it's going to have its own very short meta. And that'll be interesting to see how it tries to evolve throughout the very beginning of the tournament towards the very end.
Yeah, I mean, that's generally what happens at Worlds. We get those little Worlds metas that like to change things up. And I know you guys are getting a little bit anxious. When are the games starting? Should be about 5 minutes, I think. It's 10:05 here, and we were told that at around 10:10 probably get back into things. So still waiting on that. Hopefully we get it started on the live server. But yeah. Have you watched any good TV series recently? Do you have time to do anything that's not League of Legends?
Well,
are we being interrupted?
We're gonna go to Dududunga. We're going to Dududunga.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna play Dududunga. We'll be back.
얘들아 승령부 올려라. 머리매너 헤이 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자 헤이 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키드 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘게 누나 망가 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자 나의 여가 멋이 부동동자 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동자 에이 5,6월 설이 가득 찬 노동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자 하다 현타 부동동자 TFT 갤럭시 부동동자 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬치 우주 부동동자 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동자.
Welcome back, guys. I hope you enjoyed that amazing rendition of Dududunga. You've probably never heard it before, but it's it's a great song. It's one of my new favorites. You know, one of the biggest injustices right now, Ellis?
What? That your question was interrupted, or?
Well, there's that, but there's also the fact that we don't have Cat Jam enabled on the LCK stream.
That does sound like, honestly, it sounds like a cardinal sin, is what it.
I mean,
yeah, we definitely have to get that fixed.
So there's like a Twitch emote meta, right? So we have like, you know, back in the day it was like, oh, Kappa, right? And that was funny. Like,
there's actually. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say, like, an example of back in the old days, something that would be funny using Kappa was like, you know, Nax out, Kappa, stuff like that, or like, I'm really not having a good time watching your stream, Kappa. And people were like, what is that gray face? What does that mean? And then, of course, Gray Face No Space was born, and we go down the entire list, and there have been so many. I remember when Keck W came out. Do you remember that, Ellis? You're kind of a.
Oh yeah. Honestly, I'm a bit of a a Twitch emote connoisseur. So. Yeah, Keck W it's pretty good.
I just remember when that first came out, I was like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, I had seen the video before. I'm sure there were some people that were like, oh, I've never seen this before. What is this even? What is this face? This random dude?
Yeah, I think that's really good.
And then the video became more popular, I guess, for a short period of time. And before that, it was all, you know, LUL or LULW, right? And that whole meta was there. And we've gone through so many ups and downs, right? There's been nowadays, like, what is the cutting edge? So I know Cat Jam. That's like my new favorite thing. So Pepe D was pretty good. But I think Cat Jam is like the new thing, at least for me.
Cat Jam is pretty good. There's Dono Wall, which is another one. That one's that one's pretty alright.
I don't know if I've seen Dono Wall. Is it something that is this how you harvest your primes? Or
I'm taking a lot of L's from him tonight. he's
from Dono Wall. Oh, from the bear.
Yeah, the bear fell again.
Oh man, he's just getting really restless. He's not having it today.
I'm not
blame him.
Not totally sure what's going on with him, but it's fine, honestly. It's fine. So, okay, you asked me what TV shows I've been watching. I just binged watch Lucifer season 5A. Have you seen that? Have you ever seen Lucifer?
Breaking Bad or like
what? Lucifer? What?
No, Breaking Bad had like a season 5A and B.
Yeah, so there's gonna be season 5B. It's split up into 8 episodes each.
Just call it season 5 and 6.
Nope, this season 6 is gonna be its own season. I think it's gonna be the last season.
Season 5 into 2.
That's
the point.
Because I think season 5 was supposed to be the last season, but they want season 6 to be the last season because 666. I imagine. I don't know.
Wow.
You know, that's what I imagine. Not sure though.
That's really clever. It's an amazing idea. Are you sure it's not just so that they can farm more money for line their pockets?
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. I mean, to think that the series looked like it was going to end after season 3 before Netflix saved it because of the public outcry on Twitter and Reddit and elsewhere. So I think that was pretty cool. But I think it's I really like it. I enjoy it. I started watching Dark.
Yeah.
Which I'm on.
I recommended that to you.
Yeah, season 8 is a very weird. It's very awkward to keep up with if you're not like really paying attention. So there's like 3 or 4 different timelines going on at once, and you have to just sort of tell by the characters because there's not a lot that's really different in the environment or the aesthetics besides the characters. So it's very weird. So like one of them you can kind of tell because a kid has a cell phone. So like you can sort of tell what that one is definitely weird. But yeah, I mean season 1.
I think it's good to go into that show knowing nothing. It's one of those shows where it's like I remember Achilleos. You guys know Achilleos, former OGN caster extraordinaire for the LCK. He recommended it to me, and he was just like, well, it's kind of like Stranger Things, but a little bit more dark and mature a bit. And I was like, okay, well, it doesn't really tell me much, but it kind of left things interesting and open. So I think that was a good way to kind of introduce it. But yeah, definitely a good show. It's certainly a show that you really need to watch like straight.
Yeah.
Possible. Like all the, at least watch one season straight in a row or like half and half or something like that. Cause I remember I got really busy. I had like 5 days of work in a row and then I wasn't able, like I started season 3 and I watched like the first episode and then I had to work 5 days in a row and I came back and I'm like, I don't even really know what's going on. Like, so I'm taking a little break, but that's probably not going to help either.
All right.
But I'll get back into it eventually. Definitely a good show.
Okay.
That new movie came out that I was really excited for, but then forgot about. And
Which?
then, Tenet? Tenet?
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. But the issue, though, is that, like, CGV in Korea is very hard to justify going to right now. And also the time slots that they give for movies are really bad. Basically, the movie theaters, at least all of them near me, they stop at like 4 p.m. They don't go very long. There's no night showings or anything like that, which I find really interesting. It's really hard. DVD bongs are sort of like dying here because Netflix is starting to just reign supreme in Korea the last couple of years. And so I think that's getting killed off. So yeah, not a lot of new movies. Peninsula came out, but it's hard for me to find. I haven't watched Train to Busan yet, so should probably do that. Peninsula is the sequel to that.
Yeah, I never saw that one either.
Yeah, Peninsula just came out. I think it's still in theaters, or it might not be in theaters
anymore. The Snowpiercer TV
Yes. Oh, the TV show. No, I watched the movie. I loved the movie. I really loved it.
And then the TV show came out. I didn't watch that one though. And
does it pick up where the movie left off, or is it its own separate entity?
It didn't. I didn't watch it. I actually don't know.
Okay.
But apparently, Achilleos says it's bad, so I'm probably not gonna watch that.
All right. Yeah, don't watch that then.
Yeah. Still waiting, guys. By the way, if you're coming in and you're like, what is going on? Why are they just sitting here? One guy's in the light, one guy's in the dark. Why? I don't understand this. I thought this was League of Legends.
We're perfectly balanced. It's just a yin
Well,
and
it's
yang.
not. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
As all things should be, right? Was that an endgame quote? Did I just?
I think so. How did you know about that?
I don't know.
That's kind of weird. Normally, normally, you know, that stuff like that does not actually click. So.
Yeah. Well, I think
we're getting an update.
Okay, so the players are setting up until 10:22, and we're going to try to start after that. So that is 6 minutes from now. I can't take you up on that offer because I have a giant box in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah, so I know a lot of professional streamers and casters. They've got this really nice setup. If you may have heard of this guy. His name is Atlas. He's got this really fancy setup with awesome, expensive equipment. He came really prepared for remote broadcasts. Well, I have a 10-year anniversary League of Legends box that is in Rapper Timo. Rapper Timo, he's still inside the box, but this is what holds my mic that is not on a mic arm, by the way. It's just kind of hanging out. So if you guys were wondering how my mic fell earlier, that's it's part of the reason.
All right, perfect.
It's on top. It's on top of the box. And
Scuffed.
That's how that's how I cast from home. So
beautiful.
That's I wasn't ready. Atlas was, and we make do, right? And because it worked, of course, I didn't go out and purchase any other instruments or any of these fancy things like there's monitor arms. There's like standing desks. There's mic.
Ooh, I gotta get a standing desk. That's something that I wanna actually get whenever I end up moving. I wanna get a standing desk. Like one of the ones that can go down and up. You know what I'm talking about for whatever you need. Because I feel like I would probably much prefer to stand whenever if I'm doing like any remote work or if I'm like co-streaming or live viewing. I think I would rather prefer to stand. Yeah, I think that would be a lot better. I think that's something that a lot of people should probably. How many monitors do you have?
I just got 2.
Okay.
They're from 2014. I don't. Atlas always makes fun of me for this, but I don't really update to the newest thing. I had my old phone, which was an iPhone 6S Plus, and I had it for I bought it right when it came out, which was kind of new for me, but then I had it until I swam in a pool by accident with it in my bathing shorts in Thailand. And then it died, so I had to buy a new phone. But yeah, I've had the monitors. So when I wake up in the morning and I go to my computer, check out Twitter, stuff like that. But what I have to do is I have to turn on my computer, and then the monitor doesn't turn on. One monitor's fine, but the other monitor, well, actually I shouldn't say fine. It has a bunch of lines streaking across it. Sometimes the edge is kind of black, and I have to turn it off and on, and then it's okay. But the other monitor doesn't turn on for about 7 minutes. So what I do is I turn on the computer, I brush my teeth, maybe get some breakfast, hang out, drink some water, and then I come back, and then I can use my computer.
Why don't you just get a new monitor?
I don't know. I've always had this thing. I think I got it from my grandma, where she's very frugal. So you'll buy pasta sauce and it comes in a jar, but then you use the jar as a cup.
Yes.
And you can use it to store other stuff, right?
My grandmother does that. Yeah.
Other ingredients, right? Yep. And similar stuff like that. So you know, Tupperware from 20 years ago.
Yes. Okay.
That kind of thing. So I think it was kind of like passed down to me. I spent a lot of time with my grandmother when I was very young, so maybe I just inherited that kind of feeling, and so I've got this it still works. Once it turns on, it's fine. Like, I can still see my games. I'm not playing too much FPS outside of Valorant, so I don't necessarily feel like I need like the what is it called, like the 4K. Do you have all of this like new technology? Whenever I start to talk about this, I feel like I'm just like a boomer, because
Listen,
I don't know anything about it, you know.
The only thing I actually maintain, like very, very up to date is computer, pretty much.
Yeah.
I still have yet to upgrade my monitors to the, what is it, 244 hertz or something, or 250. I don't know what exists now. They have them with the PC bongs here. I normally have a 4 monitor setup. I only have 3 right now. 2 of them are 144 hertz. Yeah.
I guess that makes sense why you would need that many monitors, though, because if you're streaming and you've got like a billion things going on, you've probably got like one Discord monitor. I'm assuming.
Yeah, I mean, there's chat monitor, main monitor, which is for the game, side monitor, which can be for like everything else, like checking, and then one would normally be for whatever needs to go on stream and whatnot. It's generally the ideal 4 monitor setup, I think.
That's cool.
So yeah, I mean, that's how it is, you know.
Yeah, I've never had more than 2 monitors, but I'm not exactly a big streamer or anything like that.
Yeah,
I can see why you would want like a chat monitor. That would make things a lot easier. So you can actually like see things really easily as it's flying by. But yeah, I think we're almost ready, guys.
Yeah, I thought
it's 10:22.
It's 10:22. I thought we were starting at 10:20, but maybe there was a new update.
No, it was 10:22. So
okay.
This was the arranged time.
This was honestly one of the longest episodes of Forbidden Love. I think that we need to just cut this up. Yeah, this is almost 3 hours of a podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was
It's been that long, off and on.
Yeah. I'm not totally sure how we did manage, though. We did actually manage.
We did. So I got a message this time. Achilleos wanted to say that he is the greatest guild master in WoW Classic. That's the message.
Okay. All right.
And we can segue this by saying Riot still hasn't released an MMO RPG.
True.
When is that going to happen?
True.
You were talking about how the lore is great and how, it's got this great backstory, and where's the movie? Where's the MMO? What are we building this to?
Well,
isn't going to have like cool lore in the background of League and not ever get to interact with it?
Isn't there the 10th anniversary? Wasn't there something mentioned about an anime or like a show or something, right? At the 10th anniversary?
Oh yeah. I think there was
Suppose that's coming. Yeah.
Okay.
Suppose that's coming.
I want an MMO, so.
Okay. Great.
The anime, I don't really watch anime. The only anime I've ever seen, I think, is Death Note. I watched some of Cowboy Bebop, most of it. What else?
All right.
I watched like the first 100 episodes of Naruto. I remember my cousin got me into that back in the day, and I saw like the first like competition or whatever. That was pretty cool. Where the Earth the Earth Kid drops his like leg and arm weights. I remember.
Okay.
That was pretty hype. That's about it for my experience with anime. So maybe I'll watch it. I guess I will because it's League, but we'll see.
Well, animes are pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I remember I made a tweet asking for animes where the protagonist loses at the end, because I feel like those are really hard to come by. Where there's like not negative endings, but just not happy endings. And yeah, I don't know.
Some of them exist, right?
No, they do. I referenced one of my favorites where the protagonist doesn't technically lose, but he doesn't lose, but he technically did at the end, which is kind of interesting in itself.
Was that Hello Kitty?
No, it was well, spoiler alert for people that want to mute.
Cover your ears.
Yeah, cover your ears. It was Rurouni Kenshin. He should have lost, but something happens at the end. Yeah, so he wins on a technicality.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
But all right. Okay. That's interesting. I'll probably watch the Riot anime. I'm getting the word that we're almost ready. I just wanted to talk about anime and Legends of Runeterra, but I guess if we have to talk about League, I mean,
Boris bought a lot of time during this break.
So. Yeah.
He bought a lot of time. You know what? I like that he just wanted everyone to go over to the LPL so that everyone could take a gander at his masterwork. That's all that was happening. It's all about Boris.
I wonder, we were talking about some really interesting stuff. Some really, we were breaking it down. Really, just describing the way the world works, everything important about it. I just wonder what the Korean casters were talking about this entire time. I always wonder, what are my colleagues across the aisle? What are they saying?
In moments like this,
conversation about?
I really try to think about what all the different regions would do in a pause this long. I genuinely keep thinking about that every 5 to 10 minutes because I imagine that there would be very big differences on how it's approached. I've also never been so filtered in my life. This is honestly, this is something. 3 hours.
So guys, we had the let's go to the LPL screen. Let's throw it over there. Are we throwing? I assume we can. I assume we can still talk.
Are we gonna talk over the LPL stream?
Not over the LPL stream. Well, maybe. I don't know.
That would be interesting. Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
I see it now. Looks like LGD has won, and they are going to Worlds. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and so IG ended up falling. It looked like 3-1. Kramer and Peanut are going to Worlds. So that is very interesting.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Actually. It definitely does feel like I wouldn't say the end of an era, but it's going to be interesting not having IG at Worlds.
Yeah, and also FPX. So yeah.
It's definitely some cool changes. I mean, we have changes over here too, right? Where Damwon is. Well, I guess Damwon already went to Worlds. But
I mean, there's a
dominant team.
Yeah. So Damwon is looking like it's gonna probably be the team that most people are gonna rally behind going into Worlds. Obviously, the finals still coming up, so it could be Genji could end up dethroning them, or DRX, depending on if they manage to bring back this series here tonight. They are currently down 2-1, they're down 1-2 to Genji, and we are going into a match point game.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, you forgot. We're casting a series
are you talking about?
right now. We're casting. Honestly, glad you asked, Valdez. It's DRX versus Genji. Okay. So everything's gonna be fine. Okay, everything's gonna be a-okay.
Great.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Well, so, I just hope it happens.
Did you see that TSM won yesterday?
I did. I didn't get a chance to catch the games, but I heard they defeated C9, Cloud9. But okay, we're resuming.
It's happening.
It is happening, guys. We're doing League of Legends. I almost forgot about this game. Just talking about Legend of Runeterra for so long. Man. Okay. Well,
they interrupted
we
our
are playing.
podcast.
And guys, we are on patch 1017 for game 4. Both teams have agreed to this. And this is what we're going to do to finish the series tonight. So we have the Lucian ban and the Renekton ban. We gotta get back in the groove. We gotta talk about these bans. I mean, Lucian was so big for DRX's first win in game number 1. Chovy kind of stomped BDD, and DRX haven't let Genji get Renekton all night long, but
this is
still able to crush.
I want to point out something, by the way. This is the first time ever in the history, I think, that a series has been played on 2 separate patches.
That is pretty insane.
That is actually very cool. So remember,
here.
Everyone, Yone is global banned. He cannot be selected. He cannot be hovered, picked, whatever. You're not allowed to select him. But we are on patch 1017. So that is pretty interesting. Now, Genji, they are here on the blue side. And we'll see what they end up banning away. It's going to be Twisted Fate, handed back over to DRX now. And so Genji not wanting to go with any sort of B1 Twisted Fate shenanigans. Nidalee now going to bite the dust by DRX.
I guess they're expecting Ashe to come out here. Maybe they want to play Volibear, especially with the set ban. Pioshik didn't look great, though, when we saw him on the Volibear in game number 2, but perhaps they just want to roll it back. It'll be interesting to see what he plays. Lilia also available, so certainly if he wants to go for comfort, that might be another choice for him. But this is, again, the 3rd game in a row that they have given Ashe to Ruler, which I don't know how to feel about it, because every single time he plays it, he looks like a god. I'm not sure why they wouldn't just try one time to ban it away.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's see what DRX is going to try to do. Okay, so they're going to go full Sin. And now Ashe, interestingly, she's already an answer to Kalista, and Genji, I mean, if they want to play it really, really, really careful, they could just go Ashe Tahm Kench, and that will neutralize almost all Kalista pairings down in bot lane, and it'll really make it hard for DRX to be able to do anything inside of the game. So DRX self-counterpicking themselves. We've seen this trap, R1, R2, Graves Kalista, elsewhere in other regions. It's a pretty weak opening because it allows you to just get punished so hard. These are 2 short-range, hard-engage marksmen.
All right.
And here comes Hecarim getting locked in now, and that's going to be a flex champion. It's able to go jungle and top lane.
And Klid just demolished pretty much everyone on the side of DRX with that champion. So he looks poised to try to do it again here, you would imagine. But as you're mentioning, it can get flexed. Echo comes in here against Azir. Also pretty common, but Chovy is really trying to put the carry pants on.
Yeah.
And Ashe Braum was definitely another choice I was considering if they weren't going to go for the Ashe Tahm Kench. But as we see, Genji decided to forego the support pick for now. They thought it was higher value to get the jungle instead.
Well, they're banning Braum here away from Genji. It does have a lot of value against a lot of DRX's champions. But still, DRX, I mean, they should be wanting most likely to just pick top on R4 and then counterpick support. Gangplank getting banned away, and that is very surprising to me. I wonder what this could end up actually signifying here. Maybe they want to go Shen on R4 and retain it as dual flex for both top and support. Suppose that could be an option.
Yeah, I have no doubt in my mind that Keria can play it. So it'll be interesting to see if it actually does come out here. You'd imagine that they're going to hold top counterpick. There's the Shen. I don't know how you pulled that out of thin air, but the Shen comes in, you're exactly right. And there you go. The Prophet returns. So Genji now, they have to respond. They're going to have to pick support and probably top lane. But again,
yeah, it
flexed.
It's just very difficult. So I think that they have to just lock Tom Kench for life if they want to play it super safe. Oh no, they're gonna go for the Karma. And okay, let's see what else they end up pairing it with. And the reason that I said Tom is because you don't know if the Shen is top or support, and against most of the supports that can still go with Kalista, there's not a whole lot left that is really going to be super menacing. But Genji, I mean, the Karma in theory is also still able to be pivoted to top lane, but the Akali, which had been banned so many times before in this series, has finally made it through. She gets locked in here. And what is the answer going to be?
Yeah, it's essentially blind pick Akali, and they also take away, and this is what you were talking about, the flex comes in, so Shen is in fact going to be going top. So Doran says, yes, Akali's fine, let me play Shen into this, and we will be on our merry way. And we have a pretty standard pairing with the Kalista, with the Nautilus coming out here once again for Keria. So interesting to see that come out. And I kind of like the Karma takeaway too. You know, it's not bad. I think that Life was pretty good on it as well. Had some nice outplays in the lane, and of course, great plays during the team fighting, even if it can kind of go unnoticed. So definitely more comfort, and another nice pick for the side of Genji.
Yeah, and I think that DRX, I mean, their team composition, it is very, very, very all-in. They need to maintain control, but it's going to be very hard to do so in the early stages. So we need to pay attention to Deft and Keria down in bottom lane to see if they can get the ball rolling. Graves is gonna have an awkward time. There's not a whole lot of gank setup except at top and in bottom, but trying to go up against Akali is going to be a bit interesting. And apparently we are going to come back to us, the casters, here once again.
Yeah, 3-minute delay.
3-minute delay because we are on a live server. So
exactly.
That is, yeah.
It's been a while.
All right, well.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
So you watch any good movies? No.
It's been 300 years.
It has been. It has.
It's been 3 hours actually. Is what it's been, to be honest.
That's true. We had a bit of a long break halfway through, so I suppose that makes it a little bit easier to stomach for some of you guys out there. But we're just waiting for the 3 minutes to come in. And I mean, taking a look at the draft, do you feel like DRX? Do you think this is the way that they come back in the series? Is this actually how they draw it to 5 games?
No, I think that, I mean, their draft is just so all in. It feels like it's so reckless also. I mean, a lot of their champions are able to be itemized against by Gen G. Like this is not, I mean, this is a very DRX kind of draft, and when I say that, I don't say it with good intentions. I say it because they're relying on the skill of their bottom lane and their mid laner to cover up the high amount of variance that is present within the 5 champions together. But then in addition to that, just having to outplay their opponents. And it's always a very bizarre thing when you end up seeing it, why they draft this way, why they go about the game this way. And when you consider what their weaknesses actually tend to be against most of the LCK teams, or just in general, really, it makes all the less sense, I guess, why you would further try to just, you know, go with the die roll. I'm trying to think of the most polite ways to go about it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see. Maybe they just feel like, well, this has worked for us in the past. They're certainly mixing it up, right? It's a little bit different from what we've been seeing, where Game 3 was kind of like a all-over-the-place kind of draft. So maybe this time around they had a very specific idea in mind, where they're like, you know, I mean, first pick Ashe, but let's just do it anyway.
They have a lot of smoke and mirrors with the Echo and the Shen in the later stages. They have some reach with the Graves, but the dilemma is that yet again there's no insurance. if Graves, Echo, Shen, Kalista, Nautilus that fall behind, there's no avenues back into the game, realistically. Their champions are so reliant on maintaining tempo inside of the game. And what I mean by that is that they can't really be missing any beats. They need to always be hitting things. They need to always be hitting rotations, always hitting Shen ultimate, Stand Uniteds, capturing dragons, maintaining control of the game. And if they ever slow down it all inside of this game, it just gives Genji so much breathing room that they can't afford to let happen. The other thing that's very awkward is that the Graves has a very hard time playing the very early stages of the game outside of top or bot lane. But because the Akali should know this, Akali should have a pretty easy time surviving. So the only real chaos that can unfold is down in bottom lane with the Kalista and the Nautilus versus the Ashe and the Karma. So that's the most volatile point. Graves is not going to be as effective as Hecarim the longer that the game goes. The Akali is actually going to be a pretty big threat to a lot of the carries on the side of DRX the longer the game goes, and the Shen just doesn't really serve super big purpose. Karma Shields later, going to really invalidate the opponents. Genji just have a lot more tools to work with.
That's true, and we've seen some more even drafts. I guess even like Game 2 would be a decent example, because Game 3 was a little bit all over the place in terms of DRX's draft, but now it feels like Genji have a lot more options, and they've already done more with less. So, yeah, I mean, this time around, you've got Ruler on Ashe again.
Yep.
And this time BDD got his Azir, and we have Akali, who's been banned all season, or not season, all series, goes over the way of Rascal. It seems like they get a lot of these picks that they're very comfortable with, but also work pretty well together. And like they've got kind of a composition identity, and it seems to counter pretty well in terms of what DRX have brought in. So that's kind of what we're thinking for now. So we don't usually get this 3-minute delay, but it's interesting that we have the time to kind of break down the draft, talk about more in depth instead of just like using the beginning of the game to touch on some of that. So I think it has been 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the remainder of this delay is.
Yeah,
I'm not. You know what? Just,
live servers.
Honestly, just give us another pause. You know what? Let's just keep going.
Sure.
Oh,
okay. It looks like we're ready to go, guys.
Curse.
we finally got in. So thankfully, the curse has been broken, and all we can do is hope and pray that, no issues arise in this game. Because if they do, we might be in some big trouble. So let's get into this one. We'll see who is going to come ahead of this one. If you guys are just joining us, maybe you're watching the VOD of just the games. We had an incredibly long break, about 3 hours, and we are finally back. The names look weird because we're playing on the live server, and I suppose that is for the date, because here in Korea, and I suppose actually pretty much everywhere, we are in August 30th. So, just some nice dancing coming out of Ruler here.
Rascal and Pyoshik's IDs are actually at the limit, right? In terms of characters allowed?
Are they?
I think so. I think they're actually at the limit.
It is.
Isn't it 15 or 16? I think it's 15 or 16. I think it's 15, but it might be 16. I could be wrong here.
Okay.
It's fine. It's just an interesting thing. Not a big deal.
So 9-8, Azir looks like he has the upper hand. So GG.
Well,
for the mid lane.
Yeah, 9-8.
That's about it.
And BDD is actually taking comment versus the Halo Blades on Chovy, and you can just see the trade potency by Echo with this rune setup. You can see Keria and Deft, they're looking for a trade. They're finally going to get one.
I feel like Jonah Strong, our observer, is just so excited that we're back in game.
No.
Yes. Oh boy. Well, okay, guys. We don't know what the issue is. We'll try to let you know what it is as soon as possible. So apparently the players have been getting a lot of invitations from the fans, so they can't play the game. Thanks, guys. So yeah, that's the issue. They're getting too many notifications, basically, and so they're gonna have to figure that out. I'm surprised that that wasn't thought of before we started the game, but it is what it is. There's been a ton of stuff going on, so I'm sure that could have been overlooked. So looks like we're ready to go, guys. Pretty short break. Not a big deal. I think we're ready to get back into this one. So
all right. Well, okay. So
I just want to let it happen. I don't
yeah.
want to say anything.
We're just everything is honestly it's gonna be.
You guys don't even know.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's about now.
So BDD is just getting traded on here by Chovy. He's in a pretty good spot now. Honestly, Pioshik coming in here and just smoke screening Azir is not bad by any means. Gives him a little bit more damage. Gives Chovy a little bit more freedom. It is a prank, a pressure game, as he's going to transition.
Oh.
And oh,
on here.
Wow. Chovy really laying the smackdown actually here in mid versus BDD.
So many times in a row. I mean, he's just like getting in range every time and like taking the trade over and over and over again. Beasted through all 3 of his corrupting potion stacks.
Yep.
And now he doesn't have flash. So had to TP back to lane at the same time. Definitely not the start that BDD was looking to. There's another trade down on the bottom side. But this is very annoying for Keria to deal with, the follow-up harass, because of the double ranged versus a melee support. And Yoshik
No,
in the wings.
This is it. This is basically, this is the one timing. Now,
there it is. Oh, wow. Good timing. So, guys, what's happening now is that the original pause was a settings pause. This pause... This pause is the original issue pause, which is what I said before. The players are getting a bunch of invitations, and they can't play the game because of it. They're too distracted. They're getting all these notifications. And so, yeah, they don't really have a... Apparently we don't have... So we're muting the invitation, and apparently 3 minutes in the future, they started again. So currently they're playing. And we're going to get... So we have 3 more minutes. Anything you want to discuss, Cool Cat?
Nothing off the top of my head. Although DRX are looking like they might find something good in bot lane. Chovy's really ahead in mid, and these are basically the series of events that they need to be happening. They need for Chovy to somehow get ahead of the Azir. He's managing to do that down in bottom lane. They're about to potentially have Chaos unfold, which is the lane where they need it most. They need the Kalista and the Nautilus to actually get ahead. They need to convert into meaningful pressure by getting dragons, trying to threaten a soul point or something inside of this game, because if Gen G are just allowed to passively go through all laning phases, then all of a sudden everything falls apart.
Makes sense. I mean, it's a gank that we've seen many times. Of course, Graves doesn't bring too much CC to the gank because, again, it's Graves. He's got a smoke screen, but he's going to be really relying on Keria to get the good engage down. So
yeah,
it's a spot that DRX have been in before, obviously. Keria has had many carry moments in his time at that team. So looking to see what he can do. If anything can happen there, I'm curious to see how the mid lane is going to play out as well, because BDD looks like he was just getting smashed pretty one-sidedly.
Yeah.
Not really much else to say about that, but having a rough time against Echo in the mid lane.
Well, I think we'll see. I mean, well, I think that if DRX can manage to win this game with everything else that's really been happening, I think that a lot of the momentum for Gen G has just been thrown off by the 3-hour pause. And if DRX can somehow recapture this kind of a game, force the game 5 things do get very, very interesting between these two. So we'll see what this game has in store for us after we come back from the pause. And hopefully there's no more technical issues for the remainder of this series, whatever does end up happening.
Maybe we should just stop saying that and summoning the ghost
Boris?
of Boris to come and sabotage everything. Because what we're doing so far is not working out very well.
And we're back.
Okay, we're back. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. So invitations are muted. So now they can actually play the game. Thank you to our lovely fans for distracting the players and giving us another pause. We are back in it, and we see that Pioshik is, well, not going to be down here. He's actually going for the enemy Raptors, as Clid was spotted on the ward. They're going to steal those. We got a nice taunt up here on the top side.
Yeah.
Seems like all the lanes of Gen G are kind of struggling bit by bit.
I think that they might really just be thrown off. Now, remember, for everyone watching, this is being played on the live servers. Now, for any North American fans watching, no, that does not mean that the players have 60 or 70 ping. They have 7. So,
yeah,
there's really no difference between live and TR. I don't know if the servers are hosted in the same building or anything like that, but everything is still relatively the same, so it's not like there's any ping issues or any sort of differences that players have to adjust to immediately.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Oh, man.
And this is just the beatdown in the mid lane. I mean, it's 40 CS to 27. BDD has gone through all of the stacks of his corrupting pot again. You can see it down there in the bottom left. He's got that one last stack ticking. This is really not good news for, again, BDD's, like, big pick that he's very well known for. They should probably loop around here, but Clid... He knew it! Okay, TP is coming in. I don't... Okay, it's just Chovy being annoying. Saving the ward for the, 10 seconds that are left.
Well, okay, I mean, they get the teleport out of Chovy, and now you can see that Azir, he ends up having boots. He's trying to reset as fast as he possibly can. And Clid over here with Pioshik. Pioshik ahead in EXP right now. Gonna send out the end of the line right there, as he's just trying to continue to get EXP. And you can see that Hecarim, he's down here looking like he wants to set up some sort of a gank or something. Pioshik just gonna come over. And I don't know the intent of DRX, so even though Pioshik is denying Clid from being able to get EXP at this point in time, it's not causing the kind of damage that one would expect, because Ashe and Karma are still just able to farm underneath the turret. And now Pioshik is actually going to steal away the Raptor camp. So that is the first real bit of damage that's going to happen. Nice ultimate by BDD.
Yeah, good ultimate trade there that's ultimately going to affect... wow, I can't believe I just did
that was an L.
That was incredible.
Yeah.
That was a W, 100%.
No.
He is ultimate to feel good about that one, because... of course, now they have a chance to maybe send Clid in to help out a little bit. And here we go. Just as I'm saying, they're trying to force this flash. There it is. Good flash out of Chovy.
Yeah.
As he's going to get out of there, no problem.
And so BDD right now, all he wants to do is just shove this wave in immediately. Chovy trying to get another trade on him. Sand Soldier comes out. Pioshik now going to pick up the Infernal Dragon for his team. And honestly, he's getting very, very, very far ahead right now on this Graves. He's at 48 farm. He's already level 6, and Clid justing 5.
Life had to flash away. Even took some minion hits on his way out as he was trading him. Pioshik, he's level 6. There it is, the Sniper Reno. As First Blood is going to come in, and by the way, we've got Shen. Ruler is going to flash, trying to kill Doran here, as the teleport now is coming in. Akali, level 6, looking for 2. Will get the flash is going to force him over the wall. That is massive. It means that now they cannot quite get onto Doran. He's going to try to trade it back. But he at least gets and he's going to get the 2. The execute comes in. That is huge, as Shen is not going to go down to the side of Gen G. It ends up being a 3 for 2?
A 3 for 2, but I think that EXP goes the way of Gen G. So the gold doesn't go over, but I think EXP from Shen's death does go over. And so at the end of this, Rascal, he took part in 3 solo kills by himself. That is enormous in terms of EXP. He's level 8 already. Doran's level 7. Returning up into top lane. Let's take a look, hopefully, when we can see when Doran dings level 8. He has a giant wave in front of his turret. He does have Tiamat already. But you can see that Rascal... Okay, so Doran just dinged level 8, but there's a wave in front of Rascal, so I'm not totally sure how that is going to go off. Let's take a look at this replay. So, Carrier just barely misses the Dredge line. And Life forced to flash away right at the very end, but the Rend not quite able to get the kill. Piotrek was busy getting the red buff away. Ultimate came out. Doran goes for the flash. Ends up missing on to Ruler, who flashes away. Now, right here, Rascal, if Carrier just dies, he goes to the other end of the Shroud, and he tries to pick up the kill, most likely on Doran, or perhaps actually maybe he would just play it a little bit safer. In the end, he ends up getting so much more value than I think that he could have anticipated. And as we come back into live, 1,500 gold lead roughly, or actually almost 2,000 for DRX, not even including that Infernal Dragon.
Yeah. So Infernal Dragon on top of all of that, I think a lot of the lanes are also going pretty heavily in the favor of DRX. Obviously, you look at mid, 20 CS ahead. Right now is Chovy over BDD. The bottom lane as well, down about 8 CS here. They're trying to set it up now because Clid has his ultimate available. They're going to deny this vision as he just barely is going to sneak into that brush. And I would assume his target is Keria because no flash here. That arrow, though, is going to sail wide, and that is going to be very suspicious. Oh. Down comes the ward, and Keria spots the Clid. Things really not working too well for Gen G in this game.
Yeah, and right now, DRX, I mean, everything that they could want is going their way, pretty much, at this point in time. The only thing that they have going for them is the Akali is pretty much not getting anything going wrong her way in top lane. That was a complete failure of a sentence, by pointing that out. As Rascal, oh man, I can't honestly lost sanity at this point. Piotrek, level 8 to Clid's level 6. Things are still going pretty well. Chovy just continuing to shove in the wave. Now remember, they have the Rift Herald available whenever they do want to use it. They probably should plant it down up in top. Clid just trying to farm up as much as he can, ends up using his smite. They're still not even level 7. As Piotrek just continues to keep stealing away Clid's camps. Gonna make it back over, he's gonna get the bad news. We'll clear the entirety of that camp, but golems are about to be up. And you can see Clid's pathing. It's very bizarre. He constantly is just adapting it in real time. And Chovy trying to keep shoving in BDD. He's up quite a bit in the CS department.
Yeah, that he is. And we talked a lot about this Akali. That's going to be one decent hope for the side of Gen G. I mean, he's already got Gunblade plus an Amp Tome. So a lot of the gold that was taken down on the bottom side. And some great farm, actually. He's got the best on his team. It's not the best overall, as Chovy is, of course, going to win in that sense. And look at what they're doing. They're lane swapping, and they're trying to give all of this plate gold over to the side of Ruler. Of course, this will be split with Clid.
Yeah.
Who's going to get 160. But Ruler up here getting some of that gold is really nice if you're trying to keep your Ashe in this game.
And Graves ends up getting the second dragon of the game. It is Cloud, and Mountain ends up getting rolled, which is very spicy for both of these two teams. If Gen G can get a couple of Mountains under their belt, it really, really hurts. The hard dive and engage that DRX's comp is basically centered around. Another Enchanted Crown Shot arrow going wide here in the LCK.
White people happy.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. But, yeah, not going to hit anybody, so that's 0 for 2 now is Ruler. Not sure what's going on with that so far. I mean, the Graves was able to dash away from it, but what I mean is I'm not sure why we're getting a lot of these kind of like lower percentage chance to hit arrows rather than some of what we've seen before. And maybe it was just that Ruler was a little bit more accurate, so it seemed higher percentage chance. There's always that. As BDD has been able to slowly, well, actually it's about the same lead here, maybe a tiny bit more, but he's at least stopped the bleeding mostly in that mid lane. But it'll be interesting to see how much of an effect he's going to have in this game compared to Chovy, who is just, you know, beating him by a country mile at this point.
Yep. I mean, Chovy is very well positioned inside of this game. He's up almost 30 CS right now. Already has the Proto Belt, has the Sork Pen boots, Dark Seal, and Corrupting Potion. Just gonna be waiting right now, and this is looking very akin to the game number 1, where Genji really struggled to get any sort of a footing inside of the game after getting thrown off kilter super early on. So we'll see if DRX can maintain their composure inside of this game and not try to get too overeager at any point. Deft is also very well positioned inside of this game. This is going to be the second Rift Herald capture of the game, and this does take quite a bit of time. Also, DRX rolling pretty well with the Scuttle Crab over there on the left-hand side. Oh, wow. No. Well, they know.
They're trying to force this.
Deft?
Yes, they do know, but Deft is all alone up here on the top side, but the flash over in is a ton of damage, but the knockup comes in, and that is so huge from the side of DRX. That is 2 kills, and now they're trying to get on top of Chovy here. We'll see what they can do, as Chovy is going to be able to get away. Here comes the rest of the team, though. This is not looking so good for the side of DRX as well. Well, it's looking good for DRX. Ruler is going to go down. And, well, not looking so good now for Genji.
Well, it looks like Rascal did manage to pick up the Rift Herald, but yeah, like you're saying, this one is looking pretty doomed for Genji. They're now down almost 4,000 gold. Tons of minion waves just going into the void right now. Rascal, he is picking up a lot of stuff for himself on the Akali, and they did get that Rift Herald, but still, I mean, at what cost? They ended up losing a couple of their members. Hecarim is just so far behind. He's down 2 levels. BDD down 1 level. Ruler down 2 levels. Life down a level. I mean, the only person that has any upside right now on this team for Genji is Rascal. So, I mean, it's looking more and more like we're actually going to go to Game 5. And we just see the very hard engage. Rascal actually botched some of his mechanics onto Dev. And so a lot of damage was missing Chovy. He still had his ultimate available here, and so they did not have the damage to actually kill him in the end. Ruler ends up getting tagged there by the taunt end of the line. Ended up looking like a tombstone there, so it ended up just being a 3 for 0. And Genji, I mean, they're gonna just keep playing ping pong with the waves. This isn't LEC or anything like that, and so the gold is just gonna constantly be getting pushed back and forth. So the gold lead, it probably should be pretty locked at this point. 3,500 without Trinity Force, without first core item completion for Genji. I just imagine DRX is gonna pick up their dragon.
Absolutely. I mean, they're in such a good spot now. We got 25 seconds until this is going to come down. And, I mean, you've got some massive numbers on the side of DRX already. I mean, the Graves is looking good. We've got some great items on the side of the Callista at the same time. Rascal, desperate. They actually did get the Rift Herald, so trying to make something work up here in the top side. But it's just going to be a little bit of chip damage onto this turret, not much else. And let's see what Genji can do to challenge this Drake if they do it at all.
I think that Pioshik's just going to be able to get this one for free, and this is really a pretty big nightmare spot right now for Genji here in this game. They can try to wait for the Akali. I mean, she picks up Merc Treads in this spot, and that's just going to stunt her build all the more. It's such a heavy investment into gold right now. She's going to stunt her third item completion. She ends up picking up a Morello. I might not make it to game 5, and Nasher's Tooth still a little bit ways away for BDD. Blade of the Rune King finally coming in onto Ashe. Trinity Force still not completed. BDD, he's got a hot date, that's why he's shoving out immediately. Chobi's there to pick up the next wave that's going to be coming in. And now for DRX, all they have to do is sit back and relax, wait for that that Mountain Soul to come up, and with that, they should be able to close out the game.
Yeah, and it's definitely a different look from what we've seen in the series. I mean, it's just been total domination from the side of Gen G for the last couple of games. I suppose that the laning effect and how far they were able to get ahead and some of the forced fights that Gen G felt they had to take was really might be the difference maker in this one. And just the magnitude with which Gen G were able to destroy DRX in the last 2 games, I wouldn't have guessed that this could even happen, but here we are. And there are so many leads. I mean, every lane has pretty much got a lead except the top lane, and they're pretty big leads. Even the Echo, even though he doesn't have any kills, he's still 50 CS ahead. So at 19 minutes into the game, you're not even going to get your red buff. That's not yours anymore, Gen G.
Yep.
And I mean, yeah.
You see the utility items even coming out. Okay, well,
boy.
I mean,
well, yeah.
No, I mean,
okay. There you go. Just a little alley-oop over the side of Pyoshik, who will pick up that kill.
Well, that is a nice little pickup there for Pyoshik, who is very big right now on this Graves. He did just complete his Black Cleaver, and I think that at this point, I mean, if everyone just starts going into utility items, if Death Dance comes out next on Graves and he goes for the brawlery kind of build at that point, then things just continue to get worse and worse. Pyoshik right there by pressing the R key. Best Karthus impression yet again. 4,000 gold lead does continue to remain as the advantage, and there's the Morello on Akali, and I'm sure that a lot of people are thinking, what healing on the side of DRX? I know I am. So Akali is yeah, gonna be down an item pretty much at the next fight. Shen is gonna basically swing in value comparatively for his team. So Boris has made his way over to the Korean Peninsula. LPL has ended.
That's great. Just, you know, came in at the exact right time to sabotage things here. Gotta love it. And, yeah, I mean, the percentage penetration would have been fantastic with all the MR that is being built on the side of DRX. Not too much healing on top of all that. So there you go. We'll see what he's able to do from here on out. Perhaps just, I mean, unless they're trying to really force a fight sometime soon, in which case I guess it's okay, but at the same time, generally one of the not one of the best spots to pick that one up. And now a lot of the CS lead is actually extended to a lot of the other lanes too. I mean, you've got bottom side, the Callista is quite ahead. You've even got the jungle as Graves is doing his thing. And you see that Jonas Strong, he's really just got the camera only on Rascal, seeing what he can do, but especially with the less penetration, I mean, he's not really going to be touching the Shen at all.
Yeah, I mean, right now, everything is lined up for DRX. 1 minute from now, Shen is going to be pretty impervious in the next fight. Stand United also going to have immense value. You can see Gen G, I mean, they're coming over, they're clearing out vision around the Baron, maybe anticipating that DRX could go for some sort of a sneak and in favor of just sacrificing the soul. And normally I would probably scratch my head at that, although it is something that historically DRX has done as a team. And so now there's the needlessly large rod on Rascal. He's going to be trying to go into the Rabadon's death cap, but I mean, the real problem here is the level leads. 2 in jungle, 2 in mid lane, 1 in AD carry, and 1 in support. Oh no, actually no, none in support. Life is the same level as Kyria.
Well, Rascal, not sure about this one. He's going to be able to flip over and actually go back in, trying to go on top of Deft here. That's not really going to work out for him. And you can see that that's not the best start if you're trying to get on top of the Drake. So I guess they're just considering throwing it over to the side of DRX as the night goes on and my voice begins to go.
Alright, well, yeah, I do not know if you'll still have your voice by game number 5, Valdez. I'm gonna talk less and less and, you know, really just try to put you to the test here.
Great.
Take it away. I'm kidding. I think that, you know, like, Elder Dragon's coming up in 5.5 minutes. Realistically, the only out that Gen G has left. And, I mean, there was a lot of things that they could have done in the mid-game to help mitigate some of the advantage that DRX had, such as freezing, pulling waves, and things of that nature, but not going to happen. And this is just, it's very similar to Game 1, where DRX just got edges, Gen G could never really stabilize, and things spiraled completely out of control. Chovy having a excellent laning phase, pretty much doing everything that was required of him. Baron has been started up. You can see the animations inside of the Fog of War. And Hawkshot's gonna come out. They're gonna get the bad news. This is an impossible fight to win.
Well, they're going to try it anyway and see what they got, as a huge knockup is going to come in, and a follow-up taunt is massive. Huge amounts of damage coming out of the side of DRX. You can see that Ruler is trying his best. That's a big BDD ultimate. Can they actually make it happen? Ruler getting those autos down, and he's trying to go 1v3 now. He's got a shield and a dream, but that is all he's got now is the dream. Life is going to run away, and there you have it. They tried their best, but still DRX are going to be able to take down this Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get the Baron, end up resetting. Their items, I mean, you just see Ashe is tickling the opponent. She does literally no damage because they have double Mountain Dragon, they have Mountain Soul. Ruler's not doing anything. I mean, we have Oblivion Orbs being picked up voluntarily by members on Gen G's side. So, I mean, that's I mean, it's the real cherry on top. So, the resistances are out of control. It does look like Death Dance was going to be the item for the Graves. We'll take a look at what ends up happening here. Echo goes in with the Nautilus, and what should have been a really good narrow corridor for Life and Ruler to really just dish out so much damage, just was not able to. They're so far behind. So much HP being granted over. Chovy going in there, getting the triple kill. And now as we come back into live, Baron buff, 2.5 minutes remaining. DRX now with almost a 10,000 gold lead. And I can't imagine a world where they really blunder this kind of an advantage. I think it would be pretty unrealistic.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Gen G do similar stuff in the last couple of games, right? Where they were super far ahead. It was very clean. I think that DRX are kind of doing it in their own style, right? Where it's a bit more aggressive. They're getting right in your face, and they've got the comp to pull it off. So certainly feeling pretty good for them. We note that Azir also picking up the Oblivion Orb here. Not sure how to feel about that. We'll see if he actually finishes a Morelos. But at this point, I mean, the item choices are like, you know, are they even going to be able to get to a Void Staff is another question they have to ask. And yeah, it's just a bit of desperation. All these lanes are pushing in. You can see that Rascal, who was once the one hope of the team, is now kind of just being countered off to the side by a Shen who's pushing it in.
And I think at this point it's just going to be a slow and steady execution here. I think DRX, they don't want to bite off more than they could chew, like they did at one point earlier on in the series. And they're probably just going to play a little bit more reserved. Now, Akali's been on that needlessly large rod for pretty much an eternity, so I wonder how close she is to actually picking up another item, although Stopwatch is there as well. You can see BDD trying to just permanently farm the waves that come into him, but they're not really getting any value. Slow and steady is the play by DRX. Chovy just permanently shoving in this wave. Baron has...
Right, 3-man ultimate comes in and immediately Ruler is on the other side of it, but here comes that Echo immediately just going to wipe him off the map. But Reskull is actually getting into the back line and is doing a good job of cleaning up the rest. So they get Pyoshik and Deft. And you're thinking, hey, I mean, that's something good. Well, they're still losing some turrets, but at least they stopped the Baron buff push.
They did stop the Baron buff push, and now there's 1 minute until that Elder, but Deft and Pyoshik, they will be up for that. Chovy's gonna end up raising this bottom tier 2. He has Magi Soul Stealer, does have the 10 stacks, so he's getting the MS passive. And you can just take a look at how this all happened. BDD with a 3-man ultimate there. They get in onto Deft, Ruler able to just delete him. Rascal going in there, getting the execution onto the Graves. Those are 2 really big shutdowns. Shurima turret summon in the mid lane, and you can see Chovy, I mean, he's trying to get some sort of a setup. He's about to ding level 18. Oh, no, parallel. Ooh, we did not check the brush. Good night.
Oh, actually gonna live. Okay, here comes the rest of Gen G. Nobody on the side of DRX is here. And Chovy, incredibly fast, but, well, the Horsey is going to be faster, and finally, Carry is going to get here. Just straightens him up real quick with the ultimate as we have more and more stacks being built up there for the Magi's. Chovy 14 right now. He's 5-0-2 with a death cap. This guy is unbelievably fed.
Well, I think that at this point they're going to get Elder Dragon, and if they can't end with the Elder, they'll certainly probably get the next Baron. And again, take a look at the levels pretty much all across the board. Chovy's up 3 levels on mid lane. Graves is level 16. I believe that Hecarim is 14? Oh no, he's 13, even worse. So we take a look at how this transpires. Chovy, he comes in here. He eventually gets the passive. He's running so fast, he even gets feared in the opposite direction. You can see that Gen G, I mean, they were all turning back around, I think anticipating that other people were there faster. Morello on Azir, and I think that we do see why Shurima did fall.
I think it's pretty obvious at this point, LS. not much else to say about that choice. As, yeah, it looks like they're just going to go for the end right now. They're not going to waste any time, 30 minutes in. And they're massive lead. Chovy has so much health, so many resistances with that Mountain Soul on top of it all. And, yeah, I mean, they've got Azir. Azir, of course, always going to be great at clearing these waves, especially when there's no Baron buff. But can he actually keep the game alive is the question. Here comes the parallel convergence once again. Ultimate just going to be there to zone. In goes Chovy, says see you later. And in goes Clade as well, trying to take them all down in the back line. Rascal as well here is going to get knocked up, and they're just way too far ahead. Able to knock them all down. Life goes down as well, and the taunt comes out from Doran. They're just going to execute everybody under the fountain, but they don't even have time. GG comes in, and we will have a game number 5.
Well, that is going to tie up the series 2-2. Gave player of the game over to Chovy because removing Azir from the game pretty much entirely, having that level of a lane kingdom, gave Pyoshik so much freedom inside of the game. He was allowed to just walk freely against the Hecarim basically everywhere and just achieve so much for his team, and they never really dropped the ball. And the Kalista and the Nautilus down there in bottom lane able to get the CS advantages they were looking for, able to get on top of the game and not really miss a beat pretty much at all. And now this is it. Silver Scrapes is coming out here. DRX, can they pull it back and end up winning the series to go on to face Damwon?
That is the question. I mean, DRX are actually making it look interesting. That game, though, Gen G did look entirely flat, right? That's very different from the last couple of games that we were seeing, so I'm just wondering, did they, you know, we had this massive 3-hour break, and this affects everybody. It affects us. It affects the players, obviously. We went and we took a look in the DRX room, and they were all very pensive, right? Nobody was jumping up and down. They still had an extra game to go, they know, but there were no happy faces with the wins. And at the same time, Gen G, I mean, we didn't really get to take a look at them, but I'm kind of concerned, you know? what happened over this entire break to make this game look this much different.
Well, I mean, we see some of the highlights, and I think that, again, a lot of it is just momentum. Swing ends up going away. Genji could actually maybe have even been tilted, feeling like they were all coming off very high emotions. Lots of maybe dopamine kicks with some of the plays that they were making in games 2 and 3 and what have you. Being able to just jump ahead inside of the series, bring it to match point, and now here we're going to be going instead to game number 5, and obviously the Rift Herald fight not going the way that it could have gone for them. They fell very far behind from here, but I think, again, a very big byproduct of this is Clid just couldn't play inside of the jungle. BDD removed from the game without really any influence. Karma came in blind, essentially, because you had to respect that the Shen could just pivot top lane. They didn't respect it, and then they ended up finding themselves in a pretty volatile bottom lane matchup. Now, there was ways to play around it, but they also could have just drafted a little bit differently so that they didn't need to play around it, or skirt around it, I should say, with the kind of variance that could end up happening. BDD had a couple of good play attempts inside of the game, but none of it was ever really going to be good enough, as the weight of the Drakes and stuff, just way too much pressure.
Absolutely. Just a little bit too much gold, a little bit too much value overall, and Chovy was a beast. I mean, this poor level 13 Hecarim trying to do anything against the now level 18 Echo after that kill. Just styling a bit towards the end. You could see 5v5, Genji just didn't really have any chance. And yeah, at this point, I mean, it was like 11,000 gold, so not really much else to say about this one, except that we are going to a game 5. I hope that everybody holds up, as here's the damage dealt to champions graph. Looks a little bit different, but there it is.
Well, this is definitely interesting. I mean, Hecarim did not get to play, pretty much. We already knew that. Clid had some interesting pathing attempts to try to save some of the situations that he was finding himself in, but Rascal not able to really do a whole lot on the Akali up there in top lane. And honestly, I don't think that it's really super worrying for Genji, but I feel like they're going to need to collect themselves for game number 5, because this could be a very tilting kind of a thing to have happen after that break.
So guys, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, game number 5, Silver Screams.
레오나 공패와 닿고
먹었어 영원.
이걸 캐년이 먹었네요.
전투! 캐년 뒤로 탈출!
근데 레오나 앞라인 잘못 키고 있고
근데
시작했거든요.
얘는 자장가 때문에 끝까지 잤어요!
다음에 마크가 어떤 식으로 되는지 봐야죠. 자, 칸나와 너구리 1대1 구도. 그리고
재진이!
밀고 들어오는 구도인데요.
쪼개고!
이래 잡았어요.
야! 결국
한번 들어갔고요. 시간 어그로 핑퐁. 이거 진이랑 나르가 밀고 나가면 나르! KT! 22분입니다. 완전 초대박!
밧줄! 더 빠져나갑니다.
빨려 들어갔거든요.
이거 조심히 어떤가요? 일단 배는 좀! 자, 배는! 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 배는!
미스틱을 잡아주는데요. 미스틱이 일단 딜을 하는데. 육칼 미스틱을 못 잡는 거 같죠? 이거 아프리카 프린스가 다시 한번 밀고 들어가는데요.
트리플킬
커트콜 하나
몇 명.
와 성장과 진짜 세요. 야 진짜 아니 커트콜로 2명을 잡았어요. 이게
살상력이 돌아오나요?
이게 심한가요 진짜? 와 에이밍이 진짜 틀어막은 느낌이에요. 사실 뭐 에이밍의 진이
이거 뭐예요? 이거 왜?
누구 건가요?
랜덤 게임.
와! 에이밍! 들어갈 생각이거든요, KT? KT 들어갈 생각입니다. 먹었는데. 아니, 자, 한타 봐야 돼요. 한타 봐야 돼요. 한타. 근데 에이밍이 일단 딜하거든요.
플라이가
그리고 강남 그리고 와, 플라이가 진짜 세. 펀치가 이렇게. 와. 타이밍에 탑들끼리 거침없이 들교환을 하더니 나 6렙 그런데 6렙 리치도 침착하게 6렙 맞춰 찍었고 그 다음에 친구가
이거 픽업하다가 외칠 것 같은데요.
친구는 왜 아직도 여기 있는 거야? 뭐 이런 생각 다 할 것 같은데요.
그러면 가야죠.
그래도
있어.
아니
이거 있어. 씨가 두 번.
있어. 아니 이게 지금 아니. 좋아 보이는데요, T1. 잡쪽을 노려, 안쪽을 노려, 들어가서 와! 그 다음, 네, 그러면 일단은 버티기, 상방, 다시 나가면 지금 오른쪽 괴수들, 근데 왼쪽에 토비가 먼저 끊겼고요. 이러면 뿌리디랍니다. 클레오죠. 버텨냈어요. 클레오죠. 살았습니다. 대박의 이스. 아칼리가 살았어요.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back, guys. We have game number 5 here. Genji up against DRX. I was able to grab some water, take a little rest. Hopefully my voice is better here for game number 5, so sorry about that. But DRX with the very surprising comeback win over Genji. I don't think anyone could have really predicted that after the way games 2 and 3 went. And we've also got Silver Scrapes on, I believe. But I can't actually hear it, so I hope you guys are dealing with it and enjoying it.
Alright, we're back. Lost sound.
Okay.
Honestly, lost sound. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Chovy ends up getting player of the game as per usual.
Makes sense.
That is the only thing that does remain a constant here.
The guy had a fantastic game.
Yep.
And he was a little bit absent in games number 2 and 3. I mean, there was a little bit of a loss of the Chovy effect, but this time around, it was certainly a different kind of game. He was doing so much work in the lane, in the fights. It was really incredible to have Chovy back.
Well, he's doing so much for DRX, obviously, on this Echo pick. And they're going to need to find him another champion that he can influence the game heavily with. He was able to do it with the Lucian. He's able to do it with the Echo. When he's able to lock BDD up and maintain priority and create CS leads for himself, that's when DRX is going to be allowed to breathe. When he can't do this, it's when Pyoshik can't really do anything. So literally the entire top side of DRX is dependent on Chovy's ability to just carry them across the finish line via the amount of force that he's able to exert in mid lane and convert that into something meaningful for the team. So we'll see what he can do here in this game, as we're about to jump in to game number 5. This is going to be do or die for these two teams. You can see they're talking about something right before this starts.
Yeah, it's always really cool to see how intense CV Max is. I mean, of course, it can be a little bit scary at times, but the guy is certainly effective. You can see he is having an in-depth conversation with Deft about exactly what to do going into this game. So I'm curious to see, because Deft, you know, he's also been a little bit absent, I would say. He hasn't been the guy that you know, he's been carrying his team or anything like that. So definitely has the capability, but we want to see a bit more. As you could see, once again, they were in there. Looks like a very comfortable gaming environment, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this game 5 goes down, because again, DRX, they have side selection because they have the higher seed, and so they get side selection for games 1, 3, and 5, whereas Genji get it for 2 and 4. So we'll see which side they select, what kind of draft they want to go for. Maybe they even decide, hey, let's go red team again and try to get a similar draft. But whatever they did in game 4, more of that, and I'm sure they're going to be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I think that at this point, DRX, they'll have to try to keep going with the same identity and then hoping that the first 10 minutes of the game end up going pretty much their way. I think if Genji ever have a stable early mid-game transition, things are going to be really rough for them. And with that having essentially been match point, nothing too special came out of the woodworks, and I just imagine that means that there's probably nothing super special actually waiting. As, okay, this is it. Playoff round 2, game number 5, DRX Genji.
All right. It all comes down to this, guys. Silver Scrapes, one final chance to make it all happen here. We got Set ban first, and let's see what else comes out. And I wonder if DRX are just going to say, well, we didn't ban Azir this time, and BDD did that, so maybe we just let it go? Maybe we can ban something else? I mean, he had some moments, let's say, but, you know, in the lane, he just looked so, I don't know, just absent. And so we'll see how they're feeling coming into this one.
Well, Twisted Fate banned away by DRX. Genji banning away the Caitlyn. Lucian now gonna be banned away again. And we'll see. Okay, the ban pick going a little bit faster this time around. Nidalee now gonna be removed from the table. See what Genji want to ban away here. Now on red side, let's see if they utilize counterpicks accordingly.
Well,
Graves.
Wow, Graves ban. Huh. I mean, I certainly don't think that the Graves was the real issue that led to their demise, but certainly showing a lot of respect over to Pure6 Graves, and he says, well, I'll just play the champion that I rarely lose on, and that is going to be the Lilia. So first pick Lilia. That's also an interesting choice that they're just going to go ahead and pick, and Genji say, well, we can play that Kalista game too.
Yep, Kalista getting locked in immediately for Genji. And we'll see what champion they're going to end up pairing this with for R2. Will they just go with the Hecarim? Are they intending for Volibear? I mean, those are the only two things that I could imagine when you ban away the Graves. I think that it's pretty much as streamlined as it could be. And okay, so we're going to have the Shadow Isle duo here.
Yeah, gotta love it. Coming in together, looking super scary with their blue glowy eyes. And what is DRX going to respond with here? Ashe still available, so if they're saying, well, Ashe is supposed to do okay into Kalista, maybe last game was a little bit of a jungle difference, maybe they could consider going for something like that, but Deft is not necessarily, he hasn't played Ashe the most times. I know he played it once earlier on today, but Senna is going to be the choice first, alongside of Braum.
All right, Senna Braum coming out now. And Genji, now they can counterpick support down in bot lane. So let's see what they actually end up utilizing with the Kalista. I think that things could get pretty interesting. And, you know, Taric actually would be not so bad here, especially with the Hecarim. Gragas is going to get picked.
Yeah, that's a life special right there. So he gets an excuse to play Gragas. He's going to play Gragas. And we saw how he was able to just tear apart Afrika in the last series with his Gragas. So doesn't surprise me too much there, as the big boy in the bottom lane should be coming out. I suppose it can be flex, but you have to imagine this will be with the Kalista.
Yeah, we would imagine that this is indeed with Kalista, but obviously Hecarim, he's able to make his way up to top lane depending on the matchup. So we'll see what that could possibly mean. Now, Akali getting banned away is a little bit surprising because that is a champion, I believe, that Hecarim players don't like a whole lot. So maybe they're trying to actually make DRX think that the Hecarim could actually legitimately end up in top lane. Now, the other thing about this is that Hecarim pivot into top lane also dissuades Lilia from ending up in top lane if Doran would be thinking about trying to take that role on. Irelia now getting banned away, so this is another one. I think that they're really trying to suggest that this might be headed up to top. Alternatively, Rascal could be out of his mind and be thinking about Atrox or something.
What?
That would...
Who is that? I feel like you just uttered the name of Voldemort or something. I don't even want to hear about that guy. All right, let's see. What does get chosen here? Now, again, there's a chance of what we've seen here that top and mid are still needing to be picked. But, of course, definitely some... Okay, Ornn was the other thing I was thinking, because remember, he was kind of getting bopped by the Aurelia up on the top side with the Ornn.
I mean, you can choose Kindred now because Ornn top just gets decimated by Lilia, so I don't know what Genji are doing. They already have Braum. You're giving DRX the chance to pick Kindred. Kindred ruins the Ornn and the Hecarim. I mean, Gragas does have some value against Kindred, but then you get a free lane for Lilia, so it just doesn't... Okay, yeah, we're just gonna... you know what? I mean, live and die by the Renekton, Valdez. Here we go. This is it.
Silver Scrapes.
Silver
Game
Scrapes.
5. DRX, Renekton. You knew it was coming. He was banned in every game before this. It's so hilarious. But, you know, I kind of understand Genji at the same time because I think they just didn't give credit for Doran to play Lilia. I think they just said, okay, Pyosik is 100% going to play that. But immediately, okay, you've got Renekton, but you've also got Sylas now. So there are multiple answers to just that Ornn. And of course, there are a lot of different ultimates on the side of Genji that are great to steal away. So the Sylas, I actually don't mind it here. It's another kind of these melee, mobile, assassin-y type. Not exactly an assassin, of course, for Chovy, as Karma is going to be the last choice here. They're kind of lacking damage there, though, on the side of Genji.
They're very, very, very all in on Ruler on this Kalista to try to get enabled, or if Clid gets ahead. Otherwise, this is definitely very shaky for a draft. They do have some insurance in the later stages. Chovy has access to a lot of very good ultimates. Pyosik is on Lilia, and we'll have to see what ends up happening here. So BDD going to be on the Karma in the mid lane. And we cannot currently see any of the summoners, so we don't totally know what's going on there.
Yeah. That happened in the last game as well. Probably just a live thing. You can kind of see like the circles of the champions in the summoner windows. That's because the summoners would be, I suppose, on the other side. So either way, guys, sorry about that. We'll see that in the game. It's just, you know, Cloudflare and all the issues we were having earlier. If you missed that, well, you're here for Game 5. So you're here for the important part. That's all that does matter. So interesting compositions coming into this Game 5, LS.
Yeah, I mean, Renekton, Lilia, Sylas, Senna, Braum, and then on the flip side, Ornn, Hecarim, Karma, Kalista, and Gragas is going to be the team comp for Genji. So, 2-2, game number 5. This is what they finally concluded on. Now, Hecarim's going to have a lot more freedom and control in this game than he was in the previous one. Karma, even though her Q was nerfed, she's still able to do pretty much the same thing in mid lane. Just not as quickly as before, but I don't think it's that impactful. Rascal should be pretty fine on the Ornn up in top lane. And I am not sure why it...
We have the 3-minute delay from the live servers. So... So
I thought that everything that we were just looking at was pre-recorded and that they would just transition normally. No? Okay.
No. What do you mean?
All right.
That's we don't have the technology for that.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. Sorry about that. So yeah, 3 minutes, and I mean, if there was anything you wanted else to break down from the draft, now's the time. Thoughts going into the match? Who do you think have the edge coming in here? I'd be curious to hear about what you think.
I mean, I think Genji, their draft is much more stable and well-rounded, but obviously I think that this is a very DRX-y comp in the sense where if they do manage to get ahead, they can probably execute upon it very similarly to how they did in the previous game. And so I think that in that regard, they do have that going for them. Chovy's on another one of those champions that he can take aggressive trades, he can maintain lane prio, he can transition very smoothly, and he has access to a lot of very good ultimates this game on Sylas. So that's also going to be a bit of a thing for Genji to try to juggle in the later parts of the game. Ruler is going to have to pop off on this Kalista, and we'll see if he can actually manage to do it. And also, Lilia, I mean, Pyosik's on another one of those champions where it's very streamlined what he needs to do. And so that hopefully dissuades him from doing anything super creative or anything super high variance.
It helps.
It does.
It certainly helps him. He's a player that needs a little bit of streamlining to just say, I know my job, I will do it, and that is it. Don't go off the script, essentially. And it helps when you're with kind of inexperienced players that they have a little bit of anchoring, right? Someone to help them with that. And we were mentioning before, Chovy was doing that very well in game number 4, where he was able to just dominate the mid lane and provide so much room with all of that priority. that he brought in. So I think a lot of eyes this time are going to be on BDD. I think everybody's going to be saying, okay, man, now's the time to step up. If you can't do it in Game 5, well, I mean, it's not going to be a good look going into potentially Worlds. Remember, guys, we have to talk about Worlds here. Whoever wins this will be able to go to Worlds.
Yeah.
So this is a match for Worlds. It's one game. One game now. We've got the whole best of 5. We've only got one left. And whoever gets it goes to Worlds. So tons on the line. Of course, Damwon are also waiting. I believe if Genji do win, then Damwon can also make it in. Because Genji will get ahead on points on T1. So I believe that that will help out Damwon. Not 100% sure about that, but I think that is something that I saw earlier. And so definitely it's a big match. There's a lot of teams that are watching this, and it's going to affect a lot of players here in the Korean side. So certainly a lot of pressure. And I mean, we've talked about how Genji are incredibly solid in their games, but we'll see if, DRX have found the cracks in the armor that they found in Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not so certain if they're going to be able to do that back-to-back games, because I think that, much like in game number 1, when Genji lost in very similar fashion, they immediately came back and clapped back with 2 of the most one-sided games that we've had in 2020 LCK overall. So we'll see what happens as, okay, the game is going to get underway.
It's one game for all the marbles. If you wanted to go to Worlds, now's your chance. And you were talking about how Genji, they're really building around Ruler here, right? There's so many beefy boys in the front. They even have a semi-supportive mid as well with the Karma, and so many ways to engage, to enable Ruler to do the carrying. I think they need to end it before we get too late in the game. I'm not sure how you feel about that, but I feel like the lack of range from the Kalista can hurt in the super late stages of the game. So if we go to like a massive, 50-minute game,
I mean, Senna
IG from earlier, right? It could get pretty sticky.
Yeah, Senna. I mean, in super long games is just such a menace to try to deal with when she ends up getting more and more souls in the later stages. Infernal's going to be the first one coming up here for the Dragons. Ruler, 24-9 on Kalista, 72.7% win rate.
It's all right. It's okay. Yeah, it's decent.
Well,
the guy's insane on this pick. I mean, it's crazy what he's been able to do for his team. And now, as you mentioned it, it's kind of all the marbles here. They hand it over to Ruler and they say, well, sir, take us to the show.
Yeah. And we're paying a lot of attention down here in bot lane, but I mean, there's not a whole lot of action that's able to unfold until level 2. So I'm not, I mean, I think seeing how Karma and Sylas is going at level 2 would be pretty interesting, because that is going to dictate the pace of mid lane very early on. You can see Klid already going for the full side clear. Life just barely managing to skirt around the edge, and Pioshek is about to sin out of his mind. As you can see, he was looking, he was
trying.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's attempting it, but maybe the rest of the team is like, get the hell back. Get out of here. Just farm your jungle, do what a nice Lilia does. And that's what the Bambi does. She farms up really fast and gets, a couple items, Runic Echoes, Leandries, and then she begins to be a huge menace. So we're hoping that Pioshek can kind of follow that script as we were talking about before. And again, some more eyes on the mid lane. It looks like the Karma is, of course, going to have a much easier time. Here comes Klid. He's,
Yeah, I don't know what he's trying to do right now. I mean, he's making his way in. I guess they're going to try to go for this. Now, teleport on Chovy. Okay, here we go.
Okay, here we go. They're just going for it right now. The decider here, they want to get the kill, and they want to give it over to Ruler. He's going to get the first blood. The teleport comes in from Chovy, and he might just be giving them another kill. No way that he's going to be able to get out of here. He's trying to trade one back. They will get life. but I don't think anyone else is going to get out of here. Chovy's going to be locked down, and that might just do it already. Level 3, they come in here, and a double kill for the Hecarim, and the 1-0 and 2 for Rule.
And you can see that DRX, they're going to try to fight back on the top side of the map right now, but Doran messes up. Takes a turret shot. They're almost out of minions. Pioshik now taking a lot of damage.
The knock up as Pioshik is going to be able to get out of there. That huge movement speed is so crucial. And that is really what's going to set up the kill. So, well, Life is maybe looking for the
Wait.
kill. This is insane. No flash available. He's going to get
He's thick.
Minion. He is so thick. Oh, and he is so dead. Pioshik, we talked about following the script. That was not on the script. Go back home. You are dead.
And now double cloth armor actually picked up here by Rascal. This Renekton is just going to be having such a hard time. He also blue buff. Teleport comes in to lock up the turret. And the teleport response was very late. Oh, no.
Oh, he's in a rough spot. Okay, he's going to be able to get out. Looks like the tether goes down. And
I don't know
we're
why.
pushing back. We're pushing back, LS.
So Chovy has no teleport, he has no flash. So I'm not so certain why they're shoving that out. Now, take a look at this again. Renekton tries to teleport as well. He goes into the brush. Watch the mini-map. So that ends up getting canceled by Rascal. And so Renekton, off of the kill that he got in top lane, he's even further behind than we originally thought. After Lilia ended up being brought down by the Orange Chovy, he knew that he wasn't long for the world. And now, Gen G, they are in such a commanding position inside of this game. Oh, wait, what
is going on?
Wait, what happened?
Rascal flashes. I don't know how this actually happened. Maybe he face-checked or something, but that is really awkward for Rascal. He's already down a bunch of CS, and we'll see how Doran responds to this. He can clear these waves so quickly. There's no teleport. Thankfully, at least it's a cannon wave, but still definitely not the best look for Rascal here. He needs to be that rock for his team in the top lane.
Yeah, and you can see that Chovy in mid right now, he's up 11 CS, has Ionian Boots as his first item. And you can see BDD, he's trying to go into the Athene's Unholy Grail. And you can see Rascal, he's hugging the very top of the map right now. I'm very surprised Doran didn't try to feign Lilia's presence there, given that Rascal doesn't have any wards. They know Rascal has no wards, and they could have made him be a lot more cautious trying to come back to this lane, given that Doran was already level 6. And so I feel like that's a bit of a missed opportunity, but it seems like bluffing is not in DRX's inventory right now. Renekton's going to try to go Blade of the Ruin King as his first item here. And Hecarim is very close to level 6. He is so massive with the Merc Treads already completed, starting to have some of the Triforce components. And, okay, Raptor, not going to be completed.
Yeah. It's not, you know, I'm just going to leave some of those over there. And we have first Infernal Drake here starting off. So Chovy thinking about it. He's got the Karma Mantra stolen for now. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to try to steal this. As here we go. 1Q. Not quite going to do it. Thanks for the leash, says Clid. And nobody else was around. There was no priority down in the bottom side. So it's just a nice little pickup now for Gen G, who already start off with a lead, but the Infernal Drake is going to make things even easier, especially denying it away from so much of the damage that DRX will be able to stack up.
Yeah, and I mean, Gen G, they're just in such a good spot right now with that Infernal Dragon. They're only up about 700 gold. Mountain's coming up second, which is a very big pickup for them. Their Karma, obviously, getting probably dual resistances from the boots as well as the Athene's. Going to be super valuable against the Sylas and the Lilia, as well as Hecarim gets himself a bit of resistances. Ornn benefits quite a lot. And the okay,
Fast horsey boys getting in there, looking to bob back that Renekton. The Ornhorn from down. The flash and the slice. Can he do it? No, he cannot. Turns out 3v1 is going to be good enough as a big S going to be thrown up from Clid. Chovy pretty scary. Pioshik also in the wings, looking to take out the enemy jungler. The smites are going to come down. They're looking to trade it back now, as down will go the jungler of Gen G, but can they trade it back? In comes Light. And they're going to try to get down Chovy, but Chovy... Oh, he's even going to level up. That's going to help so much here. Will they actually be able to get away as the tether comes in, but they cannot get down onto Pyosik as even Chovy's going to survive, and nothing else is going to go the way of Gen G.
And so Chovy and Pyosik just barely manage to survive right there. That was a very close call for them. You can see Hecarim rushing right back up into top lane immediately. And a lot of this is just the byproduct of Hecarim not having his ultimate available, and he didn't have it because Rascal botched his ultimate. Watch the Ornhorn come out. Now, Ornn shouldn't have to be the one that goes for this. Hecarim could have just confirmed it regardless, because you can just stay on top of Renekton until he flashes away and then immediately follow with Hecarim in any direction that he goes for. So, it could have gone either way. Pyosik comes in here. I'm not totally sure what Hecarim was trying to do. I think he's trying to run to BDD for the shield. Doesn't end up getting too much more value. And then you can see...
They live.
Yeah, Chovy just barely able to escape right there. Tether not landing anymore, and then you can see Rascal being very reserved at that point. So, gold score back to being totally even right now. Now, Ruler is massive down there in bottom lane. He's up 23 farm on the Kalista. Blade of the Ruined King already completed. Cull is in Depth's inventory right now. Dawning Shadow is available. And Rascal is going a bit of Build-A-Bear Workshop right now. I really hope we don't see another Frozen Fist.
You know, there's certainly a chance. So hold on to your sanity for this one last one, LS. We can make it through. And, I mean, this is, as you're mentioning, I mean, Ruler is, he is quite massive. And we're reaching a spot where he is going to be able to potentially pop off in this game. I mean, especially in the mid game, if they get some sick engages down. I mean, they've got Ornn, they've got Gragas, they've got Hecarim, they've got Fate's Call. I mean, it's just insanity what they might be able to unlock here. So DRX might be stepping on eggshells, whereas Gen G will be looking for more. But if you take a look at the gold, at least DRX are ahead for now. Of course, the Infernal Drake is going to change things up. And there is a big wave down on the bottom side. Will we continue here? No, Keria is around, so just peace for now.
And now they have Ornn down there in the bottom lane. He ended up catching that entire wave off of the teleport. Gold advantage is DRX favored. You can see that they're starting to group up here in top lane. Pyosik might be fishing for a ball that he could end up trying to throw, but no, enhanced recall going to come in on Kalista, and she did not have a very meaningful recall. She only had tier 1 boots, and so this is actually very good for DRX because it means that her recall is somewhat stunted. Mountain Dragon's coming up in 40 seconds. This is a very big dragon for Gen G to try to capture, and Doran has teleport advantage. So Rascal's moving up here into top lane. Not going to be able to do anything. Also, that was another cannon that BDD just ended up ignoring. He is getting pretty destroyed in the CS department. Chovy he's doing pretty good. He's doing Chovy things.
Yeah, he is just insanity, what this player is able to do. And again, as I mentioned before, with Worlds on the line, everybody's kind of just going balls to the wall, right? Ruler's playing fantastically after getting that lead. Chovy is going insane in the mid lane, able to survive up in the top side at the same time. And it's just so much for these players. So it's all out. And you can see here that Gen G, they're going to go for this Drake. It's Mountain Drake this time around. So Ocean or Cloud, what is it going to be? This also means that we're not going to get any stacking mountains. Keria, looking for the steal, but it is Ocean.
Right.
Ocean, okay.
Yeah, I got a call from my grandmother, and she let me know, actually. So
she knew.
She already knew. Yeah.
She knew.
She likes to keep everyone entertained. So you know, it is how it goes.
I'm surprised she gives up her secrets, you know, that easily.
Yeah.
That she just understands what's going to happen and lets everybody know so early ahead of time.
Well, it is just definitely how it goes. As woman, she did lay down the law. The prediction was there. Ruler now is going to lay down the Rift Herald and try to get himself
not quite as strong.
Yeah, not quite as strong.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, some plates coming out here. 320 extra gold given over to Ruler. So because Life picked that up, it means that extra gold goes towards the AD carry. So got to feel pretty good that that does come in. There's that one plate. I feel like you just walk up.
Yeah.
And
it is.
Trying to clear the wave first.
Yeah.
They should get it anyway.
They're going to be able to get it on this wave for sure. Oh, no. Okay.
There you go.
They did get it.
Jeez.
So that was the mini objective that they were trying to secure for themselves. Now, even though Chovy is doing a very good job in the Lane Kingdom department, he's up 2 entire levels here over BDD. It is not super big because he didn't get any plates. Even though that looks like a plate, I believe that that was not a plate captured. I think it was on its last leg. And so there is that little bit of upside. BDD finally does ding level 10, but Chovy is massive right now inside of this game. Remember, ornaments will come in later. This is probably going to be the Athene's Ardent Censer, picked up by Karma and then going into the Death Cap, so it's still going to be the Karma of old. Massive CS differential here in mid lane. Ornn building yet another item, and oh, thank everything, as I do believe Abyssal Mask will be the item purchased this game.
Yeah, there you go. So congratulations. We've got one correct LS item here in this game. And we'll have to wait and see how the rest of that build does go. But certainly things looking still good. Down in the bottom side, I mean, they haven't really been putting any pressure, Deft and Keria. They're just sitting back in the lane and catching waves, and maybe just trying not to get dove. So we'll see how long that turret can survive. Clid is going to get spotted, actually, by the Scryer's Bloom. So some really crucial information before they do go for that dive is given over. That Clid is in position. You can see they were hesitating a little bit before that did come down, so certainly they had some ideas or thoughts that perhaps they wouldn't want to dive into the Hecarim.
Yeah, and I think that as everything stands right now, Gen G are just feeling pretty good. As they're up a little bit in the gold department, but they have the 2 most meaningful Drakes in the early stages of the game. They are going to lose the top tier 1 turret, but it's not the end of the world. You can also see all the Merc Treads coming out on their team. That is pretty good news for Renekton, for what that's worth. I think that a little bit of Boris coming out for DRX, though. Double Black Cleaver, both on Senna and Renekton.
Uh-oh.
Is going to come out here for them. As only Ornn is really going to be the tanky one on the enemy team. Phage complete over the Kindle Gem, so he's valuing the Rage passive for Renekton here.
Yeah.
1 minute until that Ocean Drake.
Yeah, they're just going to try to lock it down. There's no Rift Heralds or anything like that yet available, but looks like I believe one is about to spawn. Okay, there it is. But there's not quite enough time to pick it up and then maybe use that for pressure to, you know, force secure an Ocean Drake or, you know, force DRX to respond to it. So will just probably be a clean, straight-up fight, you'd have to imagine, over this objective. Double TP available for Rascal and BDD. Double TP on the same side for Chovy and Doran. So they can try to manipulate some lanes before we do get into this fight. Of course, it's not the Ocean Soul yet, but if DRX do feel strong enough, and man, they've got a couple of really strong picks actually with the Sylas and the Renekton right now, in terms of, you know, how they've done in their lane and the gold that they have picked up. So they may even consider it on this streak.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, at this point, Gen G, they're in a really good position. They have all the vision that they could possibly want. They have Ruler crashing in the mid wave. They have vision of Doran. Should be a pretty difficult fight, but we'll see what does end up happening. Also, Chovy, only at about 35% mana, does steal away Rascal's ult. And so Rascal looking to build maybe an item prior to this team fight. They got to be really careful, though, against Chovy with that Ornn ultimate. Ruler, level 10. Hecarim, same level, I guess, as Lilia. Rascal looking to position with his teammates. This is a very bad narrow corridor against Braum. I don't know why Gen G are positioning like this. Okay, well, Doran taking a little bit of damage. Okay, Lilia bowling ball whiffs.
They've been able to get into the river now, so seems like both sides have a pretty good position. Here comes Chovy's version. As the knockup goes in, it's not very effective, but Clid is getting low. The knockup here, Senna getting a lot of value, though, as Clid gets low, but in come the shields and the heals, and the bouncy castle in the back line might just be good enough, but Deft doing some critical damage. There's the Mantra shield. Ruler struggling to get in. Oh! The flash comes in from life, but it's not good enough. Where is the follow-up is the question. As, okay, life goes in, but you didn't get anything else, and now the Ocean Drake is going to go the way of DRX, and they are looking to try to come back in the series.
Yeah, and you can see that Ruler, he's trying to get something done. He just doesn't have the firepower yet inside of this game. He doesn't have the Runon's Hurricane, and this is one of the best timing fights that DRX could have hoped for because that Kalista is stunted, because the Karma doesn't yet have the Ardent Sensor, and a lot of that is actually because BDD is so far behind in the CS department. Normally, Karma's 2-core item spike can come in as early as 17 minutes. This is an 18.5, 19-minute Dragon Capture attempt, and I mean, you see how the fight breaks out. The Ornn ultimate comes out of Chovy, gets so much value, he gets pulled back into the backline. Clid very low, and you can just see BDD is not able to do a whole lot inside of this team fight. Kalista, Ruler looking for any sort of opening that he can go, ends up whiffing on the Q. Rascal gets put to sleep. Really good really good body slam by Life, but there's just no follow-up there because the damage isn't there yet. Ardent Sensor, Runon's Hurricane, just not going to be there and available for the fight. And they're stunted in builds. Now, it's not the end of the world. Gen.G, they have the ornaments coming in. At the next team fight, Rascal will have 13, and he should also have Forge-Fire Cape, should have Infernal Mask available to him. Ardent Sensor should be online. Death Dance maybe even on Hecarim possibly at the next team fight. Runon's Hurricane picked up by Kalista. She's probably going to try to go for the QSS third item or just begin moving into Death Dance, so we'll see what ends up happening there. Chovy now on the Sylas, though. He has the Zhonya's Hourglass, a little bit of utility there. Leandri's almost complete now on Lilia.
Okay, I thought they were just going to try to force that fight for a second. I was like, could hardly believe my eyes, but okay, they're just going to get in and get out, it looks like. And Chovy, he has 223 CS in 21 minutes. It's not like the insane numbers, but it's pretty damn good. Alongside of Doran, who is also doing a fantastic job with his CS. The only one who can really compare is Ruler. Here comes Chovy now. He is a menace, gonna slow down the three of them, looking for Ruler in the back line, who has to flash away. They don't have the damage to take him out, but still, they're able to get the flash and the cleanse out of Ruler, and he is their one carry. Can they even defend this turret without him? He's actually going to stay.
He's going to stay because, I mean, there's the Honey Fruit to the south that he could end up trying to get. He also does have a lot of life still. Chovy now with the Hecarim ultimate, that is something they have to respect. This is a very strong timing for DRX if a fight would end up unfolding. So all that they need to do is avoid this. Try to get to the Ardent Sensor for BDD on the Karma. Try to just stall out. Let Ornn get 13. Infernal Mask needs to be picked up. Now, Black Cleaver's going to come in for Senna. It's not going to be the end of the world. There's not a whole lot of armor on the side of Gen.G, but also there's double Black Cleaver between her and Renekton, so they're sort of helping each other out, but there's not a lot of other auto attack-based champions on the side of DRX. No one really building lethality or anything of that nature. So, Haunting Guy is picked up on Chovy, a bit of a savant, not going for any of the other weird items.
Yeah. If it's not Leandri's, it's weird. That's that's also part of the script. But no, seriously, I mean, it has been coming in more and more recently, and Sylas have been seeing its potential, especially with the slow, with the GLP. Certainly can work in tandem pretty well. And I mean, Chovy, I remember when we were talking about DRX and their road to get here to the playoffs and how they lost to T1 and they almost lost to SP. And we were saying, man, like a lot of their big names aren't really showing up. I mean, Chovy looks a little bit, you know, quiet in terms of some of his potential. Well, he's come out here in the last couple of games, and he's certainly looking to turn that story around, is the case. And you talked about item timings going into this one. Ardent Sensor is complete. Will Chovy be able to finish his Leandries is the question. We already got one on Pioshik.
Yep. And Klid is trying to get to his Warhammer. They're going to get another turret here in mid lane. It's going to bring them back to just about a 1,000 gold deficit right now. Now, the ornaments are what are so big for this team fight. For Genji, Rascal, I'm not sure if he's been able to bestow one. Maybe he's given Trinity Fusion over, or might have Ruin King. Teleport coming out, Chovy once again with Ornn.
Yeah, he's going to look to throw that out here, probably to secure the timing. Yes, here it comes. The knockups, it is going to be avoided as the damage comes in. He goes to Hecarim and he gets it. He gets the steal, but the damage comes in. The Little Ding Lullaby is massive, and the damage comes out from depth. They're fighting front to back, and it looks like DRX might just be able to win this fight. Fighting as much as he possibly can as Ruler. Unbelievable what this guy is able to do. Can he actually defeat the three of them with the Karma in his back pocket? The flash comes in, and the answer is going to be no. BDD is just going to have to run away with his tail between his legs. DRX, they lose the dragon, but they do not lose the fight, and they will pick up the Baron.
And they're going to get the Baron even though they lose the dragon. Genji, they still have one out in the game, and that's going to be the Ocean Soul. It should be pretty hard to lose if they can get to it, but DRX, now with the Baron, they're going to extend their gold lead so far. The EXP that this gives, Chovy dinging 15, he's 2 levels up over BDD. Now at this point inside of the game, he is carrying them across the finish line. Ornn ultimate comes out, Braum ultimate ends up whipping. Klid with a really nice steal onto the Ocean Dragon. It's going to bring them to Soul Point. Dawning Shadow comes out, obviously. And just take a look. The life on the right-hand side gets picked up by Pioshik. And Doran, Chovy, and Pioshik trying to lead the charge. Deft picking up the kill on the right-hand side. Ruler elects to try to go north to join with BDD and get the shield. But the flash comes out of Doran. Gets the stun confirm onto the Callista. Cleanse was not yet available. So, 4,000 gold deficit. However, some of that is being offset. Ornaments are there. There's the Infernal Dragon. There's the Mountain Dragon. The game is still really, really, really close between these two. And given that they still have that mid-tier 1 turret and it's still so healthy and DRX don't have a very easy way to siege, Baron buff, it only has a minute, or just under 2 minutes now, still remaining. You can see Renekton trying to group and join with his team. What I imagine this means is that we're going to go to that Ocean Soul fight. Now, Renekton's going to pick up, most likely, Sterix, and Silas is pretty much stunted. He might actually, Chovy might even pick up another stopwatch for that team fight so that he has double Zhonya's available. And Lilia essentially has Zhonya's now available. Has the Amplifying Tome, probably going to get Fiendish Codex with the stopwatch on her as well. Deft is trying to make his way up to the Rapid Fire Cannon, although I think that there's a pretty good argument to go Runon's Hurricane in this game on the Senna, given how much Genji clumps and how many melees that they actually have on their side. But Genji, they're trying to hang on. Now, they'll concede most likely this mid-tier 1 turret. They're not looking for any sort of a fight, even though they have vision on the Silas. Lilia just constantly trying to fish with balls, but nothing is going to come up for her. Ornn, Ding's level 15. That's going to be Trinity Fusion. That's going to be able to be given over to the Hecarim.
And he's looking for a play now onto Chovy. Now, he made this mistake in Game 4, but maybe it's going to work out better for him this time. 3-on-1, and there's no Keria to bail him out this time around. Chovy, I don't think this is going to work, but he's trying to get on top of the Karma. That's not going to work out, and there's nothing on the map, but Klid is going to get pretty low. Do they have the damage? They can't even kill this guy. What is going on? Finally, 5 people come in and say, please die.
And a really big shutdown.
They do get it.
Yeah.
Finally.
Very, very big shutdown on Chovy. Lots of members around for that as well. They're going to pick up the standing gold that is the top tier 1 turret off it as well. They also get Chovy's flash. for this next team fight. So let's take a look at what they do end up investing. They invest a teleport, not really worth a whole lot at this point inside of the game. Chovy doesn't have his ultimate available. Rascal sends out the pillar, but then whiffs the E, and it really looked like, I mean, okay, things were going from pretty much bad to worse here. Or an ultimate comes out, they get the kill onto him. They also use the Callista ultimate, not the end of the world. So all they invest is really ults, but they get Chovy's flash, which is so big for this next fight. I'm not sure what BDD is doing. It looks like he's trying to rush into Void Stop, but he's not going to have that available for the fight. This is also meaning that he's not going to have any ornaments available, and Hecarim needs to run straight down to Ornn. He needs to get that Trinity Fusion. One of the underappreciated stats of that ornament is actually the base movement speed increase. And yeah, okay, I hope he's running over to Ornn. Ornn, please upgrade his item.
Join hands.
Ornn?
You can do it. You can do it.
There it is.
There we go.
There it is.
Oh, and they even avoid the bowling ball, so there you go. And we've seen this fight 2 times, guys. Now it's time for number 3. Is third time the charm? We'll have to find out. Doran is going to come in from behind. Now it's 5v5. It's all going to come down to this. Trying to front line here, a Rascal and Life. Nice amount of damage coming out. The shields mostly negating the damage out of DRX. Here comes the first one.
It whiffed!
And Keria is going to go in, and Dorn is taking so much damage, and this is, the lockup is going to be huge, but they're trying to burst out Chovy to get him. That is so massive that they're able to take him down. And the Ocean Soul is also going to go the way of Gen G. 2 gigantic wins for them. So many low health bars, but do they even care? They're chasing after them. But they've already got the prize they were looking for.
Oh, Deft. He's going to be spotted out onto yeah, that's going to be it. And now, at this point, okay, so Braum ends up dying. He actually gets the execute. BDD trying to hold on to Def for as long as possible. They should want to wait. They should want to play with their food here to extend his death timer for Baron. They're not going to think about that. So Senna's actually going to, Senna's going to spawn at the exact time that Baron spawns, and so Deft will be there with Dawning Shadow and trying to run off the fountain with home guards. But this is definitely going to be interesting. Ocean Soul on the side of Gen G. Things are getting really, really problematic now for DRX. I don't know what they're expected to do. Chovy needs to dig deep. He needs to find a certain book. Senna needs to try to get to Mortal Reminder. We'll take a look at the replay one more time. So take a look. The sleep actually goes down. It puts Rascal under the lullaby. So Jigglypuff is a pretty OP Pokemon here. And then they try to get the Ocean Dragon, but Keria's shield goes down. It creates the opening, but it didn't matter. Sleep went off, but Chovy, no flash to reposition. He gets captured. Clid gets into the pit, ends up winning the Ocean Soul fight, and then it was just a full-on retreat by DRX at this point. They were trying to do everything that they possibly can. Now, it's not totally over. It's just really, really hard, Valdez.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, I mean, there are so many things going here for Gen G. There is a gold lead, but again, we are, you know, intelligent League of Legends watchers. There's a lot more than just the gold lead here that is going on. The game is getting later and later. Ocean Soul collected by Gen G. They have all of those Ornn items now, really just stacking them up, essentially, for so many members of their team. Ruler, you can see the massive shields are coming in. They have Knight's Vow now. I mean, this guy is going to have the entire world and more.
Yeah. I mean,
support him.
It's going to be so hard to actually bring him down. And also, this is Callista at Baron. So it's not even about a smite fight anymore. DRX very exhausted in the summoner department. Chovy the only one now with the flash. And he's going to need to go 1v11 or something at this team fight in order for them to try to win.
All right, here we go. They've got so many sticks in the Baron right now. That's a big cast. Just trying to get the Baron down, and then they want to go for the fight. Here we go. They get it. Massive knockups come in with the Gragas, but do they have the damage? Ruler is in the back line. They're trying to get on top of him, but he is going to flash the wall. This fight so far being won here by the side of DRX, and Chovy gets him over the wall. That is going to be a massive catch, and can they end the game is the real question. It's 33 minutes. They're going to go for the top lane.
They're going to go for the top lane. You can see all the spam pings coming out right now. Look at, they have a minion wave, they have a cannon.
They do it.
And, okay, they're trying to go for this. Wait, Clid is almost up. They have teleport almost on Doran. They have teleport on Chovy. They're trying to shred through everything.
I think they got this. 10 seconds left. And a full wipe at Baron might just be the way that DRX make Worlds. Just like this, they're gonna take down the turret, and they will be able to take down this Nexus. Just target it down, as the two members are not gonna be able to do it in GG. DRX, they will be going to Worlds after this victory. Huge cheers as they do make it, Ellis.
I cannot believe the robbery that was just committed in this game. Oh my word.
Oh boy. What a series, too. The comeback is so massive from this team. Deft is crying right now. Oh, so many emotional moments. They were looking crushed after game 3. This wasn't even looking like an even series. And you can see now that Keria is also feeling the emotions, seeing his partner down in the bottom side. A veteran in Deft, the oldest member on this team, trying to lead his team to Worlds. And he's done it with the rest of his teammates. I cannot believe, after the way the series went, they were able to bring it back. A 3-hour pause. And you know the players were just as affected as the rest of us, as the emotions run high for this team that we will be seeing at the World Championship.
What a heartbreaking loss for Gen G. I mean, that they had everything lined up for them. They had Ocean Soul with a mountain, with ornaments, with an infernal, everything there. We take a look at how this transpires and just watch DRX clump up into the pit. BDD's not there to provide the shields. And there's just so much value going on here. Dawning Shadow comes out. Ruler trying to get as many stacks as he possibly can, but you can see Life. I mean, he's locked up outside of the pit. Ornn not able to do anything. There's no one to protect Ruler. He flashes over the wall, but then watch Chovy make it onto him. Ruler tries to go forward again. He could have just made it out, cleared the wave in top lane, and this game would still be going on. But he went to try to get some kills for himself, and Chovy found the chains. And then the spam pings, you can see the franticness on the mini-map. Trying to decide where could they get the end of the game.
Wow. That was a series and a half, or maybe more. Man, you gotta wonder how DRX are feeling after that one. You called it a robbery. I think they finally showed what they were able to do. I think that Gen G maybe took it a little bit for granted after, you know, even getting an early win here in this game with this dive down in the bottom side, and you're thinking, oh man, I guess Gen G, they're just gonna do it. It looked pretty decided, but that was not the case. As Chovy, he even goes down here, but even after that, he's able to lane Kingdom BDD. He's able to come back and carry his team. He makes the critical plays when it matters the most, because we all remember his 4-man taunt on Galio. We're all going to remember those chains out of the Baron pit to take down the last remaining person of Gen G to make sure they secure the win right there, right then. It's this guy, he never seems to fail when it really matters, when it's really all on the line.
Yeah, I mean, this game was so back and forth between the two teams. DRX, they fought themselves back into a pretty good position. They even managed to overcome Ocean Soul, which is not a pretty easy feat, especially not in that type of a team fight that ended up occurring at the very end. Ruler trying to do so much inside of this game. And I really feel like, I mean, this was a bit of a diffie in the Miffy was what ended up happening in this game. BDD got a lane kingdomed so hard in 2 back-to-back games. Echo Azir and now Silas versus Karma. And a pretty big thing about that lane kingdom is it actually denied BDD's ability to have the 2-item Karma spike. at the third dragon, which is such almost a surety for Karma team comps. And so without that, Karma's actually very stunted. Everyone's missing Ardent Sensor on her multi-man shields, and that is a very big deal at these types of team fights. And so a lot of that is basically credit over to Chovy for putting on such a display in the mid game. I gave him POG as always, so that's 3 for him.
Well, at least he deserved it all 3 times. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, it is just how it is.
Yeah, and he certainly deserved it for this one. I mean, the amount of value he was able to get here, I mean, it's incredible. The guy able to assassinate life, was able to get on in here. And we were talking about, you know, the tanky front line of Gen G. The side of DRX actually did get a lot of value overall with everything they had in their comp. Renekton massive, Silas massive, Dawning Shadows, Braum there to put up his shield, and Bioshik to just help out with all the damage. So they were able to make it work, and it all came down to that Baron fight. We were thinking, okay, I mean, this looks really good. They've got Kalista for Gen G. They've got Kalista. They are ahead, it seems, after getting Ocean Soul. They should be taking this, but DRX make the decision. There are so many little decisions going into the way that the game played out, and it all just came down to there. As we're going to take a look at the POG, it will be Chovy. I don't think that's a surprise to any of us, especially not you, LS.
No, it's definitely not a surprise, as I mean, I don't think you can really give it to anyone else in this series. And so Chovy, of course, no doubt. I mean, he did get robbed in the regular split, but, you know, not going to be robbed anymore.
Not robbed when it matters,
yeah.
Okay? Here in the playoffs, this is where the player of the games really matter.
And honestly, the Dawning Shadow on Death just getting so much value in this fight. It was so good. It really helped offset some of the pressure. Ruler trying to be really greedy, looking for 1 or 2 kills there. It wouldn't have even mattered. He should have just prioritized the Baron. What a sinner! On the other cast, have to have a word with him. I'm not too sure who voted for that one, but it was not unanimous for Chovy. So, you know, someone's not totally sure.
I mean, you consider he's voting for Keria there. I think
what?
I like Keria, but
nice save.
Not 100% sure about that. So either way, that is the series. So guys, we're going to have the interview. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation with Chovy.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason with the translation. And after such a long series, you are the solo POG on the side of DRX triple POG today. How do you feel? It doesn't really feel real now, but seeing my teammates' reaction, I guess this is really happening. Yeah, Chovy, I think you are really good with your emotions, but it's been a year since you made the finals. So, what's your mindset for going into this year's summer finals? I've always lost in the grand finals, so I really want to show something better this time around. And you are the solo POG on the side of DRX, and especially your performance on Echo was on point. How was your performance today overall? Well, I got caught out really quick in a dragon fight on Silas, but outside of that, I'm pretty much satisfied. So we had a server issue, so you know, we jumped over to patch 10.17 and we had a very long pause in the series. So how was the players reacting to this situation? I'm not sure about other players, but for me, I wasn't really bothered too much. So I was checking the new patch notes and I was checking whether anything changed. And I just tried my best to focus on the game. Speaking of other players, after winning the final game, Daft and Keria were in tears. So who was the most emotional or the happiest person on your side? I think Cusick was like hugging me right next to me. And the bottom duos were crying. I was like, did we just lose a gauntlet or something? But that was the tears of joy coming out from Deft and Kyria. Are they still crying? Well, the last thing I saw was like both of them like heading to the bottom and crying. But I guess they are smiling now. Because the bottom duos were in a very rough spot during the laning phase. Well, yeah, I mean, they were struggling a little bit. So I just wanted to cover them when the opponents were going for turret types, but sometimes you wanted to yield something, and we wanted to get the best reaction or the answer into the opponent's setups. In the last game, Genji was able to get the Ocean Soul. They had a huge momentum. So how did you see the entire situation? I mean, you guys turned the whole game around with that last team fight. Well, I was the one being guilty for the Dragon Soul because I performed so bad in that Dragon fight. But at the end, I was like, why are we winning this team fight? But somehow we were winning, and I was putting as much damage as I could, and I was just following my teammates. I mean, you are the main character of the playoffs round 2. You are popping off on the Rift. But still, you look super humble and poised right now. Finally, you are heading to the grand finals of the summer split. A lot of fans and also the players were so desperate for this stage, and also to the stage to Worlds. And you'll be facing up against Showmaker on the side of Diamond Gaming. Are you confident? Of course, I will do my best with my confidence. Wrap up, any last message regarding the final series, finals coming up? I want to make sure that our fans are getting ready to watch the grand finals. It's gonna be so entertaining. How are you gonna perform there? It's your fourth challenge for the title. Well, we are now playing with an online format, so maybe this could be my chance. Once again, congratulations on making the finals after such a long journey, and wish you the best of luck at the Worlds as well. This will be the end of the interview from Chovy on the side of DRX, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for your wonderful translation. Always a joy to listen to, and also to hear in from Chovy. So he got player of the game in all three games that they did win, so LS doing his work, and seriously, Chovy doing insane work, able to carry his team across the line in what seemed like a series that Genji were the favorite in pretty much everybody's minds, and they were just able to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, they just got completely pulverized in 2 games back to back, but then they brought it back in very similar fashion. I mean, they brought it back in game number 4. Game number 5 looked really dicey. It really did look like they were going to lose that game. In fact, I think if you play out the pre-Baron 100 different times, they probably don't win many of them, just given the sheer power of Ocean Soul and that state of the game right there for Genji. But Chovy, immaculate performance pretty much as always. He manages to drag them across the finish line. Now they're going to go on. Next week, Saturday, it's going to be the finals versus Damwon. And I don't know what to think about that, Valdez. I don't think it's going to be very good. I do not think DRX are prepared for facing Damwon.
Yeah, I mean, I said it at the very beginning of the broadcast. I thought that Gen G's style would be better suited to have even a chance against Damwon.
Yeah.
Whereas DRX style, I think you're fighting fire with fire, except one of them is, you know, like a bonfire, and the other one is like a volcano. Damwon, we are not over-exaggerating when we say this. They're the best team by far. And it'll be curious. I'm very curious to see if DRX will put up any kind of a show up against Damwon, or is it just going to be the Damwon show all the way through?
I mean, it really just feels like it's a firecracker going up against an ICBM is what is pretty much going on there. So I have no idea what to expect for that series. I am very excited to see if Damwon has anything special in store for us, though, is what I'm most interested for.
Absolutely. Damwon, I'm sure they'll give us a treat, as will DRX. Awesome performance today. Thank you guys for watching so much, and we will see you on Saturday for the finals. Have a good night.
World has changed and I am ready to take it on. Told me to be myself and never feel alone. The world without guys, always ever in the dark I've seen. Always believe in me. You'll always be my hero. Before everything you've done, you'll always be my hero. Everything you like the rising sun. Oh my God, I feel so strong. I feel the freedom to be who I can be. You'll always be my hero. Give me everything I need.
이게 담원이다. 이게 너구리다. 점메이카 펜타킬. 와, 담원의 엄청난 파괴력. 와, 다이어렉스. 와, 진짜. 펜타가 건재하면 이게